Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and welcome to the first video in a series that I'm going to be simply calling the Animated 80s.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
In this series of videos, I'm going to be taking a look at each year throughout the decade to see what that year had to offer for cartoons. That's all animation, not just action specifically. We'll definitely be spending time on the action series from each year, but for this one, or I guess 10, we're just going to be celebrating the 80s and cartoons as a whole. I'll be running down every show that was on the air each year, what new shows debuted each year, what major themes we saw in the types of programming, and, things like that. Not only are we going to discuss them, but I'll also cover where and how to watch each of these shows as of May 2023. No promises for future viewers. And finally, once I've made it through the entire decade, I'll be ranking each year by viewing quality in the culminating video of the series. Also, after I cover each year, be on the lookout for a companion video in which I'm going to collect all of the intros from each series covered in that video. I hope this idea appeals to everyone and that you're all looking as forward to looking back as I am. So without further ado, let's start where the 80s start. 1980. So I'd like to begin with a disclaimer by reiterating something I said in my top 10 mobile bases video during the Argo entry. I'm not quite old enough to have real first-hand knowledge of 1980. I mean, I was alive in 1980, but I was 1 for 3/4 of the year, so not a lot of clear memories from that one. However, I do have memories of several of these shows in reruns, and as I have a couple of brothers who are 9 and 13 years older than me respectively, I have the benefit of watching several of these shows at a much younger age than I maybe should have. That being said, one of the hallmarks of being a doctor, like I'm a real, no, seriously, as far as you know doctor, is the ability to research, and that's what I've done. What I found was that in 1980, kids had a fairly limited 23 cartoons to choose from throughout the year. These shows were primarily split between Hanna-Barbera and Filmation-produced shows, and primarily leaned toward a variety hour/shorts style of program. Out of the 23, Tarzan and the Super 7, The New Adventures of Mighty Mouse and Heckle and Jekyll, The Tom and Jerry Comedy Show, Heathcliff and Dingbat, The Plastic Man Comedy Adventure Show, The Flintstone Comedy Show, The Richie Rich Scooby-Doo Show, The Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner Show, the all-new Popeye Hour, and Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure were all made up of shorter 7 to 11-minute segments of various other shows. Mostly they came with what was on the label, with a few exceptions. The New Adventures of Mighty Mouse and Heckle and Jekyll included shorts of not only the title characters, but also episodes of Quackula, and ran 5 mini-episodes in each hour-long episode. The Flintstones Comedy Show brought in some interesting new characters and a Stone Age take on the Addams Family called the Frankenstones, and ran for 90 minutes per episode in 1980, splitting that time between its 7 short stories. The Plastic Man Comedy Adventure Show didn't just have multiple versions of Plastic Man stories, including one with a baby, but also included minis of Mighty Man and Yuck, Fangface, and Rickety Rocket. Lastly, amongst these anthology shows, Tarzan and the Super 7 included a bunch of new superhero shorts like Super Stretch and Micro Woman, Manta and Moray, The Freedom Force, Web Woman, and even a live-action segment called Jason of Star Command. Also worthy of mention here is that Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure was also a pretty varied anthology, but all of the shows it was comprised of, including Birdman and the Galaxy Trio, Space Ghost and Dino Boy, The Herculoids, Frankenstein Jr. and the Impossibles, Shazam, Fantastic Four, and Moby Dick and the Mighty Mightor, were all just repackages of those shows' original runs from the late 60s. And of the rest, Fred and Barney Meet the Shmoo and the Tarzan Lone Ranger Adventure Hour took the theater format of running double features, or multiple shows under a single banner. Fred and Barney Meet the Shmoo ran for 90 minutes and consisted of a full-length episode of the new Fred and Barney Adventure Show, a full-length episode of the new Shmoo, and a mini 11-minute episode of The Thing. And finally, the Tarzan Lone Ranger Adventure Hour ran for, well, an hour. You can probably guess which 2 shows it consisted of. Now each of those formats is kind of a throwback to previous eras of programming, where variety shows and sketch shows were popular, and theaters always ran double bills. It's almost as if cartoons in the 80s were made by people who grew up in the 60s. Weird. It's probably also obvious based on the properties that most of these series I just mentioned are made up of. Mighty Mouse, Heckle and Jekyll, Shmoo, Tom and Jerry, Popeye, Tarzan, Lone Ranger, Flash Gordon, who I haven't actually mentioned yet, they'd all been around since the 40s or earlier. The Flintstones, Richie Rich, Scooby-Doo, Plastic Man, most of the Super Friends characters, who I also haven't mentioned yet, and all the characters from Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure were from the 50s and 60s. The Fonz and the Happy Days Gang is based on a show from the mid-70s. Captain Caveman was a carryover from a show that started in 1977 that copied and pasted the Scooby-Doo format. Fat Albert had already been on the air since 1972. And the Drac Pack was a new concept, but based again on characters from the 1800s, like the Universal Monsters. In most regards, this was not really a year of trying new things for a new decade. So what's that leave, really? Let's take a look. Well, we had a couple of new concepts, like Sport Billy and Thundar the Barbarian. Unfortunately, it's hard to consider Sport Billy a new concept when it's based on a German comic book from the 50s. And the originality of Thundar, well, that may have some earlier roots too. Which means we're quickly running out of shows to look at to give us something new and interesting to usher the 80s in. Something like Super 7 introduced several new mini-cartoons with Freedom Force, Web Woman, Manta and Moray, and Super Stretch and Micro Woman, but they were more superheroes that weren't very different from what Marvel and DC were already offering. Essentially, it's down to anime to save the day, with Battle of the Planets, Star Blazers, and Force 5. And before you say anything, I know that each of these was adapted from a 1970s Japanese production, but they were new and important in a very specific way. They opened the door for Japanese animation in America. Yeah, I know they weren't the first instances of Japanese animation in the US, because shows like Speed Racer and Gigantor came out well before them, but I'd argue that they were the first cartoons in the States that brought the Japanese anime formula of ongoing stories, recurring characters and through plots, imperfect heroes, and larger, equally important casts. That's what I feel was the most important benchmark of 1980 in animation, the introduction of true anime style, and the birth of the action cartoon as I define it on this channel. Teams of specialists with unique capabilities fighting similarly equipped and empowered enemies in unique and interesting environments. And following that reasoning, I have both 1980 and Japanese cartoons to thank for this channel. Before teams like G-Force and the crew of the Argo hit US airwaves, the only teams we saw were superheroes on shows like Super Friends. Older cartoons or kid shows focused more on a single hero, like Lone Ranger, Zorro, Tarzan, maybe with a sidekick if kids were lucky. These 1980 shows also introduced higher stakes and darker storylines that would dominate the 80s and make cartoons, though still for children, for more world-savvy and technologically minded kids of that decade. I once heard someone describe 80s kids as having boomer sensibilities and millennial capabilities because we grew up in the fastest evolving, advancing decade potentially in human history. We all started the decade with rotary phones and 13-channel TVs and ended the decade with cordless digital phones, 100-channel remote-capable TVs, Nintendos, and personal computers. And I'd argue that these were the cartoons that saw those changes coming and predicted that kids who were maturing as fast as the world evolved would be looking for in entertainment. So, was 1980 the most diverse and exciting year for cartoons in the decade? Probably not. Stay tuned for my ranking to find out for sure. But was it an important year? Absolutely. As you'll see in the next couple of videos, it took a couple years for this promising start to really get traction, but once it did, man, the decade was off and running. But that brings us now to one of the most painful topics I'll be covering throughout this series, specifically the preservation of these shows and how we nostalgic old folk can rewatch them and introduce these wonderful shows to new generation. Unfortunately, there are going to be way more of these throughout the video series that don't have an official high-quality way for people to watch them that I like, but I'll be doing my best to point you all toward the ones that do. For 1980, thanks mostly to Hanna-Barbera's efforts to release all of their properties on DVD, several of these series are available to buy, including Captain Caveman and the Teen Angels, Heathcliff and Dingbat, the Fonz and the Happy Days Gang, the Richie Rich Scooby-Doo Show, Thundar the Barbarian, Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, and Star Blazers. Plus, all of the original series from the 60s that make up Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure, except for the Fantastic Four, are also available on in-print DVDs. Some of the other shows out there are easily available either for free or to purchase digitally on Prime Video or other subscription services, specifically the New Fred and Barney Show, Tom and Jerry Comedy Show, the Plastic Man Comedy Adventure Show, New Adventures of Flash Gordon, and Super Friends. But that's about it. Everything else from this year is only available on expensive, hard-to-find out-of-print DVDs, bootlegs, or possibly here on YouTube. So if you're looking for Battle of the Planets, Super 7, The New Shmoo, New Adventures of Mighty Mouse and Heckle and Jekyll, or Force 5, be prepared to shell out some cash, sacrifice some quality, or cross your fingers and wait. So that's my look at and analysis of 1980. Did you guys enjoy the video, or would you rather I stick to top 10s? Are you interested in seeing where the decade goes from here? Because based on the research I've done for this series, I certainly am. How many of you remember these shows, either firsthand or through reruns? Share your thoughts and memories from this year and the shows down below so we can all reminisce together. Stay tuned and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and to those of you who watched part 1 of my animated 80s series, welcome back. To those of you who haven't, well, welcome to you as well, but seriously, go watch that one when you're done here. It's pretty decent, if I do say so myself. And also, before we get started, if you love 80s cartoons and all things related, then like and subscribe. I'm still new here on YouTube, and these kinds of things really help the channel grow. So with that out of the way, let's jump right into part 2 of the animated 80s.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
So just as a refresher from the 1980s episode, the key things that I pointed out about the shows of that year were the minis and variety show formats, the use of classic characters from past years, and the significance that Japanese cartoons had. I also mentioned that there weren't a lot of new ideas seen throughout that year. Now, with that in mind, it's time for us to see how things changed as the decade progressed and take a look at 1981. The first thing I want to look at for this year, before we move on to the new shows that premiered during this 12-month period, are the series that survived 1980 and lived to see 81. It's actually a pretty decent list, as nearly all of the 1980 shows are still in the air in some form or another for at least part of this year. The only series that didn't carry over were Captain Caveman and the Teen Angels, which ended after 4 years on the air, Battle of the Planets, which ended a 3-year run, Fred and Barney Meet the Shmoo, and The New Adventures of Mighty Mouse and Heckle and Jekyll, which had both premiered in 1979, and the Drak Pack and the Tom and Jerry Comedy Show, which both began and ended during the 1980 calendar year. A couple of shows saw some changes between their 1980 and 81 versions, with Heathcliff and Dingbat becoming Heathcliff and Marmaduke during its second season in September of 81, and Tarzan and the Super 7 dropped Tarzan and Jason of Star Command and became Batman and the Super 7, which ran repeats of the original New Adventures of Batman from 1977, as well as all of the original Super 7 segment except for Jason of Star Command. Lastly, the Tarzan Lone Ranger Adventure Hour added another classic hero to its lineup with the addition of Zorro, becoming the Tarzan Lone Ranger Zorro Adventure Hour. Everything else that you see here continued to air in its 1980 format, for at least part of this year. With the coming of the new year, though, came new ideas and new shows. Eventually. Every show that I'll be talking about here waited until the new season start in September, or in some cases later, to start airing. That's pretty much the norm for this era of TV, though, as mid-season replacements weren't really a thing that happened much back then, and most of the returning 1980 shows ran at least until September to fill the gap. When the new shows hit, all 12 of them, there were definitely some good ones, though, which made 1981 a year of quality over quantity. We'll start with one of only 2 new shows that employed the mini-episode format so prevalent in 80, which was Hanna-Barbera's Space Stars. Unlike the previous year's World of Super Adventure, which reran original episodes of different shows from the 60s, Space Stars used a combination of old and new characters. For old, we saw segments of Space Ghost, the Herculoids, and a new show starring Astro, the dog from the Jetsons. Again, though, unlike World of Super Adventure, Space Ghost and the Herculoids got all new episodes, and Astro and the Space Mutts was an entirely new show. The series also added a new superhero-based segment called Teen Force, which introduced all new characters. I recently picked this one up on DVD, having not seen it in its original run and not being familiar with it until I created this channel, and I really enjoyed it. It's some good vintage 80s fun. It's also one of only 2 shows from this year that I'd say fit my channel structure with action shows as I define them, keeping in mind that I mostly stay away from true comic book superhero shows like some we'll see later in this episode. The other show that fits here with this minis format is the Quickie Koala Show, which contained 4 different segments. Quickie Koala was a standard bad guy tries to capture good guy Tom and Jerry-ish show, except the difference here was the main character was Koala with super speed. The other segments in the show were the Bungle Brothers, a series of shorts about a couple beagles who want to become stars, Crazy Claus, about a large cat trying to evade a fur trapper and his dog, and Dirty Dog, about a homeless dog and his rat friend trying to avoid a police officer. Can't help but notice a theme here. Moving on, though, the other major format from 1980, being the multi-bill shows, was more heavily represented. There were 3 series this year that used this template. Heathcliff and Marmaduke, which was a restructuring of Heathcliff and Dingbat from 1980, the Kids Super Power Hour with Shazam, and the Tarzan Lone Ranger Zorro Adventure Hour. Heathcliff and Marmaduke remained a half-hour show made up of shorts of, Heathcliff and Marmaduke. The Tarzan Lone Ranger Zorro show kept the same hour-long runtime from 1980, but took out one of the 15-minute episodes of the Lone Ranger to make room for Zorro. And the Kid Superpower Hour was basically a block of 2 regular-length shows containing an episode of Shazam and an episode of another show called Hero High. The thing that made the Power Hour unique was the inclusion of some live-action segments sprinkled throughout each hour of runtime. Everything else new we got in 1981 came in a standard half-hour standalone format. We got 7 of these this year, with the list including Goldie Gold and Action Jack, Trollkins, Black Star, Laverne and Shirley and the Army, 2 Spider-Man shows, both a solo and Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, and the longest-lasting show of the year, The Smurfs. So out of those, we had a show based on a 70s TV series, a couple shows based on classic comic characters, and some brand new ideas. Goldie Gold, Trollkins, Black Star, and The Smurfs were all brand new intellectual properties with no association to any past productions. I mean, in the US at least. Technically, The Smurfs came out in Belgium in the 70s, but they were brand new here, and still relatively new there, having just aired in 1976. Speaking of The Smurfs, it was pretty much a slice-of-life, problem-of-the-episode bumbling bad guy show, which was pretty reminiscent of earlier animated sitcom-type shows combined with some action and excitement for a new twist. Trollkins, which is no relation to the naked, fuzzy-haired versions of trolls, I mean, those things didn't get a cartoon until 1993, was a standard wacky hijinks show with no real stakes. Goldie Gold was about a newspaper heiress inviting herself along on her paper's star reporter, who happens to be her boyfriend's, adventures. At least I assume she invited herself on all these dangerous trips. Either that or the show was secretly about a complicated plot by Jack and his editor to get rid of Goldie and take the newspaper over for themselves. And finally, for the new idea standalone shows, we have Black Star, the other series from this year that would be a good candidate for this channel. This one was, well, have any of you seen Farscape? John Blackstar is an astronaut stranded in an alien universe after getting sucked into a black hole. On Farscape, John Crichton is an astronaut stranded in an alien universe after getting sucked through a wormhole. The main difference is that Blackstar ends up in a Conan-esque fantasy world, while Crichton ends up in Muppet Star Trek. So what kind of year did this make 1981? There were no anime like in 1980 introduced to kids and bringing new things to animation as a medium, though Star Blazers and Force 5 remained on the air. The new shows we did get were mostly formulaic or similar in structure to shows from previous years and decades. Was there anything noteworthy to take away from the year? I think so, sure. For one thing, it was kind of surprising to me that this early in the decade we had not 1, but 2 female-led shows. Before that, we'd really only seen a handful, with Jana of the Jungle aired as part of the Godzilla Hour, a single season of Spider-Woman in 1979, and then something like Web Woman, which was one of the shorts in the Super 7. It was rare to see even one female-led show, and we wouldn't get another until 1984. The other significant happening this year was the shift toward predominantly standalone 30-minute shows, which over the next couple of years would become the norm for cartoons. Character and narrative-wise, I don't really think this year had much to offer, but in some ways that may be because this year, and for the most part 1982 as well, were the calm before the storm. Stay tuned for the next couple of videos to find out what I mean. And now, just like I did with 1980, it's time for me to tell you all where these shows can be watched as of May 2023. Unfortunately, this section's going to be filled with bad news. Of the 12 shows from this year, counting Shazam and Hero High separately, 3 of them have no official way to be viewed, and another 4 are only available on those ridiculously expensive out-of-print DVDs. That means that only 6 remain that we can stream or buy, with both Spider-Man shows being available on Disney Plus with a subscription, and the other 4 consisting of The Quickie Koala Show, Laverne and Shirley and the Army, Space Stars, and The Smurfs being available on DVD. Amazon links can be found in the video description if you want to pick any of them up. Oh, and The Smurfs can also be streamed for free on Tubi, but I'm not sure how much the series is available there. Doing these videos and finding how many of these shows are either lost or partially lost or in danger of being lost worries me for the others. So if you want any of them, get them while you can. I've picked up as many of the physical releases as I can myself, both for my own collection and to use on this channel, because you never know when the ones on streaming are going to go away, and the only real way to own it is to own it, physically. But that's it for 1981. The decade, as you can all probably see from this video and the last one, is taking its time to get up to speed. There are definitely a couple of hidden gems here, as Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends was one of my favorite childhood shows, with Iceman still being one of my favorite X-Men to this day, and Space Stars being a series I really enjoyed since discovering it. Overall, though, this year wasn't terribly impressive. Make sure you watch my ranking video at the end of the series to see how it stacks up against the rest of the decade. Stay tuned, and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and welcome to part 3 of my year-by-year retrospective, The Animated 80s. I hope you've all been enjoying the series and the companion videos of all the intros from each year, because I've been having a blast making them, and learning more than I could have ever possibly imagined about 80s animation. If you have any thoughts or ideas about the series as I continue forward, let me know in the comments. You can also leave a like and subscribe to the channel while you're down there, if you haven't already. It helps the channel grow, and I really appreciate the support. But enough of that. Let's get down to what we're all here for.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Okay, so one other thing before we move into this new year. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm not really perfect. That being the case, I made a couple errors or omissions in the 1981 video that I want to address here. Firstly, I left off a Looney Tunes spin-off from the year, The Daffy Speedy Show. It ran on NBC against CBS's Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner show. It also changed slightly here in 1982, but I'll chat about that in a few minutes. Secondly, and thanks to commenter Therese Callahan for pointing this out, the Smurfs intro and screenshots from both 1981 videos were from the latter syndicated version of the show, and not the original 1981 airings. I've added that original Smurfs intro and the Speedy Daffy intro to the companion video for this year to make up for the omission. But moving on. So a quick recap of my thoughts and conclusions from 1981. In that year I praised the appearance of 2 female-led shows on the schedule, and more prominence of the standalone 30-minute series. I also lamented that it was kind of a dry year for new ideas and shows that pushed animation or storytelling ahead. Will 1982 fix those problems while building on the good? If you've looked at the thumbnail and seen all the shows from the year, then you can probably guess the answer, but let's take a look anyway. It's time we visit 1982. Like I did with the last video, I want to take a quick look here at what shows lasted into the new year. First, we have the true old guard with shows from 1980 that are still on the air in 1982. This group includes Flash Gordon, Super Friends, Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure, the all-new Popeye show, the Bugs Roadrunner show, and Fat Albert. That's right around a 25% survival rate from 1980, which isn't bad at all. Joining that list from 1981 are the Smurfs, both Spider-Man and Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, the Kid Super Power Hour, and Laverne and Shirley in the Army and the Daffy Speedy Show, though the last two changed formats somewhat. That means that just under 50% of the new 1981 lineup made it into 82. So what didn't make it? This list is kind of a sad one, because it includes my 2 personal favorite shows from 1981. Goldie Gold and Action Jack, the Quickie Koala Show, Trollkins, the Tarzan Lone Ranger Zorro Adventure Hour, and worst of all, both Black Star and Space Stars all met their ends in 1981. Heathcliff and Marmaduke also came to an end, but we'll be seeing Heathcliff again soon, so stay tuned. The others, though, were gone for good, with none of them getting any future love. It's a shame, because even though the stories for Black Star and the Teen Force were pretty era standard, they were some cool characters and settings. So what did those shows get replaced with in the new year? Honestly, not much. 1982 brought us just 10 new shows, and for some of them I'm using the word new very generously. This year we got Meatballs and Spaghetti, Shirt Tales, Pandemonium, The Gary Coleman Show, Gilligan's Planet, an Incredible Hulk cartoon, and a few multi-bills or variety shows like the Pac-Man Little Rascals Richie Rich Show, the Mork and Mindy Laverne and Shirley Fonz Show, the Scooby and Scrappy-Doo Puppy Hour, and the Flintstone Funnies. Out of all of them, none were really new and unique from an idea perspective. We had a couple shows based on live-action programs or people, a few legacy character shows, either cartoon or comic book, and just 3 fresh ideas. Shirt Tales was about animal crime fighters and in many ways reminiscent of several earlier Hanna-Barbera shows like Hong Kong Phooey or Quick Draw McGraw, combined with the team aspect of Scooby-Doo and the slice-of-life aspect of the Smurfs. Pandemonium was about an evil wizard chasing a MacGuffin and a pair of kids with a trio of pandas racing to stop him. The pandas could combine into a single super panda though, which was interesting, but the concept wasn't unlike any of the other race for the item with our superpowered friend shows of the past. Lastly, 1982 brought Meatballs and Spaghetti, which followed the adventures of a singing group as they drove across the country. Think Josie and the Pussycats, but with more hijinks and less mystery solving. Gilligan's Planet took the Gilligan's Island formula and transplanted it, wholly intact, into space. The Mork and Mindy Laverne and Shirley Fonz Hour did the same thing, taking the Mork and Mindy concept into animation and pairing it with Season 2 of Laverne and Shirley in the Army. I still prefer the original live-action versions of each of those shows over the cartoon adaptations, though. Lastly, the Gary Coleman Show tried to cash in on the actor's star power by putting him in the role of an angel, standard hijinky slapstick in its purest form. Similar to the couple of years we've already covered, this year brought back a handful of legacy characters. Unlike 1981's Space Stars, though, these shows followed the Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure formula and just reran older productions. But unlike that show, these weren't reruns from a decade or more earlier. The Flintstone Funnies just repackaged and reran segments from the Flintstone Comedy Show, which had only aired a year before from November 80 to October 81. Likewise, the Scooby and Scrappy-Doo Puppy Hour consisted of reruns of Scooby and Scrappy-Doo from November 1980 to November 1981, and combined those with new short segments featuring Scrappy-Doo and Scooby's brother Yabba-Doo, get it, like Yabba Dabba Doo, and a new series called The Puppy's New Adventures, which was essentially a riff on The Incredible Journey. The Sylvester and Tweety Daffy and Speedy Show was an evolution of 1981's Daffy Speedy Show and reran Looney Tunes skits featuring the title characters. And finally, The Incredible Hulk was a new series, but based on an old character, and telling stories pretty similar to what was running in the comics at the time. Programming and format-wise, 1982 saw some regression back to the shorts and multi-bill structure of years past. Of the 10 new series of the year, 4 of them fit here. Scooby and Mork and Mindy were both part of the insert name hour here double features, and the Sylvester, Tweety, Daffy and Speedy Show, Flintstone Funnies, and Pac-Man Little Rascals Richie Rich Show all used the same shorts format. Those 3 were also pretty much continuations, as Sylvester and Tweety were just added to the title of the already airing Daffy Speedy Show, the Flintstones started airing just 9 months after its previous incarnation ended with reruns of the same, and Richie Rich got some new partners and picked up the torch from the 1980s Richie Rich Scooby-Doo Show after a year on hiatus. There was one really significant thing to note this year, as Pac-Man represented the first cartoon adaptation of a video game, and that was pretty awesome. But other than that, I don't really have much else to say about 82. There was movement this year. It just wasn't forward. Much like 1981 before it, 1982 ends up being a strong contender for the bottom of my ranking when I get to it. This year didn't bring us any new female-led shows, it reverted further away from the individual program format, and only gave us new series that ran the same plays as several series from the past, with little to no innovation or evolution in character design or storytelling. Not only that, but the best shows of the previous years were nowhere to be found, with things like Black Star, Thundar, Battle of the Planets, and Space Stars being off the air, and holdouts like Star Blazers being absent in the gap between seasons 2 and 3. Again, I'm not really old enough to remember 1982 firsthand, but having researched the year and what it had to offer, I don't think I missed much. Good news is on the horizon, though, because 1983 is coming, and it's bringing a whole load of awesome with it. I can't wait to see you all in that video. Well, it wasn't the longest list of new shows this year, but unfortunately, you're not going to be finding most of them. As of May 2023, of all the new series I just covered, The Gary Coleman Show, Pandemonium, The Puppy's New Adventures, Meatballs and Spaghetti, Mork and Mindy, and The Little Rascals have all faded away, with no official way, either in print or out, to watch them. The Flintstone Funnies can be found in its original Flintstone Frolics version with a Boomerang subscription, and Richie Rich and The Incredible Hulk are both available for digital purchase on Prime Video. Lastly, Pac-Man, Gilligan's Planet, Shirt Tales, and Laverne and Shirley in the Army are currently available on in-print DVDs. You can find links to them on Amazon in the video description if you want to pick up any for yourself. This was a bad year for preservation of these series, and I fear it's only going to get worse. And there you have it, a recap and analysis of 1982, such as it was. Overall, this was probably the weakest year that I've covered so far. I'll give credit to Pac-Man for proving the concept of video games as cartoons and opening that floodgate, but otherwise, this one is just kind of a footnote in animation history. There weren't even any action candidates for this channel. But what do you guys think about this year? Did it impress you more than it did me? Share your thoughts in the comments below. But if you do agree with me, don't let the year ruin your excitement, because I promise 1983 will rekindle it next week. I hope to see you all there. Thanks for watching, and I hope you're finding this series to be a fun ride. Stay tuned, and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and welcome to part 4 of my series covering the year-by-year evolution of US cartoons, the animated 80s. I've been getting a ton of great support and feedback in the comments, and I've really been pleased that the videos have been bringing back some great memories for so many of you. But that brings me to a topic I need to mention before we jump into the video itself. Unfortunately, I won't be doing the full companion videos of intros from each year anymore. My goal with this channel has always been to monetize my original content when I'm able to, but those videos prevent me from doing that because of the copyrighted material. What I'll be doing instead is still uploading videos that contain the info cards from each year, and then creating and curating a playlist of all the intros from that year from elsewhere on YouTube. That way you can still hit play on the playlist from my channel's homepage and get that nostalgia rush. And who knows, someday I may start a Patreon and be in a position that I can go back to my original methodologies. But for now, thanks for watching these videos, and check out those playlists for each full year's intros. On a side note, I'd like to encourage you all to check me out on Instagram too, where I've started a series called Tune of the Week. Each week I'll be focusing on a particular show and providing some in-depth info about it over the course of several posts. And lastly, if you love 80s cartoons, make sure to like and subscribe. Now let's get on with it, shall we?
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Okay then, a quick recap of what observations I made about 1982. Pac-Man. That was about it. Pac-Man came out and opened animation up to be a secondary medium for video games. The rest of the year got a really big meh. Guess that makes this section really easy. This series so far has kind of been like riding a roller coaster. 1980 was that first lurching jolt as the cars start to move. Not too exciting, but good enough to get the adrenaline going. 1981 was that quick run out of the gatehouse where you get that little taste of speed, but things haven't quite gotten too wild yet. 1982, well, that's the climb up the first hill. It's the lame part of the ride where you just listen to the chain clanking and anticipate the next step. Well, it's time to get to that next step, the first big drop on this thrill ride. It's time to look at 1983. So as I've been doing, let's start this year by seeing what was still holding on from the previous ones. First of all, there were still a few shows from 1980 or earlier that were on the air this year. The all-new Popeye Hour, Super Friends, Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure, the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner Show, and Fat Albert were all still going strong through most of the year. From 81, we still had Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends and the Smurfs, and a good portion of the 82 lineup was still holding on as well. The Incredible Hulk, Meatballs and Spaghetti, the Sylvester Tweety Daffy Speedy Show, the Mork and Mindy Laverne and Shirley Fonz Hour, the Pac-Man Little Rascals Richie Rich Show, Shirt Tales, and the Flintstone Funnies managed to make it out of that pretty slow year. Spoiler alert, pretty much none of those make it any further. But anyway, what does that mean we lost? Well, from 1982 there were only 4 series that didn't continue into the new year. The Gary Coleman Show, Gilligan's Planet, Pandemonium, and the Scooby and Scrappy-Doo Puppy Hour all got cut before the calendar flipped. No real losses there, as none of those shows were that great to begin with, and Scooby would be back in a better form this year. But it's worth noting that they got the chop anyway. But enough about years past, though. It's the year moving forward that matters here. This year saw the release of 18 new series, which was a marked increase of about 33% over both 81 and 82. The lineup of new shows premiering during 1982 included The Biscuits, The Dukes, The New Scooby and Scrappy-Doo Show, The Monchichis Little Rascals Richie Rich Show, Saturday Supercade, Brain Games, The Charlie Brown and Snoopy Show, The Littles, Alvin and the Chipmunks, Donald Duck Presents, Good Morning Mickey, Rubik the Amazing Cube, and Inspector Gadget. Most significantly for this channel, though, it also saw the first releases of Mr. T, Dungeons & Dragons, Thunderbirds 2086, and both G.I. Joe and He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Talk about a heavy-hitting year. The first appearances of 3 icons of the 80s with Inspector Gadget, He-Man, and the modern version of G.I. Joe, the most recognizable versions of an older property in Alvin and the Chipmunks, and several changes in format and production. So let's talk about those for a minute. So one thing you'll probably notice is that Richie Rich remains the last holdout for that multi-bill format, with him and the Little Rascals getting a new partner in the form of the Monchichis and holding on for another year. The rest are gone though, and pretty much every show from here forward will be standing on its own. You may also notice that the minis format is all but gone as well, with only Saturday Supercade here to keep it going. For a show like that I can understand it, as most of the concepts of the games it covered wouldn't really be ideal for sustaining their own series, not yet at least. But the rest are gone. That's not to say that some shows weren't still skits, but they were skits within a single property rather than shorts from multiple series. That format would only rear its head a couple more times throughout the decade. And speaking of shows with shorts from a single property, Disney released 2 of them this year, made up of various Disney shorts of all their classic characters. Another classic that got some new love this year came in the form of the Charlie Brown and Snoopy Show, which told all new stories featuring Charles Schultz's Peanut characters. Scooby and Scrappy were back with a new series this year, pairing them up with Shaggy and Daphne to solve cases, presumably while Fred and Velma had better things to do. Alvin and the Chipmunks were originally a fictitious singing group that first appeared in 1958, but this year they got an animated series following their adventures and hijinks, getting fleshed out with backstories, characterizations, a full supporting cast, and eventually, in this same year, counterparts in the form of the Chipettes. The Littles were also a transplant from other media, as it was based on a series of children's books by John Peterson that were first published in 1967, but it told new stories based on the original characters and expanded the cast significantly. Lastly, a live-action show that was both iconic enough and featured stories and situations better suited to an anime series than some of the others that we've covered in previous years got released as The Dukes, and it told the story of the boys and Daisy racing Boss Hogg and Roscoe around the world, for some reason. I may not support some of the iconography in the show, but if someone could just paint the roof of the General Lee and maybe change the name to keep it away from more controversy, the stories would be just as entertaining today. We got a decent number of shows this year that weren't based on any existing properties as well. The Biscuits were a group of Smurf-like characters, but rather than little blue humanoids, they were anthropomorphic dogs. Story-wise, well, let's just say some similarities existed between the two and leave it there. Brain Games introduced the world to an animated, interactive game show that challenged viewers to think and solve puzzles throughout its short 6-episode run. Mr. T got an animated series, probably thanks to his popularity from roles like Clubber Lang in Rocky III and B.A. Baracus on the A-Team, which had just premiered in January of '83 itself. And oddly enough, the show put the title character in the position of coaching a gymnastics team that constantly gets caught up in one adventure or another. I'm not sure what would qualify Mr. T to coach gymnastics instead of something like wrestling or football, but there you have it. Definitely watch the show if you want to see a mini Mr. T impersonator or a bulldog with a mohawk. The aforementioned Saturday Supercade took a handful of popular video games from the time, which were obviously famous for their in-depth storytelling, and made them into a series of shorts. Frogger, Donkey Kong Jr., Q*bert, and Pitfall all got a slice of the action here, and eventually Kangaroo and Space Ace as well. And finally, we see the US adopting 2 more properties from Japan and fitting them to an American audience. The Monchi-Chis, which were aired with Richie Rich and Little Rascals, were a community of anthropomorphized monkeys based on a line of Japanese toys in a subsequent animated series over there called Monchi-Chi Twins, though the US version was only based on that rather than redubbed and rerun. What was redubbed, though, was Thunderbirds 2086, which was redubbed from the 1982 anime scientific rescue team Techno Voyager, or Techno Voyager, depending on where you look. And then it had the structure of the older Super Marionation shows Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet slapped onto it in an attempt to make it resonate more with American kids, or something like that. I'm not really clear why they did that. I guess it was kind of a tribute show to Thunderbirds in the first place, but I don't know. So as fans of 80s cartoons, we've all heard it said, we've all had our favorite shows accused of it, and this is the year that it started. This is where the first of the, quote, 30-minute toy commercials, unquote, came out. The biggest perpetrators of this crime for the year were obviously He-Man and G.I. Joe, but shows like Dungeons & Dragons and Rubik the Amazing Cube did their part to sell some books and puzzles as well. Personally, I hate the idea that they were nothing more than toy commercials in execution, even if that may be what they were in concept. I prefer to think of these series as more like multimedia properties, with the second media being imagination. I mean, in 1983, G.I. Joe only ran for 5 episodes over the course of a single week, telling an essentially feature-length story in the 5-part Mass Device miniseries. Did those 5 episodes sell toys? Probably, but the toy line first came out in 1982, so I'm sure there were plenty of kids that already had them. I don't think it was a matter of the chicken and the egg for these shows. Instead, I think it was a chance for kids to see what kind of characters their toys were and give them some parameters for their own playtime scenarios. To me, the bottom line was that if you make cool toys, I'll want them without a cartoon. But if you make a cartoon for the toys I already have, I'll watch it to help my mind build the world those toys operate in. And Dungeons & Dragons? Well, it showed us all that a game that primarily used imagination as its main play mechanic really had no limits by making the world in the books a real, tangible place on screen. Regardless of how you perceive or interpret it, in the end I'm just happy that we got so many great cartoons out of it, and this was where they started. Although, I will admit that the Rubik Show may have oversold the toy's capabilities somewhat. 1983 brought us one other thing that I absolutely have to mention. On April 18th of this year, the Disney Channel was born as a premium channel, joining the ranks at the time of HBO and Showtime. Mostly at launch, the Disney Channel was family programming oriented, but during this time it also ran Good Morning Mickey and Donald Duck Presents, with Mickey premiering at the channel's launch and Donald following in September. I like to think that it was because of this that other premium channels also decided that animation would be a viable programming option for them, as HBO created and aired Brain Games this year, as well as the puppet version of Fraggle Rock, and Showtime took on Thunderbirds 2086. Regardless of whether that's the case or not, this was the year that channels besides the big three networks started to put animation into their programming schedules, which meant more cartoons and more places to watch. And it would only grow from here as more channels came online over the next decade. Side note, my family never had any premium channels, and I never realized until making this video that Nickelodeon started as one, and has been around since 1979, where it spent 5 years as Nickelodeon, the young people's satellite network. That kind of blew my mind. Although looking through their historical programming, I don't really see any cartoons from before it dropped the premium model, so hopefully that excuses me. And we're off. To me, this is where the true 80s started, especially, but not only, in terms of animation. Several of the other best things the 80s had to offer came out this year as well. Movies like Strange Brew, Valley Girl, Videodrome, Trading Places, The Right Stuff, National Lampoon's Vacation, Monty Python's Meaning of Life, Lone Wolf McQuade, The Day After, Blue Thunder, and A Christmas Story, which were all seminal 80s films, all came out this year. Quintessentially 80s bands like Bon Jovi, Cinderella, Stryper, Trickster, Autograph, The Fat Boys, LA Guns, and Poison were all formed this year, as well as a bunch of bands that are still going strong today, like Megadeth, Phish, Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Existing bands released albums like Def Leppard's Pyromania, Quiet Riot's Mental Health, ZZ Top's Eliminator, Hanoi Rock's Back to Mystery City, Metallica's Kill 'Em All, Rat's self-titled album, Dawkins' Breaking the Chains, and Motley Crue's Shout of the Devil. We also got debut albums from 80s and 90s mainstays like Cyndi Lauper, Madonna, R.E.M., and Pantera during this year. And did you guys realize Pantera started kind of as a glam metal band? That was really weird. The U.S. sent its first female astronaut into space, Martin Luther King Jr. Day became a national holiday, GPS became available to the public, David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear on nationwide TV, Star Wars became a reality, Mario Brothers was released in arcades, MASH ended, Kiss appeared without their makeup, Return of the Jedi topped box offices, and Every Breath You Take topped music charts. And that's just scratching the surface. This was one solid year of milestones and events that quantified the 80s, and it was definitely no different for animation. So as I've done with all the other videos in this series, I want to do a rundown for you all of where and how you can watch these shows as of May 2023. We'll start with the bad news and go through the shows that have never really gotten a release. Rubik the Amazing Cube, Thunderbirds 2086, Brain Games, and all of Saturday Supercade other than Qbert have never had anything other than maybe a couple of episodes released on VHS way back in the day. A few shows are available to stream, including Inspector Gadget and the Littles on Pluto TV, and the new Scooby and Scrappy-Doo show on Boomerang with a subscription. But the best news from this year is that everything else, or at least parts of everything else, are available on in-print DVDs. The Biscuits, The Dukes, Monchichis, Qbert, The Charlie Brown and Snoopy Show, Dungeons & Dragons, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, Mr. T, G.I. Joe: A Real American Hero, and Alvin and the Chipmunks can all be picked up either piecemeal or complete. You'll find Amazon links to all of them in the description if you want to grab any for yourself. But that's it for 1983. Definitely a step up from what we got in 82, and potentially a tough act to follow. I'm curious what you guys think about my assertion that this is where the true 80s started, though. Let me know how you feel about that in the comments. Exciting as this year was, are we going to have any that top it as we continue forward? Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you all in 1984. Stay tuned and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and welcome to the fifth part of my ongoing series, The Animated 80s. It's a good video day, as I don't have any corrections or apologies to make, no bad news or format changes, nothing but cartoons. That being said, I'd like to encourage you all again to check my Instagram for more animation goodness. This week I'm covering 1987's Spiral Zone over there as my tune of the week. And as usual, if you love all things animated in 80s, then like and subscribe. It helps the channel grow, which can only lead to more animated goodness for all. Now, without further ado, on to 1984.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
As usual, we'll start this video with a recap of how last year went. I think a great way to sum it up in the most 80s way possible is to say that 1983 was radical, both in terms of animation and just in terms of it being radically different from the years before.
It's a homonym.
I made the statement that 83 was the true start of the 80s, and it didn't seem to be too controversial for any of you, so I guess that I'll take that as agreement. 1983 saw the end, for the most part, of the vaudevillian-style variety shows and the marquee multi-bill shows, and focused almost exclusively on standalone shows. It's also the year that saw the first hints of the 80s action formula, with team-based, large-cast action series packed with new iconography and earworm lines of dialogue.
Yo, Joe!
By the power of Grayskull!
It was a banner year for animation in the 80s, and I think I can speak for us all when I say that there's little to nothing to complain about there. It'll be fun going forward to use 1983 as a benchmark and see how other years stack up. Make your predictions now in the comments below. Well, because I feel like I've found a good structure for this series, I'll stick to it by taking a look at the survivors from previous years. 1984 still saw some hangers-on from 1980, with Hanna-Barbera's World of Super Adventure, the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner show, and Fat Albert all still on the air. We also got the return of a show from 79 to 81, with the long-awaited third season of Star Blazers, though it unfortunately only aired in a few select markets, mostly in Northern California. The only holdouts from 1981 were the Daffy Speedy show in its Sylvester Tweety Daffy Speedy format, and the Smurfs, which, spoiler, will be with us for the rest of the decade. 1982's only survivor was already a zombie, with it being the Flintstone Funnies, which played reruns of older shows. And lastly, the 1983 lineup we talked about last video, well, all but 4 of them continued into this year. So which 4 fell by the wayside? To be honest, nothing that anyone would probably miss too much. From the 1983 lineup, we lost the Biscuits, but we still had the Smurfs. We lost the Dukes, but we still had the live-action version. We lost the new Scooby and Scrappy-Doo show, but as you'll see shortly, immediately replaced it. And lastly, lost Rubik the Amazing Cube. So essentially, we lost nothing we didn't already have a substitute for, other than Rubik, which kept our attention about as long as the actual toy did. All in all, it wasn't a bad year for casualties. So what did we get to go along with all of these continuing series? A whole hell of a lot, that's what. There were 21 new series premiering this year, and the lineup was pretty stacked. I'm not going to read out all the titles here, as we'll cover most of them in the upcoming sections, but rest assured that there were some real gems in this batch, and they almost universally continued to build on the progress started in 1983. We're going to drill down and see exactly what we were dealing with this year, and I want to start with some talk about the media cross-pollination that started ramping up in 1984. Let's take a look at music and video games. In a pretty unique and interesting way that it never had before, music started to work its way into Saturday mornings this year. I mean, music had always had a place in cartoons, but normally it was music that existed internally to whatever series it came from. After all, Josie and the Pussycats played their own music, not top 40 hits. But with the continued and growing success of MTV since its launch in 1981, music had become an integral part of 80s culture in a way it never had before. It was easier than ever to not only hear our favorite artists, but constantly see them and follow their antics. So guess what? Cartoons started bringing that same access to kids in the form of Kid Video and Wolf Rock TV. Both series combined animation with real-world music videos integrated directly to their storylines. The 80s was in a lot of ways all about counterculture, and these shows were kind of like a chance to dip our toes into it. And then we've got video games. Although Atari almost killed the whole industry in America with the video game crash of 1983, that didn't stop us from not only getting 2 new series based on them, but getting one that took the most basic concept in all of gaming with Cargo Fast and expanding that into a pretty awesome action series that I'd personally forgotten about until a couple months ago when I started working on this series. This year brought us Dragon's Lair, based on the game of the same name and simply expanding the adventures of Dirk the Daring that were set up there, but without the cheap deaths and quarter lust of the arcade machines. But we also got Pole Position, which took a simple racing game and turned it into a spy story with transforming cars and complicated artificial intelligence and a mystery plot throughout. It did a lot with a super basic concept, and it did it really well. I've mentioned, well, let's be honest, quite a bit, the series up to this point in the decade that we got from Japan. Well, we got some of those this year too that we'll chat about shortly. But for the first time in the 80s, we also turned our attention to the Atlantic and brought over a couple of series from Europe. Okay, well, not the first time. I guess that would have been the Smurfs. Appropriate, since another of the series I was about to mention here was originally Belgian too. Lucky Luke was based off a Belgian comic book series, co-produced by Hanna-Barbera and a French company, Gaumont, for simultaneous release in the US and France, and set exclusively in the American Wild West frontier. Ironic, right? It wasn't the first cowboy show we had in the 80s, as that honor goes to the Lone Ranger, and it wouldn't be the last, as you'll see in future videos. But considering its origins, it was one of the most interesting. But what I really meant, and probably should have said when I made my comment about the first cartoon we got from Europe, is that we got our first cartoon from the UK, and it was awesome. I'd never seen a single episode of Lucky Luke, but I've watched quite a few of the British super spy Danger Mouse. It originally aired in the UK in 1981 and ran there for 11 seasons. But it came to us here in 1984 and lasted for quite a long time on RTVs as well, across various channels. It's a great show, and I highly recommend it. Another thing that happened this year, and was kind of a first for animation, was the drawing of gender lines in the animated sand. Toy aisles had always had G.I. Joe on this side and Barbie on that one configurations that continue to this day. But before 1984, I don't think there were any cartoons that I could point to and empirically say, girls only. That all changed this year with the premiere of Rainbow Bright. Now, I personally don't think that creative properties need to be so clearly delineated, and as the father of girls myself, you can probably imagine how shattered those boy-toy battle lines were in my home. But for better or worse, this trend was pervasive in the 80s, and it started here. Sure, there was and would continue to be plenty of middle ground like Heathcliff, but there was also a healthy dose of boys watch this, girls watch that throughout the rest of the decade. It's kind of a black spot in the year and the decade in general, but it was important and I thought it deserved a mention here. But now back to our regularly scheduled fan personing about 80s cartoons and 80s anime specifically. This year saw some of the best things we stole from Japan come to our airwaves in the form of Voltron, Challenge of the GoBots, and the Transformers, as well as the aforementioned third season of Star Blazers. Voltron, like Force 5 before it, was an amalgamation of a couple different Japanese cartoons. However, instead of showing them in an anthology-type format like Force 5 did, Voltron was made by smashing them together like action figures in a sandbox. Well, maybe not as egregiously as they may have merged some other shows in the 80s, but it was a smashing together of various series nonetheless, with Beast King Go Lion serving as the foundation for Lion Force Voltron, and Armored Fleet Die Ruger 15 being the building blocks of the Vehicle Force, which we'll revisit next year. GoBots, on the other hand, didn't take a series wholesale from Japan, but rather just took some of the Japanese character designs from the Machine Robo toy line and repurposed them. In this instance, we Americans actually beat Japan to the punch with the animated series, and Machine Robo wouldn't get a series on that side of the ocean until 1986. And if you're interested, it's actually quite a bit better than the one we got. I promise, I don't hate the GoBots, I just see them for what they are, which here in America is a weak imitation of the Transformers in every conceivable way. But speaking of the Transformers, we also got them this year, and they were another one based on a Japanese toy line, specifically a spin-off of the 70s Microman called Diaclone. In the toy line, they were more like mechs than autonomous robots, but the American production team took the concept and ran wild with it. That's why those original G1 Transformer toys had driver's seats, so there was some place to put the Diaclone figures that they no longer came with. But just like with GoBots, Japan liked what America was doing here and adopted the series wholeheartedly themselves, even continuing the story after it went off the air here in the US. Not that, as I'm sure you're all well aware, it stayed gone very long. Lastly, though, not only did we get these series based on Japanese toy lines and series, but we also got one that was wholly American and just based on Japanese concepts. Kind of. The Mighty Orbots was a combining robot story focusing on 5 autonomous robots and their nerdy inventor who, in times of emergency, would combine to form Mighty Orbots. I say it was kind of wholly American, but it was created in collaboration with a Japanese production company called TMS Entertainment, and it was also directed by a Japanese anime director named Osamu Dezaki. Oh, and it was also the target of a lawsuit by Tonka for being too similar to and causing confusion with GoBots, so I guess it was hardly American at all. Well, damn. Here I was hoping we'd made something robot-oriented without having to lean on Japan, but I guess that'll have to wait until later in the decade. So we've already covered a bunch of shows, and most of them were awesome. But what else could 1984 possibly offer? Quite a bit, honestly. Like I mentioned in the Remember the Fallen section, we lost one Scooby-Doo series this year, but it was replaced with 2 others, the new Scooby-Doo Mysteries and Scary Scooby Funnies. The latter was a repackaging of stories that ran in the Richie Rich Scooby-Doo show from 1980 to 81, but the other was all new stories, and it brought Daphne back into the series. I know that I said that in the video for last year, and full disclosure, this isn't really a new show. It's actually just a renaming of last year's The New Scooby and Scrappy-Doo Show. I was hoping by pretending that removing Scrappy from the title would speed up his removal from the series as well, but no luck, I guess. It was a good sign of things to come, though. G.I. Joe came back for a second round with another miniseries called The Revenge of Cobra, again airing for just a single week this year from September 10th to the 14th. Side note, if you haven't watched my cartoonical analysis on the Mass device, then you should. I think it's pretty good, if I do say so myself. We also got several other new series, including the return of Heathcliff, this time supported by a group of characters called the Cadillac Cats, which actually directly integrated with the main series. We got a new version of a classic character in the form of Pink Panther and Sons, and on a non-animated note, if you haven't seen any of Peter Sellers' live-action Pink Panther movies, they're pretty hilarious and great. We got more Looney Tunes in the form of the Bugs Bunny Looney Tunes Comedy Hour. We got a new Super Friends in the form of Super Friends The Legendary Superpowers Show, which finally brought in some of my favorite DC characters with Green Lantern and Firestorm. We got an underwater take on the Smurfs with the Snorks. Nickelodeon threw their hat in the animation ring as they moved from premium to cable this year with the Get Along Gang, a show made to placate the angry moms of the decade, though CBS took the show away following its successful premiere. And we got a cartoon based on what is probably the absolute weirdest concept to come out of the entire decade, Turbo Teen, about a kid who gets merged with his car and then turns back and forth into his car, depending on how hot or cold he gets. But most importantly of these leftovers, at least for me, we got Muppet Babies. I watched the hell out of this show as a kid, especially as I loved the live-action Muppets. It was such a great show and so much different than almost anything else of its time. It crossed several genre lines, incorporated tons of pop culture, and was just generally amazing. I know I'm an action animation channel at heart, and those series do hold a special place for me, but so does Muppet Babies. If you haven't seen it, the original 80s version that is, I have no idea what that remake's about. Do yourself a favor and track it down. You won't be disappointed. And that's it for all of the new content that came to us in 1984. I was leaving kindergarten and entering first grade this year, so I was right at the start of my real 80s animation journey. And what a journey it was. Fortunately, a lot of the series from this year can still be watched, too. There are a couple that are hard to come by, including Wolf Rock TV, which is essentially completely lost, Turbo Teen, and Pink Panther and Sons, most of which can probably be found here on YouTube, the Bugs Bunny Looney Tunes Comedy Hour, which, honestly, it consisted of Looney Tunes skits, so you can find those any number of places, and most unfortunately of all, Muppet Babies. The pop culture references that I mentioned this show had included several movie clips throughout, which makes reproducing it a nightmare legal minefield. Kid Video kind of falls into that same category as it contained a lot of actual live-action music videos throughout the series. You'll have to dig for those nuggets of gold. Plenty of the others can be watched on streaming or DVD though, including the new Scooby-Doo Mysteries, which you can watch with a Boomerang sub, and Pole Position, which is available for purchase on Vudu. Dragon Slayer, Mighty Orbots, The Get Along Gang, Challenge of the GoBots, Heathcliff, G.I. Joe, Lucky Luke, Rainbow Bright, Super Friends, The Legendary Superpowers Show, Voltron, The Transformers, Snorks, and Danger Mouse can all be picked up on DVD as of May 2023 at Well, let's just call it a wide range of price points. You can find Amazon links for them in the description if you want to pick up your own copies. And that's it for 1984. Talk about giving 83 a run for its money. Not only was everything great about that year still present here, but it was added to with classics like the Transformers and Voltron, both of which are best of the 80s contenders. Years like this are going to make my promised ranking at the end of this series quite the endeavor. But how do you feel about this year and the series that have brought us? Let me know your thoughts on the year, the shows, and anything else you want to talk about in the comments below. This series remains a ton of fun for me to make, and I hope you're all feeling the same way watching it. Don't forget to look at my channel homepage to find the playlists of all this year's intros. Like, subscribe, and check me out on Instagram if you've been enjoying the content. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in 1985. Stay tuned and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction. Welcome to the 6th episode of the US version of my ongoing animation retrospective, The Animated 80s. One quick correction for last year before we start, as it was pointed out to me that the Bugs Bunny Looney Tunes Comedy Hour premiered in the upcoming 1985 rather than 84, as I stated last video. Other than that though, we're still good and on track here, so I'm pretty happy about that. One other thing before we get started though, Thunderbirds 2086 is my tune of the week over on Instagram, so make sure to check that out over there. And as usual, if you love all things 80s and animated, make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now on with the decade.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
We'll begin as always with a quick recap of 1984, which took everything awesome about 83, continued most of the best series, built on its progress, and added several more pieces of greatness to it. I'll give a special mention to the heavy hitters of that year as it birthed a couple of definite classics with Transformers, Voltron, and Muppet Babies. It saw us looking to other sources besides Japan for outside influence with the introduction of the UK's Danger Mouse series, and it saw the first hints of the boy-girl divide that would become more prominent over the rest of the decade and into the next. So all in all, more good than bad in 84. But how will 1985 stack up? Let's take a look. First, what did we still have hanging on in 1985 from previous years? A decent amount, actually. Fat Albert was still hanging on, making it the last survivor from 1980. 1981 also had just a single holdout with the Smurfs, and nothing from 1982 made it this far. However, several series from the 1983 lineup were still on the air, including Brain Games, which was really making the most out of its 6 episodes, The Charlie Brown and Snoopy Show, Dungeons & Dragons, which would get a final 6-episode season this year, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, The Littles, Mr. T, Inspector Gadget, Donald Duck Presents, Good Morning Mickey, and Alvin and the Chipmunks. G.I. Joe would also be back this year with a full series instead of a 5-episode run like the previous years. And then 1984 carryovers included Challenge of the GoBots, Heathcliff, Kid Video, Lucky Luke, Rainbow Bright, Scary Scooby Funnies, Super Friends and the Legendary Superpowers Show, Voltron, Transformers, Snorks, Muppets, and Danger Mouse. That was quite a few of the series we got in 1984, but not all of them. So what did we lose? Unfortunately, a couple of greats, the most painful of which were Pole Position and the Mighty Orbots, which only got a single season each. In addition to those, though, we also lost Dragon's Lair, the new Scooby-Doo Mysteries, which was less unfortunate as it took Scrappy with it, Pink Panther and Sons, Turbo Teen, Wolf Rock TV, and the Get Along Gang. Star Blazers Season 3 also concluded that storyline and meant the end of the Star Blazers in America, and this year was one that marked an increase in what would come to be a painful scenario throughout the rest of the decade with the rise and fall of single-season shows. We'll be seeing plenty of those over the next 5 videos that died too soon. But we won't dwell on the negative, at least not yet. Instead, let's see what this new year introduced to us. Well, in this video we officially entered the second half of the decade, and it kicks off with a bang, bringing us 28 new series. This year we'd get a little bit of everything with new versions of classic characters, adaptations of some big properties, the emergence of an essential piece of most 80s childhoods, more shows from other countries, and a deepening divide between the girls and boys. I want to start with a snowball that was thrown this year that became an avalanche over the next 30. Yes, the 80s was a long time ago. Thanks for making us all feel old. But the first series I'm going to talk about were also from a galaxy far, far away. 1985 saw our first two animated spin-offs of what would grow to become one of the most popular and influential pillars in all of pop culture, Star Wars. Well, first two animated spin-offs in a series form at least. We got the animated segment marking Boba Fett's first appearance in 1978 during the Christmas special, but we'll overlook that one. You know, like most Star Wars fans do. But this year we got both Star Wars Droids and the Ewoks animated series, demonstrating that kids really will watch anything that has Star Wars attached to it. Droids took two of the arguably most boring characters, well, one of the most boring characters, R2 was cool, and made them the central focus of their own series. George Lucas's first venture into the plush toy market also got their own series, likely piggybacking on the success of the made-for-TV Ewok movies from this and the previous year. This series took a more Smurfs-like approach, though, with the Ewoks living their daily lives and confronting an evil witch and a group of rivals. Both shows had their moments of fun, but they're most notable for demonstrating how easily the Star Wars universe could be viably expanded. Another series that I wanted to highlight from this year marked the expansion of another multimedia juggernaut, but one that was significantly different than Star Wars. Wrestling. I'll admit that I don't really follow wrestling or consider myself a fan today, but in the 80s it was a different story. I know that modern wrestling has a ton of superstars and legions of fans, but even so, I just don't think it can compare to the phenomena that was Hulkamania. And it was this phenomenon that gave birth to Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. This show gave us animated versions of all our favorite wrestlers, divided into Hulk's good guys and Roddy Piper's bad guys, traveling around to events and getting up to various hijinks. It was really a pretty great show, and almost every kid I knew at the time loved wrestling, and even those big chunks of non-posable plastic we got as action figures. I even went to a live WWF, as it was still called back then, event in the late 80s with my oldest brother. It was a unique era for the sport, and a lot different than how it presents itself today. So we got a new batch of Japanese cartoons this year, and in my personal opinion, the best of the decade. Not only did we get Transor Z, which was an adaptation of one of Japan's preeminent giant robot series in Mazinger Z, but we also got Captain Harlock and the Queen of a Thousand Years, which took the merging of shows formula to a new level by not simply attaching two shows to each other, but interweaving them into a single storyline. The series took the Japanese cartoons Captain Harlock and Queen Millennia, which shared a creator and art style, and sliced them into a single 65-episode series. We also got another series from the UK in the form of the banana-themed superhero Banana Man, and our first Canadian production in the form of The Raccoons, which followed some anthropomorphic raccoons on their misadventures. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, we got another little show from Japan called Robotech, which I guess is technically 3 little shows: Super Dimension Fortress Macross, Super Dimension Cavalry Southern Cross, and Genesis Climber Mospeda. The 3 series were consolidated into a single story that spanned 3 generations of characters, told across 85 episodes in its 3 separate story arcs. This cartoon was probably hands down my personal favorite of the decade, even though I prefer some other properties more. It was filled with everything any good adult series needed, including action, drama, romance, intrigue, and war, and included violence and death on levels we'd never seen before in US animation. Combine that with the coolest technology designs of the decade, and what you end up with was pure solid animation gold. There'd be other animes brought to America over the rest of the decade, but none of them would achieve the majesty of Robotech. So one thing I've briefly touched on throughout this series, but haven't gone into any real detail about, is the angry parent uproar that was happening throughout the 80s. This was the decade that gave birth to MTV and Satanic Panic and Tipper Gore and and a lot of moms jumped straight onto that bandwagon. All of that magic and violence and magical violence that we got in the 80s was a huge source of concern for overly protective parents. Even in my house, my mom wouldn't let me watch He-Man.
Because
He-Man
are the devil.
She also wouldn't let me watch the Adam West Batman because it was too violent, but I could watch war movies and westerns with her and Dad all day. Not sure where the delineation was there, but I digress. Back to the protesting moms. This year saw a good amount of placating, sanitized entertainment too. CBS Story Break, the Berenstain Bears, the Wuzzles, and Care Bears, which I actually remember seeing in the theater, all came out this year. Each was more focused on enemies who fit more of a bully role than a villain role, and told stories where the heroes won through acts of kindness or by being patient and caring. They focused on telling stories with moral or ethical messages, unlike all the other 80s series, which focused on telling more moral or ethical stories, but with a darker coat of paint, I guess. As I mentioned before, we saw some classic characters come back to airways this year too. New versions of Yogi Bear, the Jetsons, Scooby-Doo, the DC Superheroes, and the Muppets all premiered this year. The Jetsons made their triumphant return to TV after more than 20 years and told all new stories with minimal changes to the recipe of the original series from 1962. Scooby-Doo again got 2 new shows this year, with one, Scooby's Mystery Funhouse, being another rerun compilation, and the other being new stories hosted by none other than horror legend himself, Vincent Price, in The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. The DC Universe continued its series run with Super Friends, the legendary Superpowers show ending in August of this year and being replaced in September with the Superpowers team, Galactic Guardians, which told more dramatic stories than those found in older iterations of the Super Friends. Quick note about this series for Star Trek fans, Deep Space Nine's Odo, Rene Auberjonois, was the voice of Darkseid's right-hand man, Desaad. The Muppets already had a successful cartoon on the air with Muppet Babies, but added a second with the premiere of Little Muppet Monsters. And lastly, Yogi Bear was back and ran as part of the Fantastic World of Hanna-Barbera, which was a 90-minute programming block that included a couple of other shows we'll talk about later. I know I said these mostly went away, and they did in that double bill or multi-bill format. What we started seeing instead this year were programming blocks, and eventually we'd see those evolve into blocks that were network-based rather than production-based. It's kind of a progression throughout the 80s and 90s. I'll also use this section to mention an adaptation of a live-action show from the time with It's Punky Brewster, which was an animated version of the sitcom voiced by the original actors where the title character meets and has wacky adventures with a magical woodchuck or something. It's a weird take on the material. And speaking of programming blocks, I guess this is as good a place as any to talk about them. This year, we got the aforementioned Fantastic World of Hanna-Barbera, as well as another block that was called a block, but really featured bite-sized show segments as a 30-minute show. The Fantastic World not only contained Yogi's Treasure Hunt, but also a new Smurfs-type series called Paw Paws, and an action-adventure sword and sorcery show called Galtar and the Golden Lance. There's not a lot to say about Paw Paws, since they were pretty formulaic in that Hanna-Barbera sense. It's almost exactly Smurfs or Snorks, but with magic bears. Galtar is one that I personally didn't remember, so I recently bought and started watching it, and it's cool enough. It's medieval defend the kingdom from evil wizard fare through and through, and uses the magic weapon trope, but it's a pretty cool weapon that could take various forms and had a worthiness clause like Thor's hammer, so that was neat. The second block-type program I mentioned was called Super Sunday, or potentially Super Saturday, depending on the market. During its 1985 airings, it included the shows Robotics, Bigfoot and the Muscle Machines, and Gem, before the latter became its own standalone series. Robotics was based on a system of building toys that looked kind of like the love child of erector sets and Legos. They were unique amongst their building toy contemporaries, though, as each set contained powered motors and a control console to give the sets various action and play features. The series, on the other hand, told the story of a race of aliens who survived the destruction of their planet by uploading their minds into giant robots, but the conflict between the two warring sides of the planet continued on a new planet, where the robots found humanoid pilots to combine their powers with. Bigfoot and the Muscle Machines was an attempt to capitalize on the fact that monster trucks were almost as popular as wrestling during this period, and Gem was about a music group. Gem gets a full series in 1986, so we'll talk about it more there. The last thing I want to mention about programming blocks isn't regarding one that came from 1985, but rather one that would build on the foundation of a series that came in 1985. I mentioned the Wuzzles a little earlier, but Disney had a second, far more significant release this year. A release that bounced here and there and everywhere. The Adventures of the Gummy Bears was another Smurf-type show that followed the adventures of a group of anthropomorphic bears in a medieval fantasy world, fighting monsters and protecting the innocent with the use of their magical gummy berry juice. However, it's not the series itself or the concept that I find most important here. Rather, it's the fact that this series would become the first show in the eventual Disney afternoon programming block, which would be my personal after-school go-to for years. I can only imagine it was the same for most of my similarly aged contemporaries, as over its tenure the block contained so many great shows it could be its own video. And maybe it will be. We'll see. We'll finish this video in the place my personal bias always ends up taking us, though. Action. What a great year this would be for it, too. Not only did G.I. Joe become a full series this year, but we saw a couple of other classics emerge, too, with 5 stellar cartoons hitting our TVs. 1985 gave us massive franchises like Thundercats and Mask, an expansion to an existing franchise with She-Ra, Princess of Power, a series that barely lined up with its toy line in Jason the Wheeled Warriors, and the tragically short-lived experiment that was Sectaurs. These were all some hefty doses of awesomeness, and so iconic that I don't even know what to say about most of them. If you're watching this channel though, chances are I don't need to say anything at all. Thundercats was a great series with amazing characters and animation that remains a part of pop culture to this day, even getting a reboot within the last decade. Mask gave us some great characters, some great technology, and some unparalleled toys. The Transformers may have done the robots in disguise thing, but normal vehicles that became combat vehicles and were driven by secret agents with superpowered masks were something else entirely. This is a series that should have lasted longer and should come back today. I know it's part of the Hasbro shared universe, but I mean as an independent, standalone show. She-Ra took everything great about He-Man, mostly, and made it a more accessible show for girls. They may have toned down some of the fighting, and the supporting cast may not have been as visually distinct as the Masters were, but it was still a pretty great show. Jason the Wheeled Warriors gave us another take on the transforming vehicles concept, but did it with fully interchangeable parts. The series was a great space opera adventure though, with the characters never actually appearing in plastic. And finally, Sectaurs was a miniseries of 5 episodes made in parallel to a toy line and comic book centered on a race of humanoid people who take on insect-like characteristics after a planetary evolution from a genetic experiment run wild. These people came from one of 2 warring states, the Shining Realm and the Dark Domain, and combat each other atop giant insects with whom they form symbiotic relationships. Each of these is a classic piece of 1980s animated action. Alright, so here's your guide on where to officially watch these shows as of June 2023. Unfortunately, there's a pretty full list of shows that have no official release from this year, including Captain Harlock and the Queen of a Thousand Years, Transor Z, Little Muppet Monsters, Sectaurs, The Wuzzles, Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, It's Punky Brewster, Bigfoot and the Muscle Machines, CBS Story Break, Banana Man, and The Raccoons. Robotics was previously released in a collected movie edition, but it's out of print. There are usually a couple of used Region 2 copies available on the secondary market, though. In slightly better news, the original Captain Harlock and Mazinger Z series are both available on Amazon if you're good watching the subbed versions, and the original Queen Millennia can be picked up at a reasonable price used. A couple of the others on this list can probably be found here on YouTube. Hint, hint. A few series are easily available for streaming, including Star Wars Droids and Ewoks, both on Disney+. The Superpowers team Galactic Guardians can be purchased on Prime Video, and Yogi's Treasure Hunt and Scooby-Doo's Mystery Funhouse can be watched with a Boomerang sub. Everything else, including the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, Care Bears, Jason the Wheeled Warriors, all 3 arcs of Robotech, The Jetsons, Mask, Gem, The Berenstain Bears, She-Ra, Princess of Power, Adventures of the Gummy Bears, The Paw Paws, Galtar and the Golden Lance, and the Thundercats are all currently available on DVD. Links are in the description below if you want to pick up any for yourself. I'm sad to say that we can't count on any of these staying available, as I've picked up a number of series over the past decade that I've found doing these videos are now all out of print and going for upwards of $100. I have some pretty severe FOMO, so I don't let them pass me up when I find them anymore.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Also, one last note, the US version of Mask only contains the first 65 episodes, so it's missing the 10-episode second season of Mask Racers. If you have a region-free disc player, I've also linked a PAL set that costs way less and includes all 75 episodes. Just wanted to give you all a heads up. And that's it. Everything that premiered for us here in the US in 1985. I know these videos keep getting a bit longer all the time, but hey, we keep getting more cartoons. Plus, if I'm allowed to be a little prideful, I think I'm getting better at making them. I hope you all feel the same and that you're continuing to enjoy the series. I've put together the usual playlist of all of this year's intros, and you can find that to binge on my channel homepage. Let me know your thoughts on the video, the year, the current state of world socio-political affairs, whatever you want to chat about in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe and watch for another video soon. Thanks everyone for watching. Stay tuned and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction. Welcome to another video in my animated 80s series. I hope everyone has had the chance to look at the Japan and UK editions I've done recently, as it's been a pretty interesting comparison seeing what was watched in other countries. I'm thinking that it would be cool to check out additional countries around the world with smaller lists of releases by doing the whole decade in single videos for them. Let me know if that sounds appealing and we'll see where it goes. I'm still trying to keep up my 2-video-a-week pace, but I'm an army of one here and do everything on my own, so occasionally time may get away from me with my other commitments. I'll keep trying my best to get the content out regularly though, rest assured. Before we get started, just a quick reminder to check my Instagram, where my tune of the week is Starcom, the US Space Force. And as usual, don't forget to like and subscribe, and tell any of the other cartoon fans you know to check these videos out too. And lastly, if any of you out there are readers, I just thought I'd mention that I have a book out. The Kindle edition is available on Amazon for just a few bucks, so if you like contemporary sci-fi and fantasy with an 80s adventure feel, check it out and support the channel. Now on with the video.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
So last year I talked about how animation expanded into new territory by proving several different media could be viable as cartoons, like Star Wars and wrestling. I also mentioned the US's expanding reach, bringing in new cartoons from even more countries, and the hints we saw about the way the future would look with programming blocks starting to make an appearance. And lastly, I mentioned the efforts to combat the concerns being voiced by parent groups against children's media. There really was a lot going on with cartoons in the 80s, and it doesn't slow down anytime soon. Will 1986 support that assertion? Let's take a look. As usual, we'll start by seeing what managed to hang on from previous years. 1980 finally dropped its last holdout and had no more representation from 85 forward. The Smurfs was still here from 1981, but as I said last video, there was nothing left from 82 either. From the 83 lineup, we still had G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero, Inspector Gadget, and Alvin and the Chipmunks on cable, with Disney Channel still showing Donald Duck Presents and Good Morning Mickey, which would both run for the rest of the decade. The Transformers, Snorks, Muppet Babies, and Danger Mouse were still around from 1984. And from last year, we still had Ewoks, Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, It's Punky Brewster, Mask, Scooby's Mystery Funhouse, Super Sunday/Saturday, The Berenstain Bears, She-Ra, Princess of Power, Adventures of the Gummy Bears, CBS Story Break, The Fantastic World of Hanna-Barbera, Thundercats, and the Raccoons. Not bad at all, but let's see what that means we lost. From this point on, I'll be expanding this section to look at not just the previous year, but what we lost overall, with a particular focus on action shows. I especially wanted to do this starting with this year because of how painful it was. Dungeons & Dragons, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, and Mr. T all ended their runs in 1985, as well as Voltron and Challenge of the GoBots, so those were some significant losses that 1986 brought us. From the 1985 lineup, though, we also lost Banana Man, The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, Captain Harlock and the Queen of a Thousand Years, Care Bears, Tranzor Z, Jason the Wheeled Warriors, Little Muppet Monsters, Robotech, Sectars, Star Wars Droids, The Wuzzles, The Jetsons, and the Superpowers team Galactic Guardians, which was actually a loss of the entire Super Friends series, as this was the last show we'd get from it. I mentioned last video that from this point on we'd start to see more of the one-and-done cartoons that ended after a single season, and we see that here with some excellent shows like Robotech, Jace, and Sectars. Unfortunately, it only gets worse from here, but we'll cross that bridge later. For now, let's see what new adventures 1986 had in store. The answer, in short, was a lot. We had 27 new shows pop up on airwaves this year, and a lot of them are staples of this channel. We had a ton of action, the rebirth of several classics, the first steps toward a new genre, some limits being pushed, and some controversy. There were a couple of important firsts in productions and choice of properties, and a couple of home runs on cable networks. It was a pretty packed year, so instead of listing everything here, let's just go straight to the deep dive. So like in years past, there were some returns of classic cartoon characters this year, but some came with a twist. The Bugs Bunny and Tweety show made sure that classic Looney Tunes maintained a presence on air. The Flintstones had a pretty literal rebirth where they drank deep from the Muppet well. Flintstone Kids reimagined the adult characters from the original series as much younger preteens and followed their mischievous adventures around Bedrock. Johnny Quest also made a return this year with the New Adventures of Johnny Quest. And the show had such a timeless formula, though, that there really weren't any changes or updates necessary. Another character to find new life this year was Dennis the Menace, who started out as a comic strip character in 1951 and then the star of his own sitcom in 1959. This series centered on him and his dog Ruff, causing no end of trouble for neighbor Mr. Wilson in a modern suburbia. Several classic pulp and comic strip characters from the 30s got picked up and rolled into a single series as the Defenders of the Earth. This show took classic characters Flash Gordon, the Phantom, Mandrake the Magician, and Mandrake's best friend and companion Lothar and updated them into a modern sci-fi setting. It was an awesome show combining high-concept science fiction with magic and superpowers to create a pretty unique setting. And speaking of fairly old characters and putting them in a sci-fi setting, we also got a new anthology series this year that brought us our first French cartoon based on a character from sometime around the 8th century BC. Ulysses 31 took the story of Ulysses from Homer's Odyssey, the Greek epic poem, not the episode of The Simpsons, and put it wholesale into a sci-fi setting, with Zeus taking the memory of how to return to Earth from Ulysses and his family and forcing them to wander space. It was an interesting take on Greek mythology, but I learned the hard way that it wasn't really accurate enough to base a book report on. We've talked in the past about my feelings on the whole 30-minute toy commercial label, but there were some releases this year that made the argument a difficult one for our side. Potato Head Kids, Pound Puppies, Popples, and Laser Tag Academy were all series from 1986 that came out in support of toy lines that had absolutely no story component whatsoever. I know this isn't the first time we've seen this, I'm looking at you, Rubik, but it's the first time we've seen it in this large a volume. I mean, seriously, we had a Create-A-Face toy, 2 different plushes, and a light gun combat game, and each one was made into a show with storylines and characters and everything. Popples told the story of a group of neon-colored creatures who could roll themselves into balls. That was the niche of the toys as well, and though the toys also had names that were used in the cartoon, that's where the backstory stopped. It ran as part of Kiddio TV with Ulysses 31, along with reruns of the Get Along Gang and a new season of Rainbow Bright. Pound Puppies was a series of plush dogs that came in cardboard dog houses when they were released. The toys were pretty much just known by breed, but the cartoon fleshed them out with names and a full storyline. This series even got a 2010 reboot. And then you had Laser Tag Academy, which was based on a toy line consisting of a laser, a sensor, and some accessories. The line didn't even have characters, but it turned into an animated series involving time travel and a villain trying to destroy the main character's ancestors. Weirdest part was, though, that the show was actually pretty good, and at least it wasn't live action like its competitor series, Photon. Well, so far in the 80s, we've taken shows from Japan, the UK, Canada, Belgium, and as stated earlier, from France this year. But we didn't just look to other countries for new shows in the 80s. We also looked within, at other media. Mr. T and Hulk Hogan had shown the viability of real-life celebrities getting an animated adaptation, so this year, studios tried the same thing with Chuck Norris, releasing the animated miniseries and toy line for Chuck Norris Karate Commandos. This show cast Chuck in the role of a secret agent, complete with a support team and a sidekick, protecting the world from the likes of Super Ninja. It was very goofy, but also very fun, with live-action segments of Chuck introducing every episode, similar to the earlier Mr. T formula. We also got a big-name Hollywood director trying their hand at animation this year, with the Japanese import Galaxy High School by seminal 80s filmmaker Chris Columbus. Columbus was best known for movies like Gremlins and The Goonies, among many, many, many others. The show was produced through TMS Entertainment, a Japanese anime producer mostly known for shows like Urusei Yatsura, and this was their attempt to bring that formula to the US market, as the original story was about an alien attending school on Earth, whereas this one is about humans attending school in space. Star Wars proved the previous year that spin-offs of a franchise could prove wildly successful, and it wasn't even the first movie to do so, as the Planet of the Apes franchise had released an animated series in the 70s. However, this was the year that TV execs started really testing the waters to see how far they could take that idea. They did so this year with the release of Teen Wolf, the animated series. This show took the foundation of what was established in the Teen Wolf movie from the previous year starring Michael J. Fox and expanded the hijinks and adventures. But Teen Wolf was rated PG and didn't really get edgy and dark until the CW-ified version from 2011. Side note, it looks like there's a darker Teen Wolf remake coming sometime this year. Someone should really tell Hollywood that our childhood is dead and they should leave its corpse alone. Anyway, that's not the really significant movie adaptation I wanted to mention from this year. The one I found really important was Rambo, The Force of Freedom, which adapted an R-rated movie about a Vietnam Special Forces vet with PTSD waging a bloody and violent war against a small town in the American Northwest. Sure, and I'd be willing to guess a lot of you, saw 1982's First Blood way earlier than we should have, but I'm not sure that was grounds for turning it into an animated series. Some production company, specifically in this case Ruby Spears, did though, and the show was really pretty great. That set an interesting precedent that we'll be revisiting through the rest of the decade.
Kid tested, mother approved.
There was one other movie that got an animated adaptation this year, but if you say its name, it's not the show you'll be referring to. Ghostbusters was a smash hit in 1984 and appealed to audiences of all ages, ghost oral and chain smoking notwithstanding, and made a great concept for an animated series. Unfortunately, Filmation thought so too, and they already had a Ghostbusters TV show from 1975 that they were happy to bring back. Needless to say, this name conflict became a serious issue between them and Deke, with Columbia Pictures and Deke worried that the name recognition would mean viewers navigated to Filmation's show. That wasn't a bad thing, mind you. The Filmation Ghostbuster series was actually a ton of fun, with one of the Ghostbusters being a gorilla, a sentient transforming ghost car, and plenty of other neat concepts. But it wasn't the Ghostbusters that 1986 audiences recognized. Those Ghostbusters were what Columbia and Deke considered to be the real Ghostbusters, and that's the show we got. It was a continuation of the adventures of our 4 favorite ghost hunting heroes from the previous year in animated form. The show introduced a revolving door of new ghosts with motivations beyond a simple boo, new tech and gadgets for our heroes, and a lot more expanded characterization and backstory. Plus, it made Slimer a hero and put both Janine and Rick Moranis' Louis Tully in proton packs at different points in the series. Did the name change hurt the show, though? Considering that the Filmation version lasted for a single 65-episode season, while the real Ghostbusters went on to 140 episodes and a 13-episode Slimer spin-off over 7 years on the air, I'd have to say no. So I'm not sure if you were all aware of this, but Westerns used to be big. Bigger than big. They were the genre in media, at least until the early 60s when sci-fi started to pick up steam. No pun intended. And as I mentioned in one of the earliest videos in this series, the kids who grew up watching those Westerns were the modern-day producers of our favorite animation. That's why we had the Lone Ranger at the beginning of the decade, or lasting characters like Yosemite Sam and Quick Draw McGraw. 80s kids, though, had different sensibilities, and a guy on a horse with a revolver wasn't going to cut it for us. A guy on a robot horse with a laser revolver, though, well, that's a whole different story. And that's what we got this year with the release of The Adventures of the Galaxy Rangers. This show took the base Wild West premise of territory expansion, put it in space, gave us cowboys with robots and superpowers, and ran wild. Sure, there were some instances of the idea in the past, with the original Star Trek series having a Western episode or two, and maybe some other properties that were given the label of Space Western, but this was the first top-to-bottom Western series set in space, and it was pretty glorious. It took the Western concept, applied a small helping of the anime ongoing story, incorporated all of the best elements of sci-fi with tech, human augmentation, alien species, and awesome space combat, and rolled them into a completely new concept. I can't praise this series enough, as in my opinion it's the foundation that shows like Cowboy Bebop, Trigun, and even Firefly, just to name a few, were built on. I wish these DVDs were still in print, because I urge you all to check out this awesome show. Also, for the record, it never even got a toy line here in the US, managing a 65-episode run based solely on the strength of its own storytelling. We also got a second sci-fi, fantasy, and western mashup this year in the form of Wildfire, which told the story of a princess named Sarah from another dimension and her mystical talking horse Wildfire trying to avoid an evil queen named Diabolin, who took over Sarah's kingdom and killed her mother. Sarah was raised on a ranch in 80s modern-day Montana, and once old enough returned to her kingdom with Wildfire at her side to retake it. It was a pretty interesting series and used a concept we'd actually see a lot of in different movies and series after this point. So if you didn't immediately guess from the title card, the divide I'm talking about here is girls versus boys. I'm sure that as you all watched the video leading up to this point, you made mental notes of series like Popples, Pound Puppies, and Wildfire, which I know that I, as a boy, didn't really watch back then. This year also included shows like My Little Pony and Friends with the show within a show called Moondreamers, the previously mentioned second season of Rainbow Bright, and Kissy Fur, which had the word kiss in the title and ensured there was no chance in hell that 8-year-old me would watch it.
Is this a kissing book?
As far as my third grade self was concerned, all of these shows were the domain of girls only, and may as well have been infomercials for as willing as I was to sit through them. But I knew plenty of 80s girls. Not, like, knew them, but they were in my class. I would never actually talk to girls, ew, gross, that loved them all. I even had some paternal twin cousins, the boy of which had a room full of He-Man and Voltron, and whose sister had a ton of Rainbow Bright ponies. I think it was easier to cross no man's land in World War I than the gender divide in 80s cartoons, and it split even further this year. We also got Foofer this year, which was a lot more gender neutral, but I really didn't know where else to put it, so I'm mentioning it here. That's some A-plus video planning, huh? Oh, and Jem also got her own full series this year. It was honestly a pretty cool show, kind of combining Hannah Montana, ironically before Miley Cyrus was even born, with a Battle of the Bands, Save the Orphanage story. Not only that, but for a show with a small cast, it was impressively ethnically diverse. There's some good fun to be had here, so check it out. The series. The cartoon one, not the live-action movie from 2015. No, definitely not that one. I've mentioned a few times how we got several cartoons from other countries prior to this year. Well, we got a couple of interesting ones this year as well. Not just interesting because they came from Japan and France, but interesting because they exclusively aired on Nickelodeon and kind of set the stage for Nick to become a major player and not just a niche network going forward. These shows came in the form of The Mysterious Cities of Gold, originally aired in Japan as Esteban, Child of the Sun in 1982, and Spartacus and the Sun Beneath the Sea, originally aired in France as Le Monde Engloutis, or The Engulfed Worlds, in 1985. The Mysterious Cities of Gold was a unique story set in the 16th century during the Spanish colonization of Central America and followed the adventures of a Spanish orphan and his two young friends searching for one of the fabled cities of gold. Along the way, they discover several artifacts of the Mu civilization, which is an Atlantis-like lost city that you may have heard of if you watch my Japanese edition, even if I did pronounce it incorrectly there. It was really an interesting show filled with mythology and history and proved to be a pretty big hit for Nickelodeon. The other show here, Spartacus and the Sun Beneath the Sea, was less of a hit but no less interesting. This show also told the story of a lost civilization, Arcadia, but had the twist of being told from the perspective of some of its citizens who didn't know that the rest of the world still existed. Their civilization exists deep underground where it's sustained by an artificial sun, but that sun is dying. The series follows the adventures of a pair of kids who defy the laws of the land to send a messenger to the surface, eventually meeting a pair of kids from Topside who they join forces with to save their world. Again, this series looked really cool, but it seems mostly lost today, unfortunately. And finally, we get to my channel's bread and butter, action. I say finally, but there were plenty of series already mentioned in this video that fit nicely into that category as I define it. The Adventures of the Galaxy Rangers, Defenders of the Earth, both Ghostbusters shows, Ulysses 31, Rambo and the Force of Freedom, Laser Tag Academy, Wildfire, Mysterious Cities of Gold, and Spartacus would all slide comfortably into this category, but the list doesn't stop there. I've got 4 other shows that need to be mentioned here, and each is more awesome than the last. Or the next, or whatever. They're all awesome, is what I'm trying to say. First, we have yet another Japanese import to mention this year with Macron 1. This is another one of the supergiant robot anime to find its way to US airways during this decade, this time adapting the original series Go Shogun, combined with the sprinkling of... Hold on, let me take a breath here. Great Military Operation in Subspace Sprungle, or if you prefer, Mission Outer Space Sprungle. And that was quite a mouthful. Plus, I have absolutely no idea what the hell a sprungle is. Anyway, Macron 1 was a show that pieced these two series together to tell the story of a test pilot who accidentally opened a door to an alternate universe, letting an alien into ours, yada yada. You guys know the trope. The aliens are called Grip, and there are 2 teams from this version of Earth fighting as a resistance, the Go Shogun and the Sprungle teams, conveniently enough. And our test pilot main character ends up working with them as a member of the Macron, or Go Shogun Force, to defend Earth. And speaking of defending Earth, I mean not the defenders of the Earth, as we've already talked about that, but rather defending as a verb, this year saw the release of The Inhumanoids as a part of the Super Sunday or Saturday or whatever day it aired in your geography. This show was about a team of scientists, because some of the biggest badasses in the 80s were the biggest brains, using some awesome suits of power armor to defend the planet against the Inhumanoids, who were like elemental-themed kaiju. It was a cool show with cool monsters, cool mechs, and cool vehicles. And speaking of cool characters and cool mechs, we also got one of the greats of the decade this year with Centurions, or Centurions Power Extreme if you want search parameters that won't have Google returning endless articles on ancient Rome. This was another great series about a team of specialized agents defending the world against Doc Terror and his henchman Hacker. Watching it today, I can see how kind of silly it was, as the Centurions didn't really do anything fighting Doc Terror and his robots that the normal military couldn't have done just as effectively, and it was the standard 80s story of, sure, 3 guys can protect the whole world, but it's weird how absolutely none of that matters. The show's still great, and I still love it. My only real complaint is the character names. Ace McCloud? May as well call him Pilot McFlying Guy. But that brings me to the last series I want to cover this year, which I've heard called a Thundercats spin-off or a Thundercats ripoff, but which I don't really consider to be either of those things. I'm talking about the very cool cartoon Silverhawks. I absolutely love this show and everything about it. The character designs were great, the Mirage was one of the coolest vehicles of the 80s, and the story we got was pretty comprehensive. Similarities to Thundercats consisted of, I guess, there being 5 members initially, having an animal theme, and having a bad guy that changed forms. Otherwise, these shows differentiated enough that I really don't consider them related at all. And yes, I know of their real-world relationship, but I mean the storytelling and the world-building aspects. This was just a well-thought-out and developed show, with the showrunners even considering the potential complaints and making sure the story covered the scientific shortcomings, like breathing in space. If you think it's Thundercats with bird people, I urge you to give it a watch today with a more critical eye. There was definitely enough here to stand on its own.
Mecca-lecca hi, Mecca-hiney-ho.
Alright everyone, we all know that I almost exclusively focus on traditional animation on this channel, or at least in this series. However, there was one other show from this year that I just didn't feel right leaving out of this video, and I'd be surprised if any of you who saw the title card couldn't guess what it was. This year brought us one of the weirdest, wackiest, wildest highlights for a lot of us 80s kids, Pee-wee's Playhouse. Sure, it wasn't animated in the traditional sense, but I'd be willing to make the argument that it's just as much a cartoon as anything else on this list. Not only that, but it laid the entire foundation that several cartoons going forward, things like Ren and Stimpy, built themselves on. I can't really emphasize how much of a head trip this show was and how little sense it usually made, but I'm not sure if I can emphasize its impact either, and that's why it gets a mention and its own category here. Which brings us at last to my rundown of where each of these 1986 series can be watched as of June 2023. Unfortunately, there are plenty for which the task is not a particularly easy one. Several series, including Macron 1, Laser Tag Academy, Wildfire, Potato Head Kids, Pound Puppies, Spartacus and the Sun Beneath the Sea, Foo-Fur, and Kissy Fur have never seen a DVD release. The Inhumanoids, Ulysses 31, and Rambo and the Force of Freedom all did have DVD releases at one point, but they're currently out of print and outrageously priced. Well, that's not entirely true. For those of you who parlo Italiano, there's an Italian language version of Ulysses 31 available. There's also a Region 2 set of both seasons of The Lost Cities of Gold if you have a region-free DVD player, or if you're looking for a cheaper alternative, the first season can be purchased on Prime Video as well. A handful of other series can also be purchased on Prime Video, like Adventures of the Galaxy Rangers, Defenders of the Earth, both of whom's DVDs are currently out of print, Galaxy High School, and the Flintstone Kids, and a couple others can be found on streaming, with Teen Wolf available on Pluto TV and My Little Pony and Friends on Tubi. Everything else can be picked up on DVD though, including Centurions, Ghostbusters, The Real Ghostbusters, Karate Commandos, Rainbow Bright, The Get Along Gang, Popples, Silverhawks, Pee-wee's Playhouse, The New Adventures of Johnny Quest, and Dennis the Menace. As usual, links below in the description if you want to pick them up. Not to sound like a broken record here, but seriously everyone, get them while they last. And that's it, everybody. Everything that 1986 had to offer us 80s kids. All in all, I think it was a pretty great year. There were quite a few shows released that I personally consider classics, as well as a surprising number of firsts that would become trends throughout the rest of the decade. But let me know what you thought of the year and its lineup in the comments. My personal favorite was Silverhawks, so go ahead and share yours below, as well as any thoughts, feedback, or whatever you want to talk about. As usual, like the video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks to all of you for watching. Stay tuned, and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and welcome once more to the Animated 80s. This week is my 8th video in the series, meaning we're very quickly nearing the end of the decade. 2 more years after this video, then my summary and ranking video, and then it's time to move on to something new. What will that new thing be? Do you think I should do the same thing I did here, but with the 90s? How about the 70s? Do you prefer I stay in the 80s and cover animated movies? And what about my alternate videos each week? I've got Japan and the UK. Want me to keep going with those? Cover other countries? Do more entries in my Cartoonical Analysis series? I'll be honest, I've got a ton of topics I want to cover and a ton of videos I want to make. The problem I have is that I don't know when or what order to do them in. That's where you guys all come in. I've created a Patreon with a $1 monthly tier that will let me use the site's polling feature, and my intent is to use that to dictate my content. I plan to put up at least one weekly poll that lets anybody on that tier that's interested in participating guide those content decisions. I have no expectations with Patreon, and I'm not going to pimp it out with every video I make. I just wanted you all to know that I created that option for anyone who wants a voice in my process. Link is down below. So enough about that. Quick reminder to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and check Instagram where my tune of the week is robotics. Enough is enough though, so on with the show.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Before we move on, let's do a quick recap of where we landed in 1986. We talked about some series that pushed the absolute limits of the toy-cartoon relationship. We talked about cartoons covering a wider range of source material, even going so far as to expand into R-rated movie territory. I mentioned the introduction of space westerns in the most pure sense of the term, a deepening divide between genders, and even more channels entering the animation arena with Nickelodeon and their exclusive ongoing series from the year. Do those observations hold up, and does the decade continue to expand on them, or was I finding patterns where none exist? Well, it's time to find out as we dive headfirst into 1987. As usual, we'll start by taking a look at what was still hanging around from the previous years. Like I said last video, 80 and 82 had both run their course with no shows from either year still in the air. 1981 still had Smurfs, and 83 still had Alvin and the Chipmunks, with Donald Duck Presents and Good Morning Mickey still going strong on the Disney Channel. From 1984, we were still watching the Transformers, Snorks, Muppet Babies, and Danger Mouse. And there was still some decent representation from 1985 too, with Jem, the Berenstain Bears, She-Ra Princess of Power, Adventures of the Gummy Bears, The Fantastic World of Hanna-Barbera, Thundercats, and the Raccoons. And finally, from last year, we continued to have the Flintstone Kids, Potato Head Kids, My Little Pony and Friends, Pee-wee's Playhouse, Johnny Quest, Popples, Pound Puppies, Spartacus and the Sun Beneath the Sea, Teen Wolf, Dennis the Menace, Foo-Fur, Kissy-Fur, Mysterious Cities of Gold, The Real Ghostbusters, and the Bugs Bunny and Tweety Show. That's a decent number of holdovers, but I don't see a lot of action there. So let's take a look at what went away. Ouch, does this one hurt. Firstly, we lost Inspector Gadget and G.I. Joe: A Real American Hero, both of which had premiered in 1984, as well as a laundry list of great action shows from 85. These included Ewoks, Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, Mask, Super Sunday with robotics and Bigfoot and the Muscle Machines with it, and Galtar and the Golden Lance from the Fantastic World of Hanna-Barbera. The casualty list from 1986 may be even worse, though, with Macron 1, The Adventures of the Galaxy Rangers, Centurions, Defenders of the Earth, the non-real Ghostbusters, Galaxy High School, Inhumanoids, Karate Commandos, Ulysses 31, Laser Tag Academy, Rambo: The Force of Freedom, Silverhawks, and Wildfire all being single-season, one-and-done shows. So many awesome classics that faded away this year. We damn well better have gotten some great shows to replace all of these, because this was a huge blow to our 80s animated action-loving selves. So did we? Well, I've got some good news on that front, as this year saw 31 new series premiere on our TVs. For the most part, the shows that we'll be talking about in this video were pretty decent too, and there was definitely something for everyone. It's a nicely thorough mix of genres and age ranges in this lineup, and a pretty solid release schedule overall. Is it enough to numb the sting of what we lost? Well, I've got it broken down in my typical randomly analytical approach, so let's get to the deep dive and see what's what. Another year, another batch of returning classics. This year saw the release of several, including Astro Boy, The Archies, Popeye, The Jetsons, Mighty Mouse, and Woody Woodpecker. Astro Boy came back with an English dub of the new Astro Boy series that had aired in Japan in 1980. This series followed the same basic premise as the original 1963 series, but with some new characters and updates to more modern sensibilities. If any of you saw it in 1986 and want to actually me in the comments, then that's fair, as it had a limited release that year in parts of Pennsylvania, but its full syndicated release was this year. It was kind of a strange release too, as both Australia and Canada got the series a full year or two before we did. The Archies started as the title and supporting characters from Archie Comics, first published in 1941, and who got their first animated series in 1968 from Filmation. They came back this year in a new series from Deke called, appropriately enough, The New Archies. It was a reimagining of the characters as younger middle-aged...
That doesn't make sense.
It was a reimagining of the characters as younger middle school-aged kids and followed their slice-of-life adventures. It only got 14 episodes, but it was still a better reboot than Riverdale. Popeye made his second return this decade with Popeye and Son. This one focused more on the Popeye family than just the Sailor Man, with the son having the same spinach-based super abilities as his dad, though he also hates the taste of spinach. This one also had another interesting spin on the series by continuing to make Popeye and Bluto mortal enemies, but having their kids actually have a fairly decent relationship. The Jetsons also came back with new episodes as their official Season 3 after a year off in 1986, and Mighty Mouse made a second comeback this decade as well with Mighty Mouse, The New Adventures, oddly enough created by the controversial animator Ralph Bakshi. This one made Mighty Mouse a more traditional superhero with a secret identity and a sidekick. It also, as you'd probably expect from a Bakshi cartoon, contained a lot more satire and risque humor than any of the older series. The final classic comeback this year was from a character making his first 80s appearance, Woody Woodpecker. This one basically took the Looney Tunes formula, running 90-minute blocks of old Woody cartoons featuring him and his supporting characters like Chilly Willy, and interspersed with musical montage numbers. Sure, you could watch any number of Woody reruns at other points in the decade, but this was his first new series. This year also brought a handful of series, much like Foofer from last year, that I just don't know what to do with. So we'll throw them all together here and get them out of the way. These shows include The Little Clowns of Happy Town, Seabert, Little Wizards, and Mapletown. The Little Clowns of Happy Town were one of several properties in the 80s, joining others like Bozo, Ronald McDonald, Pennywise, etc., that probably caused a huge surge of coulrophobia amongst 80s kids. This show basically told the story of a group of creepy clown kids on a quest to spread happiness and positivity, with some negative Nelly villains often standing in their way. And yes, I said Negative Nelly, which is honestly better than the villain's actual name of Awful B. Bad. Mapletown was a new Japanese import this year that followed the story of an anthropomorphic rabbit named Patty, Hopper Rabbit. Clever. As she attempted to retrieve a stolen bag of mail from the thief, Wild Wolf, another creative moniker. The Hopper Rabbit family ends up settling in Mapletown as mailmen, and keep an eye out to stop Wild Wolf and his dastardly schemes. This next one, even though it aired on network television, ABC specifically, is one that I have absolutely no recollection of whatsoever. Little Wizards was the story of a prince whose father was murdered by an evil wizard who, together with his magician teacher, dragon, and 3 monsters, fight to stop the evil wizard so Dexter, who is the prince, can retake his rightful throne. The description sounds like it could potentially qualify as action, but the intro doesn't really look like it. Let me know if you've seen this one and how you'd classify it, as I'm completely at a loss here. And lastly in this, well, I guess it's a category, is Seabert. This one was originally a French series and is about a couple of kids and their pet white seal traveling around and saving animals. And that's pretty much it. They go up against hunters and poachers and the like and save animals. I never saw it as a kid because it was an HBO exclusive, but it sure sounds an awful lot like a predecessor to Go Diego Go. We had a couple of cartoons hit the air this year that were adaptation of live-action shows, too. The first one was adapted from a show originally airing on HBO from 1983 to, well, this year, ironically enough. It's one that I didn't cover in the 1983 episode, as puppet shows were outside of the scope I set for this series. Let me know if you want them in their own episode, but it's a Jim Henson classic. Fraggle Rock, the animated series, followed the exact same format as the puppet version, used the puppet version's theme song, and actually included clips from the puppet version as bookends. The primary difference between the two versions of the show was that the animated series uses different voice actors and only showed human characters from the neck down, a la Muppet Babies. Other than that, the shows were pretty much identical in structure and storytelling. The other adaptation we got this year was a far weirder choice. Elf the Animated Series was a spin-off of the concurrently airing live-action sitcom Elf, and told a series of prequel stories of the title character's adventures on Melmac before coming to Earth and meeting the Tanner family. Elf in the cartoon was voiced by the series creator, who was the puppeteer and voice actor for the character in the live-action show as well, and each episode is actually introduced by the puppet in a live-action segment. Elf was a weird show, and an even weirder cartoon, but maybe weirdest of all is that it was only one of 2 that came out this decade. Check back next episode to hear more about that. So remember those toys last year that didn't really have backstories but got their own animated series anyway? Yeah, we got a couple more of those this year too. Sylvanian Families, My Pet Monster, and Teddy Ruxpin were all existing toy lines that made their first animated appearances this year. Sylvanian Families was a series of anthropomorphic animal toys created by a Japanese company in 1985. They were tiny, barely posable plastic figures that came flocked, or to use the far more technical term, fuzzy. They essentially came out with several different animal types and playsets, and the animated series pretty much just adapts the designs into a slice-of-life story as the animals have various adventures around, I guess, Sylvania? I assume that was the name of the town. I never saw the series myself or any of the toys until my own kids got some Calico Critters playsets a couple decades later. My Pet Monster was a blue ogre-looking plush toy released in 1986, and was the rare boy-centric plush. The thing had no backstory and no real play features, like most plush, but did come wearing a set of plastic manacles. It was pretty popular though, and got both a direct-to-video live-action movie and a cartoon that came out this year. The cartoon follows the antics of a boy named Max and his pet monster named Monster, who turns into a stuffed animal when the manacles are clamped on. No one knows that Monster is really alive other than Max's sister and his best friend, and they basically just spend the series trying to keep it that way, as they're stalked by a nosy neighbor, or keep Monster from being captured and taken back to Monster World. I remember the toy, but I never had or wanted one, and I can't say I watched the series. But finally from the toy shelves this year came The Adventures of Teddy Ruxpin. This series was based on one of the earliest animatronic toys I can remember, Teddy Ruxpin. It was a mechanical teddy bear with lifeless eyes that had a tape deck in its back that would make it move and react when you put story cassettes in. For those of you who don't know, a tape deck was a player for a type of magnetic media that contained data or audio back in the Stone Ages, called a cassette. The tapes, which is actually another word for cassette, that you put in Teddy were essentially audiobooks that told different stories around the character. As the best-selling toy of both 1985 and 86, it's no surprise that an animated series followed. The series came from Deke and follows Teddy and his friend leaving home on a treasure hunt, with them learning about ancient history, magic, fighting a group of evil villains, and searching for Teddy's missing father along the way. This year saw a pretty hefty influx of girl-targeted series as well, building on the success of the previous years. There were 4 shows that premiered in 1987 that I would categorize here. Well, 5, but we've already covered Sylvanian Families. The 4 I haven't talked about yet, though, include Maxie's World, Beverly Hills Teens, Lady Lovely Locks, and Hello Kitty's Fairy Tale Theater. Maxie's World was a series that came out as a companion to Hasbro's Maxie Fashion Dolls, which they released as a direct competitor to Barbie. In this series, the title character is a cheerleading honor roll surfer girl that hosts an independently produced investigative reporting show called Maxie's World. The series follows Maxie and her friends as they investigate various stories to be covered on the show, and is actually pretty message-heavy with how it presented various teenage concerns and issues of the time. Beverly Hills Teens was a series about a bunch of entitled rich kids and their lives of going to a rich kid's school and hanging out at the country club and shopping on Rodeo Drive. One of those series we could all relate to. The main characters are a club made up of every high school archetype of the era and deal with them having to handle high school romance and the jealousy of other students, homecoming queen battles, and every other type of teen conflict you can think of. Hello Kitty's Fairy Tale Theater took Japan's ridiculously popular Hello Kitty characters and put them into a series that had them spoofing famous fairy tales and pop culture stories. It ran for 13 episodes, with each episode telling 2 different stories, and covered everything from Cinderella to E.T., Dracula to Jaws, and plenty more. It sounds like a series that would have appealed to all kids, and is interesting to me as I research it for this video, but it had Hello Kitty as the main characters, pretty much ensuring it would never be seen by boy eyes. And finally in this category, we have Lady Lovely Locks and the Pixie Tales. This series focused on a group of hair-themed characters and animals, along with their living hair accessory sidekicks, the Pixie Tales. It was similar in structure to what Strawberry Shortcake did with food-based characters, which was appropriate as it was produced by the same company that made that show. Lady Lovely Locks and her friends fight against the attempts of an evil duchess to take over the kingdom of Lovely Locks through a series of episodic evil schemes. I personally don't think that the girls got anything this year that could rival She-Ra or Gem, but I wasn't really the target audience. So any ladies watching this series will have to share their thoughts on the subject below. Building on the space western concept introduced by the Adventures of the Galaxy Rangers in the previous year, 1987 gave us 2 new series that employed the formula. We'll start here by looking at Brave Star, one of the members of 80s action royalty. This show told the tales of a superpowered sheriff based on a Native American archetype, though he was actually a member of a group called the Tribe, which seems to be a non-nation specific amalgamation of descendants of actual Native Americans, as he protects the space frontier planet of New Texas from outlaws and bandits. Together with allies like his transforming, talking, mechanical horse companion 3030, Judge J.B. McBride, his foster father Shaman, who probably deserved a spot on my recent top 10 dads list, and his deputy Fuzz, combined with his amazing superpowers of those protected New Texas's citizens from various threats like the Kingpin-like Stampede and evil villains like the Carry-On Bunch. The series only lasted for a single 65-episode season, even though it deserved way more, but at least we got an animated movie. The other space western of the year, Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs, was built on the foundation of a Japanese series called Star Musketeer Bismarck. The original Bismarck series was bought by World Events Productions, rewritten and reordered, and then supplemented with a handful of new episodes to finally become the Western-themed Saber Rider. I say Western-themed, but the main character wears Musketeer-style armor, speaks in formal British English, and mostly fights with a cavalry saber, which is to say he seems specifically out of place in the desert frontier-type settings. One of his team, though, is a quintessential cowboy that much more closely fits the production theme. The other team members of the Star Sheriffs are a race car driver and an engineer responsible for creating the ship/giant robot they travel in. Have no doubt, though, even with the out-of-place main character, it's a Western through and through, with the law enforcement organization they belong to called Cavalry Command and based out of a Western fort-looking facility, the presence of robot horses as a primary mode of transportation, and various other Wild West set dressings throughout. It's a pretty good show either way, and definitely worth checking out. There's another series that came out this year that I want to talk about, even though it's pretty wildly different from what I usually cover. That series is Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future. This was a live-action show, but really still an 80s cartoon to its very core. It aired during normal cartoon programming times, was released in support of an accompanying toy line, featured all the hallmarks of what I define as an animated action from the period, and was even filmed in an animated feeling flow with the way scenes transitioned. It was full of cool characters and cool technology, with interesting suit designs and transformation sequences. Most importantly of all, though, and the main reason that I wanted to highlight it here, is that it was interactive. All of the ships and playsets in the toy series came with built-in lasers operated by a trigger in the play handle. The show itself was animated with flashing red targets on many of the enemies. As you watched, you could physically shoot at the bad guys with your toys and keep track of your score. It was a really great concept and pretty engaging. They even released several episodes on different VHS tapes during the initial run so that you didn't have to wait for the series to come on during its normal runtime to play. It was innovative and unique for the time, and deserved some special attention here. That brings us to the first of 2 series I wanted to cover by itself, as it was a pretty significant release for this year. If you recognize the series by the title card, then congrats. If not, where have you been? This show, and the theme song in particular, remain popular to this day. It's Disney's DuckTales. This show was awesome, and pretty much beloved by everyone I've ever talked to, 80s kid or not. But this is where it started, following the adventures of Scrooge McDuck on his never-ending quest to increase his fortune, accompanied by his great-nephews Huey, Dewey, and Louie, in the most tolerable representations of the characters ever put to film. The series had everything, covering every theme and every genre over its 4 seasons, taking the cast on adventures across every part of the planet, and even a few into outer space. It was a huge step for Disney's expanding footprint in 80s network children's television, and gained an immediate and loyal audience. It also led to what may be the best licensed video game of all time in DuckTales for the NES. But setting the stage for what was to come was its biggest contribution, being the harbinger for shows like Tailspin, Rescue Rangers, and Darkwing Duck. The series is probably fondly remembered by almost every kid of every age alive during this period, and if I had to bet, I'd say most of us can still sing the theme song to this day. And yet DuckTales wasn't the most important, longest-lasting, or biggest franchise to come out this year. That title goes to the most important, longest-lasting, largest media-dominating property of the entire decade, running almost uninterrupted in one form or another since its premiere this year. I'm talking about the one and only Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Since the first episode of TMNT aired on December 14th of this year, side note, I almost put them in 1988, maybe I should have, oh well. But since then, the Turtles have had an actively airing series for 32 out of those 38 years. I apologize if that sentence made any of you feel as old as it made me feel. But seriously, this series had more airtime, more merchandising, more media variety, and more sponsorship than any other that came out in the entire decade. There was almost no item that didn't come in a TMNT theme back then, and the franchise generated, according to a New York Times article cited on Wikipedia, the modern equivalent of nearly $12 billion by 1994, and for which the merchandising machine has been continuously running ever since. The toy line for the original series was big enough to rival G.I. Joe, with hundreds of figures and dozens of playsets and vehicles to go with them. There were home system video games, handheld games on Game Boy, multiple arcade cabinet games, and even several of the standalone handheld, and Turtle games have appeared on almost every home console since. There have been several movies, a touring live-action Ninja Turtles band, and even amusement park rides based on the characters. Not bad for a spoof idea that a couple of struggling comic artists offhandedly put together while sharing an apartment that was originally targeted at a much older audience. The whole concept was essentially a spoof of the most popular comics of the time, combining the Teenage Mutants of the X-Men with the ninjas of Daredevil and wrapping them up in a turtle shell. Even Shredder was a joke, supposedly born from one of the artists making dinner one night and putting a cheese grater on his forearm, though I don't remember where I originally heard that story, so don't cite me on it. There's endless source material that could fuel TMNT videos for weeks, but for the sake of this video, I'll leave things there. TMNT was massive, is still massive, and doesn't show signs of stopping yet. We'll wrap up the year with the 8-action series that 1987 brought with it that we haven't already covered. There were some real gems in this group, with some of them being personal favorites of mine. As the channel primarily focuses on these, and I cover them pretty extensively elsewhere, and will continue to do so in the future, we'll go through them pretty quick. This video's getting long enough as it is. So first we'll look at an anthology series from the year that contained one of the coolest concepts of the decade. The comic strip was a 90-minute program consisting of 20-minute episodes of 4 different series. Those series included Street Frogs, which was remarkably similar to TMNT, but used frogs instead, and, well, they weren't ninjas. It was pretty much teen slice of life, with frogs. A series called Karate Cat, featuring an anthropomorphic cat who worked as a private investigator and uses karate, what else, to fight crime throughout his town. The Mini Monsters, which basically applied the Muppet Babies formula to the Universal Monsters. And last, but certainly not least, the absolute best show that the series was comprised of, and the main one that most of us here care about, Tiger Sharks. This was an awesome show about a team of underwater/space explorers who can use the science of a machine called the fish tank to turn into human and aquatic creature hybrids, allowing them to defend the planet Watero from the threats against it. I say human and aquatic creature hybrids instead of fish people because several of them were actually mammals, but I digress. This year also brought us the Bionic Six, which followed a superpowered family defending the world from an evil scientist and his minions. Then there was Spiral Zone, which followed a team of the world's greatest soldiers trying to recapture the planet from an evil scientist and his minions. Starcom, the U.S. Space Force, followed a space-based military unit protecting the solar system from an evil scientist and his minions. We also got the sword and sorcery show Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light, which told the story of a team of heroic knights with the ability to magically take the form of animals fighting against the schemes of a similarly powered team of evil knights. Dino Saucers followed the adventures of a race of anthropomorphic dinosaur aliens who came to Earth from its counterpart planet on the opposite side of the sun as they fought against their evil counterparts here on our planet, who were similarly powered evil dinosaurs. Sky Commanders was a series about a specialized team of mountaineers, defending a mysterious new continent and its wealth of resources from a team of similarly equipped evil counterparts. I know I'm making light of all the similarities between the series that came out this year, but I can't stress how much those similarities just didn't matter to me. I love that this era of cartoons realized that most of their core concepts weren't broken, so they didn't feel the need to constantly reinvent the wheel. At the end of the day, the characters, the technology, and the settings in each were different enough that I didn't, and still don't to this very day, care how much they had in common. I plan on doing in-depth deep dives of several of these series in the future though, so we'll move on. Lastly this year, we got a new version of the characters from Battle of the Planets, called G-Force Guardians of Space. This version got rid of 7's Arc 7 and the character names, and was an adaptation of Gatchaman that was a lot more faithful to the original Japanese series. That in itself is awesome, and I support a more source-accurate interpretation, but I personally can't get past the new character names. Ace Goodheart, Dirk Daring, Agatha June, Pee-wee, and Hoot Owl, or more familiarly to his friends, Hootie, sound more like spoofs than anything. I'm happy to report that as of June 2023, there are actually a relatively small number of these series that have no official way of being watched and never had an official release. These include the comic strip and its different series, Dino Saucers, Spiral Zone, Bionic 6, Seabert, Sylvanian Families, and Little Wizards. The Little Clowns of Happy Town doesn't have a full release, but you can pick up a few episodes on an import DVD if you're so inclined. Mapletown can also be bought on DVD in its original Japanese form, but be prepared to take out a second mortgage if you plan to go that route. Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future was also released on a DVD, but is now currently out of print. Also, if you were wondering, no, the DVD doesn't have the animated target spots. Much like the Nintendo Light Zapper, they don't work on flat-screen TVs anyway. Lastly, for these titles, Lady Lovelylocks got a full German DVD release, and Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light got a full UK DVD release if you want to try and track either of those down. I know at least a few of these series can be found here on YouTube in their entirety in varying degrees of quality, so that's a good place to start if you want to give them a watch. Some other series did get DVD releases, but are currently out of print and pretty pricey as well, including G-Force Guardians of Space, which had a release of the first 3 episodes, Brave Star, which can currently be watched on its official YouTube channel, and Starcom, the U.S. Space Force, which is available on Pluto TV. A number of the other series from this year can also be streamed elsewhere online, with My Pet Monster, The New Archies, and The Woody Woodpecker Show available on Tubi, and Elf the Animated Series, Popeye and Son, Hello Kitty's Furry Tale Theater, and The Adventures of Teddy Ruxpin all available on Prime Video. Everything else from this year has at least partial DVD releases available that I've linked below as usual, including Astro Boy, Beverly Hills Teens, Fraggle Rock the Animated Series, Maxie's World, Sky Commanders, The Jetsons, Mighty Mouse The New Adventures, Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs, DuckTales, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. As usual, get them while they last, because in my experience, they don't. So that's everything there was to be had for 1987 US premieres. It was a pretty decent list when it was all said and done, but the question of whether what we got was good enough to replace what we lost is most definitely a matter of personal opinion. For me, some of my favorite 80s shows hit this year, but I'll refrain from saying any more until we get to my ranking at the end of this video series. Let me know what you all think of the year in the comments. This year and last got pretty freaking long, so I'm kind of looking forward to taking it a little easier with the smaller release lineups in 1988 and 89 over the next couple of weeks. Make sure to come back and see if those years are a matter of quality over quantity. Thanks for watching, everyone. Stay tuned and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction. Welcome once more to my animated 80s. It's been a pretty fun trip through the decade, and we're getting close to bringing it to a close. One more episode after this, and then I'll do my ranking and wrap-up, and then it's off to the next video-based adventure. Still not sure what that will be, but I'm leaning toward the 90s. It may have to be slightly different than how I've done the 80s, as by the end of the decade we hit a record of 51 series for a year, and that may be too heavy a load for me, but we'll see how things work out. I took the week off from doing an alternating video to catch my breath and do some other things, but I'll get back to them this weekend. I picked up a patron, so as a man of my word, I'll be doing the video they voted for in my poll, which is the top 10-ish. I don't know what the topic will be though, so consider that a surprise. As usual, like and subscribe if you love all things 80s, probably 90s, and animated, and check my Instagram where the tune of the week isn't even a cartoon, but Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future. And now on with the video.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
So to recap last year, we had one of the largest lineups of the decade with 31 series released. The decade's trend of new versions of old classics continued, with several legacy characters making comebacks, and the toys with no storyline trend continued as well, with 3 more of those. The girls got a handful of shows, space westerns picked up steam, and cartoons became truly interactive for the first time. Most importantly for this channel, though, we get an absolute deluge of action shows, which includes what was probably the biggest and most important franchise to come out of the entire decade with TMNT. Overall, it wasn't really a year of anything new, but it was absolutely the year of going bigger. But how's that going to stack up to 1988? Okay, so what was hanging on from earlier in the decade? No change for 80 through 83, as they still had Smurfs from 81 and Alvin and the Chipmunks plus the Disney Channel shows from 83. That lineup remains through next year too. From 84, there was still Snorks, Muppet Babies, and Danger Mouse, and then from 85 we still had Jem, The Adventures of the Gummy Bears, CBS Story Break, The Fantastic World of Hanna-Barbera, Thundercats, and the Raccoons. 1986 still had a handful of shows this year with Dennis the Menace, Foofur, Kissyfur, Mysterious Cities of Gold, The Real Ghostbusters, and The Bugs Bunny and Tweety Show. And finally, we had a handful of 1987 shows hanging on as well, though relatively few considering the number of releases that year. They consisted of Brave Star, Lady Lovelylocks and the Pixie Tales, The Little Clowns of Happy Town, Little Wizards, Mighty Mouse, The New Adventures, Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs, Alf the Animated Series, DuckTales, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and The Woody Woodpecker Show. There were a couple of action shows on that list, but what did we lose? This, unfortunately, is another not insignificant list, and it's littered with one-and-done shows. We'll start our look a little further back, though, to 1984, as this was our first year since then without the Transformers. We also lost She-Ra, Princess of Power from 85, and both Johnny Quest and Spartacus and the Sun Beneath the Sea from 86. 1987 was where we took the biggest hit, though, with Bionic 6, the comic strip, which in turn meant Tiger Sharks, Dino Saucers, Sky Commanders, Spiral Zone, Starcom the U.S. Space Force, and Visionaries Knights of the Magical Light all getting the axe. The worst thing is that a bunch of those 87 shows never even got a fighting chance, with Starcom, Sky Commanders, and Visionaries each only getting a 13-episode run. That's a huge bummer for me personally, as I had a couple of favorites on that list. Maybe 1988 will offer something worthwhile to replace them, though? Well, yes and no, as the year had some interesting new series, some interesting new trends, and some interesting new priorities. We got 21 new series this year, which was a marked decrease from 1987, and those shows varied wildly in theme and target audience. Either that or I'm holding a grudge about the 87 losses and taking it out on the analysis, but let's start the deep dive and see which it is. So there was a decently large event this year that I think may have had something of an impact on animation, so we'll get it out of the way first. At the very beginning of the year, on January 4th, Nickelodeon launched its preschool-targeted programming block, Nick Jr. I can't say for sure that other networks knew this was coming, but we got a handful of shows throughout the year targeted at the same younger age range. Firstly was Nick Jr.'s launch series, David the Gnome, which premiered the same day as the block. It was a Spanish cartoon, which we didn't have any of yet, so that's noteworthy, that followed a gnome doctor and his wife as they traveled around the forest helping their neighbors and various animals. A few months later in April, Nick Jr. also began airing episodes of a UK cartoon from 1979 called Dr. Snuggles. The block also brought over a handful of other shows from Japan, like Adventures of Little Koala, Belle and Sebastian, The Adventures of the Little Prince, and Noozles. If you guys want, I guess I could do an episode on preschool shows, but I really don't want to dive into all of them here. Less than 2 weeks after the launch of Nick Jr., Disney added new shows to their lineup on Disney Channel as well that, in my opinion, were geared a bit younger. The Adventures of Winnie the Pooh took one of Disney's big-name characters and gave them their own made-for-TV series. It took all of the characters from the previous Winnie the Pooh animated film and gave them new adventures and expanded stories in the 100-Acre Woods. And it took until the fall programming season, but CBS jumped into the younger audience arena with The Adventures of Raggedy Ann and Andy, who came to life and traveled to an alternate dimension to fight a villain called Cracklin when no one was around. It was based on the Raggedy Ann and Andy characters from 1918, though I guess that was probably pretty obvious. This year also had more than a couple of classic characters come back to airwaves, with Yogi Bear, Beanie and Cecil, Garfield, Superman, Charlie Brown, and Scooby-Doo all getting new series. We'll start with Beanie and Cecil, who I'd never heard of before researching this video series, but who were apparently based on characters that originally aired in a puppet show from 1949. The characters first appeared in animated form in 1962, and this year was an effort to revive them. The show only aired for 5 episodes, though, as apparently the rights holders were difficult to work with. There's some interesting reading about it to be done if you want an intriguing story of how creative differences can completely bury a property. Yogi Bear, who had gotten a new series just a couple of years ago with Yogi's Treasure Hunt, got another one this year with the new Yogi Bear show. It only lasted for 2 months, but in that time managed to squeeze in 45 episodes, pretty much all of which followed the traditional Yogi formula. This year we also got another series about an overweight orange cat, but this time it actually wasn't Heathcliff. Instead we got the first animated series for the 1976 comic strip character Garfield. The show split its time between focusing on the Garfield characters and their adventures, and characters from another comic strip called U.S. Acres that came out in 1986, also from Garfield's creator Jim Davis. Both parts followed a very comic strip formula of situational humor and hijinks in standalone episodes. Then, with the end of Super Friends a couple of years earlier, DC Comics needed a new presence on kids' television, and that came this year in the form of a new Superman cartoon. These were pretty traditional Superman stories with him and his supporting cast from the comics. I kind of consider this one a placeholder or stepping stone for the next big DC era of animation that was coming in the early 90s. Charlie Brown returned to TV with a new series called This Is America, Charlie Brown, which was actually an educational miniseries with a Charlie Brown coat of paint. Each of the 8 episodes put various Peanuts characters in a series of historical settings where they experienced historical events. It's pretty unique amongst Peanuts animation, as all of the adults actually had heads and didn't speak like muted trumpets. Lastly, for classics in 1988, we got a new version and a whole new interpretation of Scooby-Doo in the form of A Pup Named Scooby-Doo. Now, at first glance, this seems like all of the other shows of the time that got the Muppet Babies treatment, but there was so much more to it. This show had several new interpretations of the characters' origins and personalities, and if I'm being honest, is my absolute favorite version of Scooby-Doo to this day. It was such a fresh and clever take on these classic characters, and appealed to my 10-year-old sensibilities in a way that stuck with me. I highly recommend this show if you haven't seen it already, especially if you're a Scooby fan. Humor has always had a place in animation, and many series throughout its history have leaned heavily into the genre. For a large chunk in the middle of the 80s, though, it seems to have been on hiatus. I think Pee-wee's Playhouse may have broken the dam that was holding it back, though, as it began to trickle back into the lineup this year, and would become a surge over the next couple. Of the shows I want to talk about here, one was based on a live-action character from sketch comedy show SCTV, and one was a comedic spin-off of an animated series from earlier in the decade. The Completely Mental Misadventures of Ed Grimley was an animated series based on the Martin Short character of the same name from his stint with the Second City comedy troupe. In a lot of ways, it's like what would have happened if the Pee Wee Herman character was smashed together with Mr. Bean, as it told various stories of the slapstick manchild Ed Grimley as he inevitably turned everyday activities into hijinks-fueled adventures. It built on the foundation set by Pee-wee's Playhouse and continued to prove how much a good joke could stand in for a good plot amongst animation fans. Not me, but, other fans. The other comedy to highlight this year actually came as a result of the popularity of Danger Mouse, spinning off a side character from that show into their own series, and produced by the same British animation studio, though co-produced this time by Nickelodeon. We here in the US didn't have to wait for this one as it got a concurrent launch in both countries. Count Duckula was originally a recurring vampiric enemy for Danger Mouse, but in this version was the result of a botched resurrection by his servants that turned him into a vegetarian. The show primarily focused on the teleporting castle traveling to different places where Duckula would try to strike it rich, usually ending up with him confronted by a vampire hunter who didn't believe he wasn't a bloodsucker. It was just a silly goofball series with goofball characters, but it was pretty fun to watch. Oh, and Elf got a second series this year too, but instead of him on Melmac, as Elf the Animated Series had that covered and was still airing, this one applied the Elf characters and fairy tales concept. Not sure there's anything else to say about it, as it's exactly what it sounds like. So, moving on. There were a couple more movies that got the animated treatment this year too, both of which were rated R. 1984's Police Academy and 1987's RoboCop both got cartoon adaptations this year, and the source material for both was pretty wildly inappropriate for the age group they were directing the animation toward. Police Academy took the main characters from the original movie and a few from Police Academy 2 and gave them a group of canine companions and a recurring roster of villains to go up against in a series of misadventures. For a movie that towed the line of essentially being an 80s sex comedy, it made a pretty great kids show. I'll be honest with y'all, I loved this show and thought it was absolutely hilarious, though I'd also seen the movie by that point, so there may have been some favoritism there. I'm still a pretty big fan of the franchise to this day. The other movie that saw an animated adaptation, though, was even less appropriate than Police Academy. RoboCop was released this year as part of the Marvel Action Universe programming block. We'll come back to that later. And followed the adventures of our favorite cyborg cop as he protected old Detroit from various criminals. It had all the things kids love about an animated series, with a character experiencing an ongoing crisis of personality as he tries to reclaim his humanity, workplace prejudice, and even Middle East politics. I'm really not sure how this one ended up getting an animated version, as without the graphic violence, social satire, rampant drug abuse, and co-ed locker rooms, there's not much left of the original RoboCop here. But he has a red dot in his visor, so maybe the company making it got him confused with Kit from Knight Rider. Oddly enough, though, this wasn't even the character's only animated adaptation. So I think I'll have to include this section in all of these videos from here on out, as there seem to be more and more shows that defy my attempts to categorize them with anything else. This year we have 2 series that I'm copping out on and placing here: Fantastic Max and Denver the Last Dinosaur. The Fantastic World of Hanna-Barbera added Fantastic Max to its 1988 lineup, which was about a baby and his Tinker Toy robot going on adventures in space thanks to the magic powers of the plush toy alien FX. I really don't know what FX was, but one of those. I watched this show a bit way back then and remember some parts of it, but I have no idea what to say about it. They flew a baby bottle space jet. They flew a baby bottle-shaped spaceship, had various adventures in one form or another, and had a baby constantly saying "Kitty diapers" when things went bad. Weird show. That's why I stuck it here. The other one I'm dropping into this category was about a dinosaur hatched from a petrified egg and adopted by a group of teenagers. The reason it defies classification is because this skateboarding, video game playing dinosaur is constantly being hidden from a concert promoter who wants to make money off of him. I guess the guy thought that's what bands like Metallica needed to really pull in the fans, a dinosaur that stood on stage with them. Eventually, Denver gets sold to a scientist for experimentation because the scientist also thinks a dino will make him famous. I don't know why everybody thinks a dinosaur will make them famous in some capacity, but anyway, he escapes and rejoins the teenagers. It's bizarre, and a lot to really dig into. Oh, and did I mention that Denver can time travel and take the teens back in time with him? Sure, perfectly reasonable. I'll just leave the show right here and casually move on. Oh, wait. There's another one to mention here. The Garbage Pail Kids. They were based off a series of trading cards, stickers, trading stickers, whatever. It was a series built on fart jokes and gross-out humor, but if you were a kid at the time, it was pretty huge. It's one of those things that defies explanation, but if you know, you know. Oh, and they also spoofed popular movies in the series. Check it out for yourself if you've got some decently morbid curiosity going. This one only aired outside of the US, but it was based on an American property, so I wanted to include it here. As I've been doing for the last few videos, we'll finish this one off by looking at the action shows that I haven't already covered. Let's start with one I briefly mentioned earlier, the Marvel Action Universe. This programming block was an hour and a half long and consisted of RoboCop for a third of that runtime, as well as reruns of several older Marvel animated properties like Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, and Marvel co-production efforts like Defenders of the Universe and Dungeons & Dragons for another third. It's that final 30-minute chunk that I want to talk about here, though, as it was filled by Dino Riders. This was a really cool show about 2 warring groups, the Valorians and the Rulons, fighting each other using weaponized dinosaurs. Was it practical? No, of course not. Both groups had access to advanced technology and could have thrown together some tanks or planes or something to fight each other with. Was it awesome, though? Hell yes, it was. What kid didn't love the idea of riding a Triceratops decked out with battle armor and laser weapons? Yeah, this one was absolutely there to sell the badass toys released the same year, but it also checked all the boxes for us kids of the time. Too bad it only ran 13 episodes, like some of those others I mentioned at the start of the video. We also got a sequel to one of my all-time favorite animated series in Robotech 2, The Sentinels. Well, we kind of got a sequel. It was supposed to be a sequel, but what we really got was a 3-part pilot that didn't get picked up as a series, and instead was just rolled into a movie and kind of forgotten about. It did have some cool moments, though, like the Invid invasion of the Robotech Master's homeworld, and it included characters from all 3 of the series' story arcs, which helped tie them together even better than they were before. It's a shame we didn't get more, but I'm happy we got anything at all. And the last series I want to talk about in this section, and for the year as a whole, is Cops. This show followed the efforts of the Central Organization of Police Specialists as they tried to stop the criminal kingpin Big Boss and his minions from committing their various heists and schemes. The show was great, with a really wide assortment of characters and technology that was reminiscent of a crime-fighting version of G.I. Joe, which is appropriate as the designers even snuck a connection between the two into the toy line. It also had a fairly dark and mature supporting comic series that made watching the show feel like a much bigger deal. It also had what I'd consider to be a significant first for cartoons of that period, as the leader of the good guys was a black character. Bulletproof wasn't the first character from an underrepresented segment of the population to appear in our cartoons, as there were several other non-white, non-male characters throughout the decade that had some pretty decently prominent roles, but he was the first to lead a cast like this, and I think that was a pretty big deal. So how many of these shows can you officially watch as of June 2023? Most of them, actually. There are a few series like Dino Riders, The New Adventures of Beanie and Cecil, RoboCop, The New Yogi Bear Show, and Fantastic Max that are kind of difficult to track down with no official DVD releases or streaming. David the Gnome is also hard to find with a ridiculously expensive out-of-print DVD set, and likewise with This Is America Charlie Brown, though those are way less pricey. Dr. Snuggles does have a fairly readily available DVD though, but it's a UK-only release, so you'll have to have a region-free player to watch it. But beyond that, all of the others are available enough. We'll start with the streaming series, which includes Robotech 2 The Sentinels on Crunchyroll, and also on out-of-print DVDs, and The New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh on Disney+. We also have Elf Tales running on Prime Video. Everything else, including The Completely Mental Misadventures of Ed Grimley, Cops, Denver the Last Dinosaur, Garbage Pail Kids, Superman, The Adventures of Raggedy Ann and Andy, Count Duckula, Garfield and Friends, Police Academy, and A Pup Named Scooby-Doo can all be purchased at least partially on DVD. Links, as usual, can be found below. Some of these are also available on various streaming services out there too, so just give them a Google. And there you go, another year wrapped up. This one was a bit smaller and a bit less significant, especially from an action perspective, but there were a few gems in there. I especially like Cops from this year, and I love that the whole 65-episode series can be picked up for less than $6 on Amazon. But what do all you think about the year? Have any strong feelings about anything that came out or how it stacks up to the other years we've covered so far? Let me know in the comments. As usual, hit the like if you enjoyed this video, and subscribe if you love all things animated and, well, no year restriction anymore, I guess, just plain animated. Then subscribe if you haven't already. I'll see all of you when we wrap up the decade next video. Thanks for watching, stay tuned, and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and welcome to the last year in my animated 80s video series. It's been quite the journey, but we finally made it to the finish line. We'll knock this one out, and then next week I'll do a recap and summary of the decade, followed by my ranking of the years therein. Before we get started with this week's video, I want to make a quick correction to the Top 10 Mounts video, as I had Mario on the mind and put Yoshi, who was from 1991's Super Mario World series, on an 80s list. My bad, but once you've got Captain Lou Albano doing the Mario stuck in your head, there's no getting it out. Also, a quick special thanks to subscriber JRR2480, who made the original recommendation for the list. Over on my Patreon, I've posted my ongoing list of all of the top 10 topics I've come up with, so if you want to look at those or a second list of all my video types that I'm planning, you can see them over there. They're public, so no need to be a patron just to look. As always, if you love all things animation, make sure to like and subscribe, as those really do help a ton with getting the channel some attention. And check my Instagram, where my tune of the week is Mighty Orbots. But now, on with the show.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
So 1988 was mostly about going bigger, with series that were released targeting a wider age range than those in previous years with the rise of preschool programming, and the expansion into more adaptations of R-rated movies potentially looking to either hook an older audience or retaining the one from earlier years. We also continued the decade's tendency to bring back classic shows and characters, with several returning that year. And finally, as a significant shift in 1988, we got a return of more true animated comedies with very little plot, and story that's replaced with slapstick. I'm not saying that's good or bad, but it definitely started something. Same as the last few years, there's no change to what's hanging on from the beginning of the decade, with Smurfs from 81 and Elvin, Donald, and Mickey from 83 still on the air. From 84, we still had Muppet Babies and Danger Mouse, and from 85, Gummy Bears, CBS Story Break, The Fantastic World of Hanna-Barbera, Thundercats, and the Raccoons were still around. Our only holdouts from 1986 were The Real Ghostbusters and The Bugs Bunny and Tweety Show. 87 was still represented by Alf the Animated Series, DuckTales, TMNT, and The Woody Woodpecker Show. And finally, 1988 had the most survivors this year with Alf Tales, Count Duckula, Fantastic Max, Garfield and Friends, The New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, Police Academy, A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, David the Gnome, Dr. Snuggles, and This Is America, Charlie Brown. Except for a scant few, I didn't see a lot of action on that list, so let's see what we lost here. Well, focusing on action-oriented series, this year we lost The Mysterious Cities of Gold from 1986 and both of our 1987 space westerns with Brave Star and Saber Rider. Then, from 1988, we also lost Cops, the Marvel Action Universe, including Dino Riders and RoboCop, the Ruby Spears Superman, and Robotech. Again. That made for not a lot of action left going into the end of the decade. Did we get anything new to take its place, though? Let's take a look at the 1989 lineup. This year we got a disappointingly light 15 new releases, and it was kind of a mixed bag. Honestly, it feels like we got one or two of everything that I've highlighted throughout the rest of the decade, and things are differentiated enough that I'm not even really able to adequately group a lot of them. I'll do my best to present them in a way that makes some sense and has some analytical interest, though, so let's go ahead and dive right in. Alright, so in the last few videos I've started this part with classic characters up toward the front, so that's what I'll do this year too, though it's a pretty light list. HBO got a show starring a character from 1931, and Hanna-Barbera released a new series with a character from 1958 into syndication. Babar ran for 65 episodes over the course of 5 seasons on Home Box Office Network, which is what we called HBO back in the olden days. It's the story of an elephant raised in the city who grows up to have human mannerisms and returns with them to the forest. It's told from the perspective of an older main character sharing the exploits of his youth with his children. This year also saw Hanna-Barbera Productions release Paddington Bear. This was the character's second animated series, with the first airing on the UK's BBC One from 1976 to 1980. The series followed the adventures of a meticulously polite Peruvian bear in his small London neighborhood. Both shows skewed a bit younger, but Paddington was notable for having the always awesome Tim Curry as the voice of the mean neighbor named, appropriately enough, Mr. Curry. There were also a couple of series this year that focused on characters from the much more recent past, specifically from within the same decade. The California Raisins were a marketing campaign designed for Sun-Made raisins in 1986 that became unexplainably popular. So popular, in fact, that they got their own 13-episode animated series this year on CBS. It follows a musical group comprised of the eponymous Raisins as they tour around a world populated with anthropomorphic vegetables. Ironically, it featured the voice actor for TMNT's Rocksteady voicing a character named Bebop, so that's pretty cool. Otherwise, it was the illogical conclusion of the 80s concept of being able to make anything into an animated series. The other comeback from earlier in the decade came in the form of The Further Adventures of Super Ted. This one also came from Hanna-Barbera and aired on the Disney Channel for 36 episodes. It took the characters and premise from the original Super Ted, which was a Welsh series that aired in the UK from 1982 to 1986 and, as the name implies, continued their adventures as a superpowered teddy bear and friends. Oh yeah, and another series from earlier in the decade made a comeback this year that I should probably mention. The second series of G.I. Joe aired this year, produced now by Deke instead of Sunbow, starting with a 5-part miniseries Operation Dragonfire and running for 44 episodes. This version had all new voice actors for the returning characters, except for Snake Eyes, who was still voiced by the original, and focused on the newer characters and equipment from the 1989 toy line and newer. And the title card may still say a real American hero, but the theme song lets us all know very clearly that this version of G.I. Joe has become a true international hero. This year also saw the release of another couple of movie adaptations, as well as another series from an SCTV alumni. However, none of this year's adaptations were rated R. Instead, we got animated versions of the PG-rated Beetlejuice from 1988 and the PG-rated Karate Kid from 1984, though the third installment of that series came out this year as well. Beetlejuice picked up right where the movie left off, with the ghosts Adam and Barbara sharing the house with the invading Charles and Delia, though Adam and Barbara don't really appear in the series. This time, though, Lydia has made a fairly unique friendship with the human exorcist, Beetlejuice, and the series centers around their hijinks as he tries to help the young girl with the problems teenagers face. It was a clever take on the material, and actually a pretty good show. Also, it had Tim Burton as an executive producer and ran for a pretty huge 94 episodes. Likewise, the Karate Kid animated series keeps Daniel-san and Mr. Miyagi as the main characters, In this series, though, they're on an adventure to reclaim a small magical shrine that was stolen from its home in Okinawa. They're also joined by a new partner in the form of the Okinawan karate practitioner Tamurai. This series was pretty great too, because even though Pat Morita didn't voice Mr. Miyagi, he did do narration at the beginning of each episode from his character's perspective. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a grand total of 13 episodes. The last series to highlight here stars the irreplaceable 80s icon John Candy. Camp Candy was a weird show in which John played himself, but as the owner/head counselor of a summer camp. It usually dealt with him telling camp stories to groups of kids after failing to teach them an outdoor skill, and the stories often centered on ecological messages and John's attempts to keep the camp from failing. This was another weird one, but it was John Candy weird, so that means it was great. We also got 2 cartoons this year featuring the properties and characters from a small Japanese toy company that had thrown its hat into the video game ring a few years earlier. Nintendo joined the animation scene with one show based on its flagship character and a second that was a team series featuring several characters from its lesser series. Let's first talk about a show I mentioned in my opening apology, the Super Mario Super Show. This show followed the antics of the brothers Mario as they fought Koopa, saved Peach, and protected the Mushroom Kingdom. The animated sections were broken up by live-action pieces starring Danny Wells as Luigi and the absolutely awesome professional wrestler Captain Lou Albano as his brother Mario, who also voiced their animated versions. The show also featured the first animated version of The Legend of Zelda, running one episode of that series each week. It also featured a special guest star in each episode, most of the episodes, including some 80s greats like Ernie Hudson, Cyndi Lauper, Sergeant Slaughter, Magic Johnson, Rowdy Roddy Piper, and even Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Try to watch the intro without having the urge to do the Mario for the next several days.
Do the Mario! Swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go! Do the Mario!
The other series we got built around Nintendo this year was Captain N, the Game Master. This show was the story of a teenager named Kevin and his dog Duke, who were zapped into the TV while playing Nintendo to end up in Videoland as part of the prophecy to become the heroic Captain N. Equipped with a light gun and a gamepad that gave him special powers like double jumps and time manipulation, Captain N was joined by a stable of Nintendo characters helping to put a stop to the evil Mother Brain. Characters like Simon Belmont from Castlevania, Mega Man, and Pip from Kid Icarus joined his struggle against Mother Brain and her henchmen, King Hippo, Eggplant Wizard, and Dr. Wily. It also gave Nintendo an opportunity to have guest appearances by several of their other characters throughout the show's 34 episodes, including the full cast of the aforementioned Zelda cartoon. It's a great series for any classic Nintendo gamer. Another company that had been making their presence felt in network animation over the past several years continued their efforts to seize a large chunk of our afternoons this year. Disney's third major network cartoon was released this year with the appearance of Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers. This one was another Disney home run, taking the Chipmunk brothers and putting them into a scenario as private investigators, picking up cases the police deemed too small or insignificant. Together with their friends Gadget the Inventor, Monterey Jack the Strong Mouse, and Zipper the Fly, they worked to solve every case from a simple missing pet to a growing soda-obsessed cult, meeting resistance from the evil Fat Cat and his crew along the way. With this release, Disney was almost ready to launch the programming block that would rule weekday after-school hours running from 3 to 5 every day. What would be joining this, DuckTales, and Gummy Bears in that legendary set of programming? Well, hopefully I do the animated 90s so I can tell you, because it was easily my favorite of this era of Disney shows. We'll have to see where I land in a couple weeks. And I'm just going to go ahead and drop the last 4 series from this year into this single category, as a couple of them were very small and the others were, well, different. I'll start with one that's kind of targeted at a younger audience and did its best to teach lessons about friendship and problem solving. Dink, the Little Dinosaur was a Saturday morning series that ran for 21 episodes on CBS and focused on the title character and his dino friends as they dealt with hardships and challenges in their daily lives. It had some notable voice talent in the forms of Nancy Cartwright and Frank Welker, but I never really watched this one, so I don't know much more about it. That holds true for the next series in this section also, Rude Dog and the Dweebs. This series was about a group of anthropomorphic dogs that ran a mechanic shop as they tried to balance the responsibilities of doing that with their efforts to keep out of the grasp of the evil cat Seymour and the dog catcher Herman, oddly enough voiced by Megatron and Optimus Prime respectively, or Frank Welker and Peter Cullen if you prefer. Also, side note, if they lived in a world where dogs were able to run businesses, why was there a dog catcher? Anyway, The show also had Uncle Joey himself, Dave Coulier, as a voice, which built on some significant 80s animation cred the comedian was building up with his other role as a replacement for Peter Venkman in The Real Ghostbusters. The other two series we got this year I have watched, though. Vitor, the Starfire Champion, is a weird kind of sword and sorcery show about a young hero named Vitor who uses an enchanted shield and glaive, like fellow awesome 80s hero Krull, to battle an evil warlord who's trying to conquer the world. The series took the He-Man approach of combining magic and technology with a world in the clouds populated by a technologically advanced people, and from whom a princess emerges to join Vitor in his battle. It was kind of a cool show with a lot of new and interesting ideas, but it was apparently expensive to produce and didn't have a toy line, so it only lasted for 4 episodes. And the last show from this year, and the decade as a whole, didn't do much better with only 5 episodes. Ring Raiders was based on a toy line of miniature planes and jets attached to plastic rings. Each of the vehicles in the toy line was adapted into the animated series and fleshed out with its own specific pilot character. The show really kind of fit everything into those 5 episodes, though, expanding on the toy line by introducing a power that the animated characters could use to transform their planes into more combat-ready forms using their power rings. It also incorporated elements like time travel and personal grudges between the characters. Most importantly, though, it had the single best episode addressing sexism of any cartoon from the entire decade, with the Jenny Gal-centric "the best man for the job is a woman." The animation left a little to be desired, and the character designs weren't the most appealing, but this was an awesome show with a lot to offer. It's pretty close to Lost at this point, but you can find the 5 episodes here on YouTube, and I definitely recommend that you do. As one last little piece that probably deserves a mention here, there's one other cartoon that slipped under the decade finish line. Barely. A little show that you may have heard of called The Simpsons. That's right. The longest-running, most highly awarded show in television history premiered this year as well. Even though it ran as segments of The Tracy Ullman Show starting in 1987, the ongoing standalone Simpsons first aired this year on December 17th. And honestly, if I have to say anything else about The Simpsons, then thanks for watching, but I'm assuming you must have clicked on the channel by accident, as you're probably not an animation fan. Or from the planet Earth. So as is my norm, let's take a minute to talk about where all of these series can be watched as of July 2023. There's a handful of them that can't really be in any official capacity. The California Raisin Show, Camp Candy, the Karate Kid animated series, Ring Raiders, and Rude Dog and the Dweebs have all never had official US DVD or streaming releases. I'd say go ahead and try your luck with those here on YouTube. Rude Dog has some foreign DVD releases, but they're pretty pricey and they only have a couple of episodes each. Some other shows, like Vitor, the Starfire Champion, and Captain and the Game Master, did have DVD releases, but they're both out of print at this point, and really freaking expensive. But we do have a couple of series from this year that can be streamed, like Babar on Tubi, and The Further Adventures of Super Ted on Prime Video. Everything else from the year, though, is available on DVD or various streaming platforms, including Beetlejuice, Chip 'n Dale's Rescue Rangers, Dink the Little Dinosaur, G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero, Paddington Bear, and the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Links below as usual if you want to pick up your own copies. And on that note, we are another year down, and in fact, the entire decade. That's 10 full years of absolutely awesome 80s animation. I can't tell you all how much I truly appreciate all the support this series has gotten, and the great conversations I've had in the comments, not to mention all the positive feedback. That's really what inspires me to keep going making these videos and keep trying to grow this community. Like the video if you did, and subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks for watching, stay tuned, and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and welcome to the summary and ranking video for the animated 80s series. In this video I'm not going to do a recap or overview of each year, as you've likely all watched each of those individual videos before coming here. What I will do is present some of the statistics of the decade so we can talk about trends and compare years, and then I'll rank the years. I kind of went full nerd on this one and had a bunch of charts and graphs and such, but then realized that even though they were interesting for me to look at, they may not be interesting for you to hear about. So I trimmed down the analysis to hopefully keep this video from getting boring. Before we start, don't forget to like and subscribe if you love all things animated. My tune of the week on Instagram is Adventures of the Galaxy Rangers, so make sure to check that out too. Now let's dive in.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Let's start with the broadest, most basic statistic that I could have put together for this, a raw count of the releases by year. You've all seen this in some previous videos, but here's what the release counts for each year look like. I'm not counting shows that were part of a variety program individually here, unless they are full-length episodes. It's obvious looking at this chart that we had a mid-decade peak, but saw that seriously trail off in 88 and 89. I was wondering if that was kind of normal, so I compared that trend against the surrounding decades. My answer from both was no, that's not the usual trend. Both the 70s and 90s had some low-volume years, but both ended with the same number of or more releases. So why did the late 80s trend down so far? Honestly, I have no idea. I couldn't really find any indication of decreasing toy sales or viewership numbers. The only real changes that you may be able to point at were the shift from the big three networks to a wider number of cable channels, which in turn increased the syndication opportunities for older shows, and the continuing popularity and growth of the NES and home computing. Maybe animation producers were trying to figure out how to sell new properties or compete against new sources of entertainment. Whatever the case, the numbers speak for themselves. Looking over the decade, I decided that the first way I wanted to break down these new releases was by category. I'm giving this a different meaning in context than genre, and instead decided to just broadly consider how the shows of the decade could be sorted. I realized that at their core, every show, for the most part, could be broken down into three specific groups: action, adventure, and comedy. For these groupings, I'm considering action to be the shows that qualify for this channel, with an ongoing good versus evil challenge motifs and teams of heroes and villains against each other throughout the series. Adventure is anything that deals with characters versus situations, or rotating threats, quests, etc. And comedy is anything that's, funny. Here's how the years broke down into that grouping. Action and adventure pretty much follow the same trend throughout the decade, but comedy is much more of a constant pace. And again, action and adventure pretty much follow the same trend as the general release trend. It's kind of got to because of toys, right? Those spike years were the ones where we saw massive playsets and huge character rosters and toy lines. I can only guess that it was the phenomenon of 80s excess in kid form, and that the toy-toon relationship proved to be less lucrative toward the end of the decade. It'll be interesting after I do the 90s, and possibly the 70s as well, to compare. Or to compare my findings here with other countries when I finish Japan and the UK. I'm curious about what kind of stories comparing them all will tell. Speaking of toys, the next thing I wanted to look at here was where the source material for all of these shows we got came from. I was kind of inspired toward this grouping from the Japan list, as so many shows that they got came from history or literary origins. That got me wondering about ours. I identified several sources to group the shows we got by, so I sorted the series into original concepts, toys and games, TV and movies, comic books, comic strips, literature, classics, meaning characters with a long existing history, video games, actors or characters, and imports. Here's what the overall breakdown of the decade looks like. And on this one we can see that those mid-decade years are heavily populated by the toy and game-based series, though there's also a decent mix of original concepts in there too, with imports being a surprising third place. It also looks like classics were the most consistent source for material throughout the decade, with a mostly flat trend. Looking at the high three sources individually shows a pretty similar trend between them all, but with a dip for both imports and toys and games in 1986. I was kind of wondering what may have happened in 86 to make things drop off slightly for a year, and I may be grasping at straws, but I think I have an idea about that. You see, January of 1986 was when the Challenger shuttle exploded, and myself and a lot of people of the same age watched it happen live on TV while sitting in school. I was in second grade, and I remember that specific event. The teacher had wheeled out one of those AV carts, and a couple of the surrounding classes gathered around each of them to watch the launch, because this particular launch had a teacher on the crew. And then it exploded, and we essentially all watched 7 people heading to an adventure in space die. I can only imagine that made producers a little hesitant to release sci-fi and fantastical cartoons that season. Let me know if you guys think I may be onto something there, or if you have other ideas. The only other notable trend from these sources is that TV and movie adaptations got a solid foothold and appeared to be here to stay. Can't wait to see what the 90s look like comparatively. And that thought about the Challenger led me to want to take a deeper look at genres. This breakdown is the most extensive of all of them that I did. I wanted to get kind of specific on how I assigned labels here, so I actually dug into a lot of subgenres. I split comedy into sitcoms and slapstick, and put the skit shows like Looney Tunes and Woody Woodpecker into the slapstick group. Sitcoms were things like the Flintstones and Jetsons. I have a category that I call youth fantasy, where I put the younger geared fantastical shows like Popples and Winnie the Pooh, and I stole the slice of life category from Japan for things like Mapletown and Maxie's World. I've got one here for music, one for edutainment, which is disappointingly empty, especially compared to Japan, a variety category for the shows with various genre segments, and a mystery group that I thought would have more than just various versions of Scooby-Doo in it, but really doesn't. And lastly, I have action-adventure, which are shows with a contemporary setting and minimal fantastical components, and a few subgenres of both science fiction and fantasy. I've got pure science fiction, sci-fi fantasy, space western, military sci-fi, contemporary sci-fi, and pure fantasy. Looking at this supports my previous observation in that sitcoms are the most consistent subgenre over the decade, except for 1983, which is where, as I mentioned in the video for that year, action really started to get its foothold. In support of my assertion about the effect of the Challenger, we see that 1986 shows a decrease across all of the more outlandish sci-fi categories and a shift toward more contemporary and military sci-fi. I guess we were supposed to forget about the shuttle exploding and think more about the Cold War. For the most part, the breakdown of these subgenres is all over the place though, so let's take a closer look at a couple and see if we can recognize any trends there. Alright, so this is a closer look specifically at the various science fiction and fantasy subgenres I assigned. Here's the list of series I considered here and what categories I put them in. And here's the breakdown of how they were released. I like this one because it shows how much the variety of those types of shows expanded over the decade. We really started the decade with only a couple of classifications, but it definitely grew as we went. A couple of interesting observations I made from this were that all of the hard science fiction, meaning future settings and technology-driven, were all imports. That whole category is populated by anime. I'll also point out how contemporary science fiction is the most consistently popular category throughout the decade, with shows in that group consisting of anything in a familiar, modern setting that uses extreme or fantastical technology. Action-adventure is pretty consistent too, which is the same thing but without the technology. I guess it's easiest to do world building when you only have to focus on the characters and gear. Fantasy shows also saw pretty consistent releases during the decade and pretty closely followed the same overall release trend, meaning they exist as kind of a consistent percentage of each year's lineup, with a lot of them honestly sharing similar backdrops. Then we have the military sci-fi, which is where I put shows like G.I. Joe and Starcom, which took advantage of our Cold War posture without necessarily being too rah-rah USA jingoistic. You should all watch my What Made G.I. Joe So Important Randomated Thoughts video for more of my opinions on that. My last notable observation from this chart is in the area of space westerns. I didn't realize when we were going through them that the three we got came in such a tight group, so I guess the genre really didn't catch on with a wider audience until later in the 90s. I'll be interested to see if and where it pops up when I do that decade. If we take a look at the other subgenres I put together though, we see that there was only one that has what I would consider to be a true growth trend over the course of the decade. Whereas everything else kind of followed that peaked bell curve, youth fantasy ended the decade on an upward trend with a fairly continuous year-over-year growth. It seems like the younger crowd was grabbing up more of the market share moving into the 90s, so I'll be curious to see if that continues. Slice of Life was looking like it would have consistent growth, but it trailed off at the end of the decade here. I wonder if that was because the genre wasn't holding viewers' interest, or if it was just due to the overall volume decrease during those same years. The categories we saw take the biggest hits here were slapstick comedies and sci-fi fantasies, with slapstick dropping off to nothing in the last year of the decade, and sci-fi fantasies looking more like a momentary trend than a lasting genre. Oh, and here's what a close-up of edutainment looks like for the decade. 3 shows, that's it. Japan had more than that in each of the 2 years I've covered so far. It's a good thing we had Schoolhouse Rock and some of those other between-show fillers to pick up the slack. Well, I guess we also had like Reading Rainbow. Oh, and 321 Contact. And Nova. And Mr. Wizard. You know what? Never mind. I guess all of our television education came in live-action form. And we actually got quite a bit of it. No wonder us 80s kids are so damn smart. Guess those parent groups of the time did something worthwhile after all. Maybe I should do an episode on those, because there were a lot of them, and they were all kind of awesome. Anyone remember the Voyage of the Mimi? Anyway, that's it for my statistical breakdown and trend analysis, but let me know if you want me to look at any other categories or criteria, and I can maybe do a supplemental video or channel post on them. I'm also building a website, www.Dr.Animaction.com, that I'll post all of these charts on if you want to look at any of them more closely. My goal is to build the site into a one-stop source for all things animation and everything associated with it, but that's a big work in progress, and I've only just scratched the surface. For the ranking, I really wanted to try and be as objective as possible, taking something of a similar approach to what I did with my action cartoon ranking videos, but, well, there was a lot of criteria to consider. So instead, I'm going to present a couple of different rankings for you all to look at, and then I'll end with my personal, completely biased ranking. The first one I put together was one that assigned a value for originality by taking the total releases for the years and finding what percentages of those shows were based on original concepts, like in that chart that I showed you all earlier. Going by that criteria, this is how the decade comes together. We've got 1986 at the top, with 31% of the shows that came out being entirely original concepts, and 88 at the bottom by a pretty big margin, with less than 10% of those being original. I'm fairly certain, based on the individual year's videos, that no one watching this channel thinks 88 should be at the bottom, so let's try a different ranking. Let's instead see how the years stack up if we consider that most 80s of criteria with the toy-based series. Doing that makes things look considerably different, with those first few years of the decade stacking up on the bottom of the list at 0% each. This ranking puts 1987 on top, with that 85 to 87 golden period in the top 3. Pretty interesting. Let's see what else we've got. I know a lot of you watching love anime like I do, so what happens if we rank each year by its percentage of imports? It's actually pretty close to how the toy ranking looked, with 87 at the top of this one as well. Again, it's got those mid-decade years clustered at top. Unsurprisingly, 1982 falls into the bottom again as well. Pretty sure we were all expecting that. But how about if we look at the channel's core concept, though, and rank these years on the percentage of shows that fit into my definition of action? Well, that one's a lot different, knocking 83 all the way down to the bottom 3. But that doesn't seem right, though. I'm pretty confident we all felt pretty good about that year. Honestly, though, I've been a real-life data analyst for quite a while now, and I can think of about 100 other ways to rank these. I could add multiple values in if we wanted to, apply weights based on the significance of events during each year, apply negative scaling for years where something bad happened, really whatever I wanted to do to tell whatever story I want to tell. At the end of the day, though, I'm absolutely sure that any kind of sterile, emotionless ranking like that means pretty close to nothing to any of us. We watch these shows because we love them, and they make us feel something, and that's really the only ranking that matters. And that's what I'm going to do here in my personal ranking, with my own personal explanation of why I put each year where I did. I'll try not to retread much ground that I already covered in each individual year video, so let's get started at the bottom with my choice for worst year of the decade, 1982. I bet this was obvious to everyone, and I'd also be willing to bet that most of you agree. There wasn't a lot this year, with the exception of the quite excellent Incredible Hulk show and the first version of Pac-Man. Hulk did a great job of bringing the comic book to life, and Pac-Man expanded on the storyless structure of the game with a unique world and real character personalities. Everything else from this year I can pretty much do without, though. My choice for number 9 didn't do a whole lot better in most ways. 1980 had more to enjoy than 82, but not much. Thundar was probably the biggest draw from this year, as it came with a really awesome backstory and it had interesting characters and an interesting world. Force 5 was amazing, but it had a limited geographical release, so I can't let it weight the value of the year too heavily. Other than that, for me personally, only the new versions of Super Friends that came out and the Drac Pack catch my attention. Keep in mind that I'm basing this only on the shows that released this year, whereas the 1980 video considered everything that was on the air. If Battle of the Planets and Star Blazers were actually credited to this year, it would be a different story, but as it stands, I wasn't really drawn in by anything else. And none of these that I named here really felt like they truly represented the 80s either. For my number 8, I think I'll have to go with 1981. I know that I've stacked the bottom of this list with the beginning of the decade, but I'm honestly an 80s kid in its purest form, and like I said in the 1983 video, the real feel of the 80s started in that year. I love plenty of these older shows, but not really when they're facing off with 80s properties. If I was ranking all 203 shows from the decade instead of just 10 years, let me know if you'd want to see that video. A lot of them from 80 to 82 would be a little up there on the list, but the years as wholes have to stay down here for me. I'm personally not a huge Smurfs fan, so the year doesn't get many points from me there, which essentially leaves me with Black Star, the 2 Spider-Man shows, and Space Stars for my most valued series. And from those, Space Stars and the Spider-Man still feel like throwbacks from previous decades. Black Star is the only show from this year that really speaks to my 80s sensibilities, which keeps it down here on the list. 1989 comes in at number 7 for me because it was a pretty light year, especially in terms of action. Those of you who've watched enough of my videos know that I have a small obsession with Ring Raiders, but it only got 5 episodes. There was a larger handful of shows that really meant more to me from this year, though, with the list including Beetlejuice, Camp Candy, a new G.I. Joe cartoon, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, Captain N, and of course the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. I didn't catch the Karate Kid or Vitor when they aired, so they don't bring any nostalgia factor for me, and the G.I. Joe series we got included too much of the neon era of the toy line. The first season was pretty great, but I think it went downhill pretty fast compared to the original. I enjoyed Captain N, but even back then recognized how they butchered some of the characters, Simon Belmont in particular, and my love for the Mario series comes more from the live-action segments than the animated ones. So for me, that leaves the year with 2 great comedies and Chip and Dale. Number 6 would probably have to go to 1988, as even though some great stuff came out, a lot of it didn't really get any traction. Robotech came back for a second, which I loved, but then it was gone again. Same with the scant 13 episodes we got of Dino Riders. Superman was kinda cool, but he's never been one of my favorite comic book characters, and RoboCop was pretty cool too, but it paled in comparison to the movie. Beyond that, I watched a ton of Garfield and Friends, and plenty of David the Gnome on sick days and Sunday afternoons, but I never really loved them. The saving graces from the year from my perspective were A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, Police Academy, and Cops, which are all spectacular. But with only one of those being action, the year stays down here for me overall, and that sucks because Cops was probably in my personal top 10. Honestly, I could probably place 88 and 89 interchangeably on here, but I know that's not how rankings work, so this is the order I'm going with. So hey, this is getting pretty hard, pretty fast. I may have bitten off more than I can chew here, but I promised you guys a ranking, so I'm going to power through, as painful as it may be. And with that said, please don't hate me. There's so much to love from the other 5 years of the decade that it's no's and no's across the board. I had to pick and choose here, and my personal preferences may be a bit left field for some of you. But as hard as the decision was, my choice for number 5 is 1986. I hate doing it too, as there were so many shows I loved that came out this year. There were some greats that I never saw during their initial run, like Macron 1, Ulysses 31, The Mysterious Cities of Gold, or even Inhumanoids. I even came late to Galaxy Rangers, having only watched the full series in the past decade. I'm sure that just damaged a lot of my credibility for some of you out there, but I promise I've watched or am in the process of watching everything on that list in the years since. There were some shows from the year that I absolutely did watch and love though, including Silverhawks, Centurions, Rambo and the Force of Freedom, Ghostbusters, both real and original, Defenders of the Earth, Karate Commandos, and Laser Tag Academy. If I'm being honest with myself though, Silverhawks and the Centurions are the big competitors from this year against the others that I have left, and I don't think they're enough to challenge the remainders from the decade. Like my number 4, 1984, which makes this the entry where things really start getting messy. I can just imagine how many of you heard that and immediately said, but Transformers, but Voltron, but GoBots. And believe me, I get it. I'd love to say these top 5 are just one big tie, but that would kind of be the cheap way out. So I've made my bed, and now I'm going to lie in it. Yes, this year had the aforementioned Transformers, Voltron, and GoBots. It also had pole position in Mighty Orbots, not to mention my personally beloved Muppet Babies, and some secondarily, in my opinion, awesome shows like Danger Mouse, Turbo Teen, and a new Super Friends series. And yes, I consider Transformers and Voltron to be god-tier best of the decade entries. For me though, there were some other shows that just hit a little harder. Remember that this is just my opinion, and I'm by no means cheapening the value of any series that's not from a year in my top 3, but at the same time, you've all come to know me somewhat over these videos I've put out to this point, so me being me, I'm sure the rest of the list won't come as any real surprise. Okay, I lied. I think there actually are some surprises still waiting for you guys, and my first podium spot for the decade goes to, ready to be shocked? 1983. That's right, the year that gave us my absolutely cherished G.I. Joe only makes it to my number 3 spot. Even with He-Man, Dungeons & Dragons, Mr. T, and Thunderbirds 2086 coming the same year. Another 2 god-tier cartoons with G.I. Joe and He-Man, one of my personal favorite anime adaptations of the decade in Thunderbirds, and other awesome masterclass shows like Inspector Gadget, but 2 more years from the decade still resonate with me more. And honestly, I was 5 this year, so a lot of what I remember was from reruns and rebroadcasts. Plus, I didn't see Thunderbirds in its entirety, and as I've mentioned, my mom didn't let me watch He-Man initially, so I was a latecomer to both of those fandoms. For me, G.I. Joe was what this entire year was about looking back, and even my deep love of that single show can be overshadowed by a wider love of a collection of them. A collection like the one found in my next pick. For the silver medal on this list, I'm going with 1985, which I imagine is another unexpected twist. I mean, 1985 gave us Robotech, which I've made my feelings on very clearly known. We also got Jason the Wheeled Warriors, Sectars, Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, Robotics, a pair of Star Wars, and both freaking Mask and the Thundercats. That's not even mentioning shows like Gummy Bears and one of my personal favorite versions of the character in 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, plus a new Super Friends with the biggest roster it ever had. There were also the series that I didn't catch at the time, but stand out to me now from my current perspective, with Transor Z and Captain Harlock and the Queen of a Thousand Years. And we even have She-Ra and Jem on the list, because even though I didn't watch and probably wouldn't have watched them at the time, I have since and can appreciate how good a series each was in hindsight. That's definitely an all-star lineup, and I wouldn't fault anyone who put it at the top of their own personal list. Speaking of which, I hope you all share your own rankings in the comments, because I'd really love to read them. But for now, I'll finish my ranking with the year that contains the largest number of series that I clearly remember, the broadest variety of pure, unadulterated 80s-ness, and the most toy-rific lineup of the decade. 1987 for me has the biggest and best selection of cartoons from all 10 of these years. Not only was this the year that we got TMNT for the first time, but shows like Sky Commanders, Starcom the US Space Force, Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light, Bionic 6, Spiral Zone, Brave Star, Tiger Sharks, Dino Saucers, and DuckTales make for a very special lineup for me. Plus, we got a new adaptation of Gatchaman and G-Force Guardians of Space, a new version, and in a lot of ways the definitive one, of Astro Boy, and Saber Rider, which is another I came late to but quickly fell in love with. It may sound like I made my choice based on quantity over quality, but I really do prize the memories of each and every one of these series, and I'm very confident in choosing 87 as my personal best of the decade. Like I said, tell me yours below, or why I'm wrong about mine if that's how you'd rather be. Just tell me your thoughts, one way or another. And on that note, let's go ahead and bring this video to a close. If you don't agree with my ranking, then tell me about it instead of just leaving a dislike, because it really is just an opinion, and everyone else's on the subject is just as valid as mine. Leave a like if you enjoyed the discussion, and subscribe if you haven't already. I really appreciate you all sticking with me and supporting the series these past 11 videos, and I hope you're looking forward to what the channel brings in the future. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned, and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and because it came up in the comments section of the animated 80s summary and ranking, I thought I'd put out a quick bonus video this week that looks at whole on-air lineups for each year instead of just premieres. My only caveat on this one is that these are just network broadcast series, or series in wide syndication, so if you think you see something is missing, it may have been aired regionally. Also, variety shows aren't broken down here by segments unless each segment ran full 30-minute episodes. Last note on this video, I'll be ranking based on my current perspective on the year with the advantage of both hindsight and nostalgia. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're a fan of all things animated, and let's jump right in. So here's a rundown of what premiered in 1980, which I had ranked at 9 in the original video. Breaking Force 5 out into its component series and the Scooby-Doo Richie Rich show out into its separate series gave me a total of 17 shows for the year. Here's what we have if we look at everything on the air, increasing that lineup to 33. That definitely makes 80 seem beefier than it was in the ranking video. Now out of those 33, here's what I personally care about, giving me a lineup of 15. These lists of the series I care about don't mean I don't like anything that I left off of it, it's just that these are the most important series of the year for me for ranking purposes. I'll show you all each of these 3 categories for every year in the decade, and then I'll do a ranking rundown at the end. So let's check out 1981. Like last year, here are the 81 premieres, with 30-minute series like Zorro and Dinky Dog broken out, giving 16 shows. I'll leave variety shows on as well if they contain additional content, like the Kid Super Power Hour did. Now here's what things look like for the full on-air lineup, expanding that list up to 36. Of those, these 17 shows are specifically the ones I care about. Not too bad, though like I said in the ranking, the Force 5 shows had a limited release, so keep that in mind. This one got 8th place in my original ranking. Now we all remember 1982, and here are the premieres for the year. Just 13 shows. Even the full on-air lineup isn't terribly impressive, only boosting that number to 24. And out of those, I really only care about 9 of them. Not to mention that the Pac-Man Little Rascals Richie Rich show is only here because of Pac-Man. So 1 1/3 of this year's new shows are anything I was/am interested in. This year was my original bottom of the barrel, but we'll see if this expanded lineup bumps it up at all. then we get to 1983, which got the bronze medal in my original ranking with much more impressive roster of 23 premieres, including some great shows. Expanding that view to check out the full roster gives us 39 series. And when I break that down, I find myself carrying about 13 of them, most of which are new from this year. That makes 83 a pretty strong year of the ones we've looked at so far, considering the quality of what I've got here on this particular screen. Is that going to be enough to keep it up where it was in my original ranking? We'll see at the end. Things keep getting bigger in 84 with a total of 26 new releases. And yes, I'm considering G.I. Joe as a new release in 83, 84, and 85 because 83 and 4 were more mini-series events than full series. This one was number 4 in the previous video. When I bring in the full list, we get a total of 42 shows to choose from. And then if I trim that down to shows I care about, we're left with 21. And it's a pretty impressive 21, with some of them being Kings of the Decade appearing together. Continuing on to 1985, we get 30 new series premiering, again with some of the decade's most amazing shows. This was a strong contender last video, getting the silver medal. Stepping back to see the big picture, we get 57 freaking shows. Talk about spoiled for choice around this time. Let me separate the wheat from the chaff though and see what's left. There you go, 32 shows that I personally have an affinity for, and a very nice 32 indeed. That's going to be a hard group to top. Let's keep going. Here's our premieres from 86, the year that took 5th place last ranking, giving us a set of another 30. Fewer of those heaviest hitters of the decade, but still nothing to scoff at. The broader view has 56 series for us through the year, and it's still looking like a healthy lineup. I see a couple of glaring losses like Robotech, but overall, not bad at all. Out of those 56 were a respectable 33 that really matter to me, and that again is a really strong lineup of cartoons. "1987, which was my previous winner, brings 30 more premieres to the table, tying with both 85 and 86 for the most of the decade. As I said in the previous ranking, a significantly larger percentage of these new shows meant quite a bit to me personally, but that's for premieres. Let's see how the whole year looked overall. Well, that expanded the lineup to a decade-topping 64 series. So if volume were the sole metric for this ranking, we'd have a winner right here. Again. But we're not just talking volume, so breaking down just the series I care about gives me a somewhat more manageable 27, which is fewer than the previous year. That's an interesting twist. Heading into 88, which was formerly 6th place, we start seeing the number of premieres tapering off and get back down to 21. Still a decent lineup here though, with a couple of my personal favorites, but let's see the full year. Well, there's a total of 54 when we look at the whole roster, which is pretty good. Narrowing that down to the shows I care about again leaves me with 23 series for the year. Not bad, but definitely smaller than the last couple, and we'll have to see if anything on it significant enough to me to bump it up the list. And we'll finish out this look with my previous 7th place, 1989. The decade kind of fizzles to an end here with only 16 premieres, but we still have some gems in that reduced volume. Looking at the full set bumps it up to 36 though, which is still fairly impressive. There are quite a few great carryovers in there too. Let me go ahead and trim this one down to the series I care about, and that leaves me 22 to close the decade out with. Pretty decent, but I only see a few instances of decade royalty on there. Think that'll change the ranking? Let's go ahead and see. Probably unsurprisingly, I'll go ahead and keep 1982 at the bottom of the list. The rest of the decade, when taking this broader look, gets a little tougher to rank though. In the number 9 slot here, I think I'll have to put 1981. There wasn't much new that impressed me in the year, and some of the best shows of 1980 didn't carry forward. In 8th place, I'm going to go way off course and put 1983. When I was ranking years on premieres, this one carried a lot more weight. In this group, though, almost all of the year's best appear in other years as well, and with an expanded lineup, so I'm knocking it down here. Sorry, Thunderbirds 2086. Next, in 7th place, I'll go with 1980. Adding Star Blazers and Battle of the Planets definitely helped bump this year up a little, but one of those appears in another year, so 1980 doesn't get as much extra traction as I thought it might. I'm putting 1984 in my next spot here for the same reasons I put 83 so low. Most of the year's best carry forward. I'm ranking it above 83 for the larger volume and the return of Star Blazers, but this is as high as I'll put it. 5th place this time around is going to 1989, as looking at it and 88 side by side, I just feel as though 88 had the slightly stronger lineup. So I'll go ahead and put that in at number 4 while we're here. And that brings me to my top 3, which are those awesome mid-decade years. I honestly think I'll have to knock 87 down a bit and put that one here this time around. There are a ton of shows from this year that I love, but TMNT is the only one that can go toe-to-toe with the decade's best. So that leaves me with almost a coin toss here between 1985 and 86. What this one boils down to is whether the new stuff in 86 was enough to offset the losses from 85. For new in 86, we got Macron 1, Galaxy Rangers, Centurions, Defenders of the Earth, Real Ghostbusters, Silverhawks, a whole lot of greatness. Comparatively, 85 had Transor Z, GoBots, Inspector Gadget, Robotech, Voltron, and a handful of others that it lost. For me personally, looking at those differences, I'll have to give the silver to 1985. I love so many of those 85 series, but we just gained more than we lost from that year to the next, and I can only hope Robotech forgives me for saying that. Not having that and Voltron in 86 was an especially big blow to the year, but man, that 86 lineup that replaced them was just epic. So there you go, a quick video looking at each year by the full rosters of on-air series. Did doing it this way change anyone else's ranking? Do you think ranking by years makes sense? Anyone want a future video ranking every series of the decade? Let me know your thoughts. If you liked this video, hit the button and subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later. Hi everyone, I'm Dr.Animaction, and welcome to the first of a handful of videos covering the movies of the animated 80s. This first list is going to be dealing with theatrical releases here in America with some direct-to-video stuff thrown in. So that's going to mean theatrical releases and direct-to-video releases of US productions only and won't count direct-to-video anime or foreign compilations. They may be a separate video down the line. If an anime or other foreign production aired here in the States with at least a limited release, it's fair game. That doesn't include movies that only played one time during something like the LA International Animation celebrations of the 80s, unless they got a further release. I'll probably do a separate video on those. Maybe. Eventually. Also, I'll apologize in advance if I get anything wrong or leave anything out of foreign releases. I did the best research I could here to catch or verify everything on the list played in the US in at least a few theaters, but things got a little murky with some of them. Regardless, if they're an error in this video, I'll probably do a video covering other regions later, so we can discuss them when I talk about them in their countries of origin. I'll probably just briefly touch on them here. Sound good? I'll assume you all said yes, so let's get into it. Oh, and also real quick, I'll let you all know that I did put together a playlist of all the trailers or commercials or segments of as many of these movies I'll be talking about as I could find, so you can check that out later if you want. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe, as those things are super helpful for the channel. So the first category I want to take a look at is just simply a quick rundown of any films released that were compilations of existing material. Most of what's in this section will be familiar to everyone, so I'm not spending a lot of time on these. I just wanted to make sure they got mentioned. We'll start off with one of the oldest characters on the list in a film that was actually a remake of a short film from 1932. Betty Boop for President from 1980 stars everyone's favorite flapper and is a reproduction of the Max Fleischer original. The film takes several shorts from that era that had been colorized by Korean studios to air over there, hacks together the continuity between them, and releases them as a feature film. It didn't get a theatrical release, just a single VHS release in 1984, and there hasn't been another since. The first theatrical release compilation this decade was from Looney Tunes, which got several films during this time. 6, in fact, between the 70s and 80s. In the 80s, we got the movies The Looney Bugs Bunny Movie in 1981, Bugs Bunny's third movie, 1001 Rabbit Tales in 1982, and Daffy Duck's Fantastic Island in 1983. All of these were compilations of classic Looney Tunes shorts with newly animated sequences bridging the gaps between them. They also came back in the same format in 1988 with Daffy Duck's Quackbusters, marking Mel Blanc's final film performance before his death the following year. Mighty Mouse and the Great Space Chase from 1982
Space!
took a through story from 1979 series The New Adventures of Mighty Mouse and released it theatrically to capitalize on Star Wars fever, which I guess at that point was Empire Strikes Back fever, or maybe Return of the Jedi anticipation, whatever. The Brave Frog and the Brave Frog's Greatest Adventure were adaptations of a Japanese series that Harmony Gold compiled into a pair of feature-length direct-to-video movies for release in the US in 1985. Because they were compilations and stuck together for American audiences, I'll give this one a pass on my direct-to-video anime exclusion. It's basically an anthropomorphic frog slice-of-life series from Tatsunoko, the studio behind Gatchaman, or as we know it, Battle of the Planets, and despite how the premise sounds, they're not exactly cheery films. Bigfoot and the Muscle Machines and Robotics, the movie, were both originally part of the Super Sunday block in 1985, but both were compiled into feature-length animated films and released direct-to-video that year as well. See the 1985 animated 80s video for more on those. You can also hear more about She-Ra in that video, which along with He-Man was the basis for 1985's The Secret of the Sword. The film was actually the 5-episode premiere miniseries of the She-Ra TV series in a feature film format. Kids that didn't get to see it in theaters when it ran in March of '85 got to watch it as the first 5 episodes when She-Ra premiered that September. Speaking of He-Man, the series also got another direct-to-video film in 1986 with the VHS release of Skeletor's Revenge. It's 3 episodes of the show with Skeletor hosting wraparound sections. Heathcliff also got the compilation treatment with the release of Heathcliff the Movie in 1986, which has the title character telling stories from his past to his nephews, which acts as the packaging for the 7 stories from the TV series that are included in the film. And lastly, Robotech 2 The Sentinels combined the only 3 episodes of the Sentinel series to be made into a single film and released them direct-to-video in 1988. As Commoner Treem23, source of knowledge for all things Robotech, called me out on and I later verified, as if I had any doubts about his expertise, the 3 episodes never seemed to have aired individually and were just released in this format, so consider this an apology for the 1988 animated 80s video. Moving on though. There was one other direct-to-video release from the decade that I wanted to mention that wasn't just a repackaging of episodes from an existing series. G.I. Joe the Movie came out direct-to-video in 1987 and told a completely new story. The film split its focus on several existing characters on a mission to stop the evil Cobra Law, with another plotline focusing on a team of new recruits representing several new characters from the 87 toy line, and a third on Lieutenant Falcon and his time spent in the gentle care of Sergeant Slaughter and his renegades. The movie was way darker and more mature than most of the cartoon series, and even had a slightly edgier animation style. It would have been a theatrical release, but Hasbro was scared off by the poor performance of some of their other movies that we'll get to later. As we just talked about, we had some TV series that got some support this year in the form of compilations or direct-to-video movies, but there were several theatrical releases based on our Saturday morning mainstays as well. I'm using the term Saturday morning colloquially, of course, as some were weekday shows, obviously. I'm not going into much detail here, as these are all series I've covered in other videos, but we'll go through them all real quick-like. The first release of the decade to fall into this category was 1985's Here Come the Littles, based on the previous year's series, The Littles. In this one, the Littles' human friend Henry has to move to his wicked uncle's house after his parents supposedly die in a plane crash. Of course, plenty of hijinks ensue before the parents show back up at the end, negating the whole story. Spoiler alert, I guess. The Care Bears actually got a pair of releases this decade, with the Care Bears movie in 1985 and its follow-up, Care Bears Movie 2, A New Generation, the following year. Both were slightly different from the series in that they incorporated a large list of musical numbers. Also, the sequel was technically a prequel and told the story of the Bears' first ever carrying mission. Rainbow Bright also hit theaters in 1985 with Rainbow Bright and the Star Stealer. Interesting piece of trivia on this one, it was co-directed by the French showrunner for both Ulysses 31 and The Mysterious Cities of Gold, and Toei legend Kimio Yabuki, who was a former collaborator of Hayao Miyazaki. Also, the movie's got a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes from 7 professional reviews, which is pretty interesting since it's got a 79% from more than 5,000 audience scores. Next up, we have everyone's favorite Transformers analogs in the form of GoBots, Battle of the Rocklords from 1986. The movie included all of the best Guardians and Renegades and introduced a new line of characters in the form of the title's Rocklords, who were transforming robotic rocks. Fancy. They'd be the perfect robots to protect your spare house key. It starred all of the series' regular voice actors, but also brought in stars like Lois Lane herself, Margot Kidder, and Kojak himself, Telly Savalas, as the leader of the evil Rocklords Magmar, though he disappointingly never asks who loves you. We also got a film of everyone's favorite non-analog Transformers, the Transformers, which came in 1986 as well. And yeah, I'm not going to go into detail about this one. I know you've all seen it. I'll just mention that it starred a ridiculous lineup of talent, including Bender from The Breakfast Club, Mr. Unsolved Mysteries, Mr. Spock, Citizen freaking Kane, and Brave Sir Arthur. Plus, it had Weird Al on the soundtrack and a title track that represents everything about the 80s in a song. Oh, it was also kind of a box office disappointment, coming in at 99th for movie gross returns that year, which is why G.I. Joe ended up going straight to video. Staying in 1986, the year also saw the release of My Little Pony, the movie, which adapted a more musical approach for the property similar to what Care Bears did. It was another box office flop, though, and between it and the Transformers, lost Hasbro around $10 million. It did get a sequel, though, which came out in the form of a 10-part episode in the TV series. Moving on, Alvin, Simon, and Theodore got some screen time in 1987 with the Chipmunk Adventure, which starred the trio and their female rivals, the Chipettes, in a hot air balloon race around the world. A lot of the film's animators were former Disney employees let go after one of their box office fails of the decade. We'll talk more about that in a bit. Continuing on, in 1988, Filmation brought us its swan song feature, not counting the zombie Happily Ever After, which appeared in 1993, 4 years after the studio's death. Brave Star, the movie, is a prequel for the series, telling the story of the initial discovery of Carium and how Marshal Bravestar came to serve New Texas. Unfortunately, awesome as Brave Star is, this one was a theatrical disappointment financially too, and really only played in limited markets, not helping Filmation dig itself out of the hole it was in. 88 also saw the release of Pound Puppies and the Legend of Big Paw, which was turned into more of a musical like the Care Bears before it. I'm noticing a trend here. Not much else to say about this one. It was more Pound Puppies and it grossed less than $600,000, making it another animated failure for the decade. And that ended up being a pretty long section for a bunch of movies I said I wasn't going to talk about. So with those starter categories out of the way, let's keep going and look at some of the other significant releases of the decade. As we saw quite a bit throughout the decade with TV shows, several classic characters returned theatrically as well. We'll start with one of the first animated films of the decade, 1980's Bon Voyage, Charlie Brown, and Don't Come Back. This one was actually the fourth feature film using the Peanuts characters and follows Charlie Brown, Linus, Peppermint Patty, and Marcy being sent to France as exchange students, of course accompanied by Snoopy and Woodstock. It's pretty typical Peanuts fare, but with an interesting World War II backstory about Charlie Brown's grandfather. Next up for classic characters is 1987's Pinocchio and the Emperor of the Night, which was produced by Filmation and distributed by Roger Corman's New World Pictures. If you don't know who Roger Corman is, that's a rabbit hole you should go down. Try looking him up here on YouTube. But anyway, this movie was based on the classic 1883 Italian character Pinocchio and follows the young puppet a year after he turned into a real boy. The character gets turned back into a puppet, and adventures ensue. Like so many others of the decade, this one gets pretty dark, and with one of the main villains turned into a puppet and burned to death, and the other straight up murdered by Pinocchio, I mean, pretty dark. Apparently, Disney thought it took too many story beats from their original 1940 Pinocchio and sued Filmation about it, but lost because the original Pinocchio story is in the public domain. Disney probably had the last laugh though, as the movie only made $3.2 million on a $10 million budget. And lastly in this category, we have Felix the Cat, the movie, based on the original character from 1919 and originally aired in 1989 at the LA Animation Celebration before getting a limited release in 1990. This one was also distributed by New World, who pulled it from theaters after it had a disappointing performance there. That seems to be happening to a lot of animated movies this decade. But moving on, there were several studios specifically making waves with animated movies this year, so let's check those and see if things get any better. Although the studio's renaissance wouldn't truly come until their 90s second golden era, Walt Disney Productions and Walt Disney Feature Animation still had several great releases throughout this decade. The first of these was The Fox and the Hound from 1981, telling the story of an unlikely friendship between a young fox named Todd and a young bloodhound named Copper. This one, as most Disney movies of the time had a tendency to do, got fairly dark. It also had some big names doing voices, with Mickey Rooney and Kurt Russell as the adult versions of Todd and Copper respectively, with Corey Feldman as young Copper and Sandy Duncan as Todd's mate Vixie. Disney's next release of the decade may be a cheat for this list, but it's one of my favorite movies of all time, so I'm going to talk about it. 1982's Tron combined live action and computer animation unlike any movie that had come before, and it was initially conceived as a fully animated film, which further justifies its position here in this video. The movie is about a video game designer that was screwed out of credit and royalties for his games, who gets sucked into a computer after breaking in to find evidence and prove the company Encom stole his work. From that point, the movie takes place almost exclusively inside the computer, which looks like a neon-blasted technoscape. It stars Jeff Bridges as game designer Kevin Flynn and Bruce Boxleitner as Encom employee Alan Bradley and his virtual counterpart, the title character Tron. It was also nominated for 2 Oscars, in costume design and sound, but oddly enough not visual effects. If you haven't seen this movie, you're absolutely missing out. End of line. Disney followed this one up with the release of The Black Cauldron in 1985. The movie is a fantasy adventure of a young pig keeper named Taran and his prophetic pig, Henwin, as they flee the clutches of the evil Horned King, who wants to use the pig to find the eponymous Black Cauldron and create an army of undead warriors. Again, this one also gets pretty dark, but it's a really great movie, and somewhat unique against the rest of Disney's catalog. It's also somewhat unique by being a rare Disney flop, costing $44 million to make and only getting back $21.3 domestically. And unlike the others so far, this one didn't really have any huge names doing voices. The studio's next movie the following year did, though, with Vincent Price voicing the villainous Ratigan in 1986's The Great Mouse Detective. This one, essentially, is a take on the Sherlock Holmes formula, with the main character being the Great Mouse Detective himself, Basil of Baker Street, which should be a familiar address to any fans of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's work. It's a pretty good action-adventure, and an interesting interpretation of the Holmes character. Then, after a year off in 1987, Disney released their 5th film of the decade, in 1988, with Oliver and Company. This one seems like a lighthearted movie about cute animals until you realize that the animals in question are a part of a crime ring and are under threat of retaliation from a crime lord to whom their owner owes a debt. The movie follows the adventures started by a young kitten who ends up a part of their group only to get adopted by a rich young girl. What started as cute devolves into kidnapping and chases where the villain's Dobermans get electrocuted on a subway's 3rd rail, and it culminates with the villain himself dying in a fiery explosion when his car is decimated by a train. Disney really had a mean streak back in this era. This one had several famous names providing voice work, including 80s heartthrob Joey Lawrence, rocker Billy Joel, Cheech Marin, Dom DeLuise, and Bette Midler, not to mention animation superstar Frank Welker. Lastly, this decade was the release that I personally consider the entry point into the second Disney golden age of the 90s, The Little Mermaid from 1989. I'll throw in the little trivia tidbit here that this is the first animated movie in history to gross over $100 million, but I'm pretty confident I don't need to recap this one or really talk about it at all. So let's just move ahead. But it wasn't only Disney making animation inroads over these 10 years, as one of their former top-tier animators who struck out on his own and launched a whole new animation studio was as well. Don Bluth Productions started in 1979 after animator Don Bluth resigned from Disney on his 42nd birthday. He and a number of his former Disney colleagues set up shop for themselves and made animation for things like the movie Xanadu and video games like Dragon's Lair and Space Ace.
Space!
Eventually releasing their first feature film, The Secret of NIMH, in 1982. This was a fantasy film that followed the adventures of a society of anthropomorphic rats, several of whom are escapees from experiments done by the National Institute of Mental Health, which is the NIMH of the title. The rats are planning on a societal migration away from the farm that they live on to find someplace less dangerous. Plenty of adventure results from this, involving a farm cat named Dragon, a plan by the Institute to wipe out the colony, and infighting against the factions of the rats. It's an excellent movie, and highly recommended. Some internal restructuring led to Don Bluth Productions becoming Sullivan Bluth Studios between the release of NIMH and their next theatrical effort. That came in the form of 1986's An American Tale, which it made in collaboration with Steven Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment. This one is the story of a family of Russian Jewish mice immigrating to the U.S. in the 1800s to escape Cossack persecution, and the adventures faced by the young mouse Fievel when he gets washed overboard and separated from them en route. The story incorporates several social issues experienced by Jewish people of the time, as well as some aspects of Jewish folklore, including the use of what's essentially a golem in the finale to defeat a group of rampaging cats. Bluth's next theatrical project is one that kind of became a legendary benchmark of the 80s, seemingly having been watched by every kid of the time regardless of their feelings about cartoons. The Land Before Time came out in 1988 and was also produced by Spielberg and Amblin, who also brought in his friend George Lucas as an additional executive producer. The story's set in a society of racist dinosaurs, Don Bluth's words, not mine, where the various species refuse to interact with each other, except for the kids, that is, who haven't fully grown into the concept yet. A mixed species group of them end up journeying alone in search of the great valley the main character's mother told them about before succumbing to wounds received during a Tyrannosaurus attack. The movie follows that journey and the adventures they face during it, including repeated attacks by the T-Rex, or Sharptooth, to use the movie's term for them. It's another film with plenty of dark moments, but could have been worse if Spielberg and Lucas hadn't edited out 19 fully animated sequences and almost 10 minutes of footage from others before the film's release. Whatever they did wasn't missed, though, as the movie became pretty beloved and led to 13 direct-to-video sequels since its release, none of which involved either Bluth, Spielberg, or Lucas. Capping off Bluth's productions from this decade is 1989's All Dogs Go to Heaven, which kind of released at a bad time this year as it went head-to-head with Disney's The Little Mermaid in theaters. It probably goes without saying, but it didn't perform quite as well as that movie did. That's not to say it did poorly, it just did worse comparatively when stacked up against how Bluth's last two did. The movie's about a ghost dog out for ghost dog revenge against his murderer, and got a theatrical sequel, an animated series, and a direct-to-video special. Plus, it had the ever-awesome Burt Reynolds as the voice of the main character, Charlie B. Barkin. Even with that groaner of a character name, the movie was pretty good, and a decent success. It was also the last theatrical release from Don Bluth for almost 10 years. Another studio that found some pretty decent success in the early 80s was Bakshi Productions. This was an independent animation studio founded by, well, let's just call him an animation rebel named Ralph Bakshi. He's a prolific creator who's been working in the industry since the mid-50s and continues to do so to this day. Maybe I'll have to do a retrospective on him at some point. I plan to do a series based on production companies, so let me know if you think this should be one I cover. Anyway, in the 80s the studio pumped out a total of 3 theatrical releases, starting with 1981's American Pop. This one, oddly enough, similarly to the previously discussed in American Tale, starts with the wife and son of a rabbi fleeing Cossack persecution of Jewish people. The movie then follows the son, whose name is Zalmi, and his descendants over the course of 4 generations, chronicling their ongoing efforts to find success as musicians. Like a lot of Bakshi's movies, including the other 2 that I'll cover here, this one was definitely not for the kids, as it was packed with adult themes and visuals. The studio followed that movie up with a 1982 release of Hey Good Lookin', which is essentially a more violent, less musical take on West Side Story. It's told in flashback and focuses on the life of a young greaser gang leader in 1950s New York and the events that led to him living a kind of life in exile. The version that was released wasn't really what Bakshi wanted it to be, though, as that version had actually been completed in 1975 and was a combination of live action and animation. That movie had been made for distribution by Warner Brothers, and they indefinitely suspended the release because of their discomfort with the subject matter and backlash Bakshi's previous film Coonskin had received from civil rights groups. I won't go into it here, but it's an interesting story to read about. The original version of Hey Good Lookin' though has never been released, and according to Wikipedia, Bakshi's actually disowned the version that was, but the studio's website still lists it and makes no mention of that, so take it as you will. The last film released by the studio this decade came in 1983, and this time was a traditional sword and sorcery fantasy rather than a modern-day story. This one was pretty unique and interesting, as it was a collaboration between Bakshi and fantasy art superstar Frank Frazetta, called Fire and Ice. It's about as traditional fantasy as fantasy gets, too, with an evil wizard threatening the world with giant, unstoppable glaciers, a kidnapped princess, a lone villager out of his element who seeks to rescue her, and a mysterious warrior who aids in his quest. Being that typical for a fantasy story doesn't detract from it, though, and the beautiful rotoscope animation and background paintings make it a really pleasing watch. Bakshi may not be for everyone, but if you want some mature animation with something to say about our society, you usually can't go wrong with one of his flicks. There was one other studio gaining notice for their animated films in the 80s that I wanted to mention here. Unlike the others, though, this one wasn't based in the US. Studio Ghibli was founded in Tokyo, Japan in 1985 by directors Hayao Miyazaki and Isao Takahata, along with producer Toshio Suzuki. I'm sure I don't need to go into a lot of detail about Ghibli, as everyone and their mother knows who they are. Well, not my mom, but a lot of other moms probably. I wouldn't mind going into detail, so let me know if you want me to add them to my production house video list, but either way, their first steps into the US market came in the 80s, and believe it or not, actually came 2 days before the studio was even founded. Warriors of the Wind was released in US theaters on June 13, 1985, again by Roger Corman's New World Pictures. This was actually a pretty heavily edited version of what's considered to be Studio Ghibli's true first movie, Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind, which had released in Japan the previous year. Well, although Nausicaa was indeed directed by Miyazaki, it was made during his tenure at the animation company Topcraft. Topcraft went bankrupt and closed their doors on the same day Ghibli officially opened theirs. Ghibli acquired all of their properties, though, and rebranded Nausicaa as one of their movies after the fact. So back to Warriors of the Wind. It actually cut about 22 minutes off of Nausicaa's 112-minute runtime, and in the process essentially neutered the original film. It even hit theaters with this poster, prominently featuring 3 guys that don't even appear in the movie, and a tiny pantsless Nausicaa flying around in the background. I actually consider this movie release to be a great thing, though, because it resulted in Miyazaki instituting a no-edits policy for any Ghibli film licensed to other countries from that point forward. Plus, the damage done here was fixed when Ghibli entered an exclusive North American distribution deal with Disney in 1996, after which the House of Mouse produced a new, more faithful dub to give us a true English version of Nausicaa. The first film produced under the actual Ghibli banner, though, was Castle in the Sky. It was originally shown at the LA International Animation Celebration in 1987 as Laputa, Castle in the Sky, and then disappeared for a couple of years until Streamline Productions picked up an English dub that had been made for Japan Airlines to be an international in-flight movie. Streamline released this dub version in a small number of art house theaters, mostly in and around the Philadelphia area in late 1989, which qualifies it for this list. This is another one that Disney thankfully chose to redub in the late 90s, as apparently the Japan Airlines English dub was pretty terrible. And the last Ghibli movie to make its way into American theaters this decade was their happy-go-lucky feel-good masterpiece, Grave of the Fireflies. I am 100% completely kidding about that. If you've never seen this movie, it's the furthest thing from feel-good you're likely to find, as in it makes Old Yeller feel like a comedy. What I wasn't joking about is the fact that it's a masterpiece, because it truly is. So definitely watch it, but don't say I didn't warn you. This one's about a young boy and his sister trying to survive alone in a post-World War II Japan on the verge of collapse. Their father is presumed dead in the war, having served in the Japanese Navy, and their mother is killed in the U.S. bombing of Kobe. Their only remaining family refuse to take them in, or I guess more accurately, end up kicking them out, as they're a drain on already dwindling resources, so they're forced to try and make it on their own. And I'm not going to say anything else about it. You should just go ahead and watch it, as you should watch every other Ghibli movie ever made, for yourself. This one ran in US theaters in a limited 1989 release. And it's apparently Akira Kurosawa's favorite Ghibli movie, so it's got that going for it too. Speaking as we were of a Japanese studio, let's take a look at some other Japanese, and maybe some neighboring countries, films that made it to American screens. We'll go ahead and start with 1984's The Adventures of Pinocchio from Tatsunoko Studios. Again, as I said earlier, the ones famous for Gatchaman. This one actually ran in Japan as a 52-episode anime series in 1972, but its rights were acquired by Harmony Gold, who did what they were best at, rewriting and dubbing it to make sense to American audiences and crushing it down into a feature-length film. It wasn't very well received, though, so let's move on to something that was, like 1985's Star Chaser, The Legend of Orin. This one was a collaboration between U.S. producers and South Korean animation studio Young Sung Production Company Limited. I guess technically it didn't have to be included here under imports, as a lot of the animation for U.S. properties was starting to be done in South Korea at the time, but I wanted to wet everyone's whistles for a potential video specifically on other South Korean animated films of the 80s. Because oh boy, let me tell you, they're something special. Anyhow, this one is also somewhat special, as it was one of the first animated films to combine traditional animation with CGI, and maybe also because it was released in 3D. It actually did pretty well, making it to number 6 in the box office during its run. You want to know what it's about, you say? Well, the reviewer for the New York Times called it a blatant Star Wars ripoff and expressed his surprise that the lawyers hadn't gotten involved. So, yeah, that. Let's keep going, shall we? Next came a film that could have gone up in the cartoon supporting films section, but I wanted to talk about it here. It's 1986's Robotech the Movie. This was, like the cartoon it was based on, a film stitched together by Harmony Gold from 2 separate pieces of source material, the anime movie Megazone 23 Part 1 and the series Superdimensional Cavalry Southern Cross, which had been the basis for the second Robotech arc. Timing on it was perfect, he says sarcastically, as at the same time it was being put together, the far superior Macross movie Do You Remember Love was being promoted in Japan, which meant the producers couldn't use any Macross imagery, meaning no SDF-1, no Valkyries, that kind of thing. That led to there being hardly any real connection between the film and the cartoon that we all know and love. It did get a short test run in Texas, though, where it failed miserably, probably because of that aforementioned tenuous connection to the series. Also, maybe because they left some risque content from Megazone 23 in it as well, which kind of turned a lot of parents off. If you haven't seen this one, I don't think you're missing much, even if you're a huge Robotech fan like I am. There's a pretty great attempt at a reconstruction here on YouTube, another Frankenstein's monster reconstruction on the Internet Archive, which honestly may be the same one, and the ADV Films release of Robotech the Complete Series on DVD came with a 29-minute version that cut out all of the Megazone parts because of licensing. Beyond that, though, there isn't really any official release, and it's possible there may never be because the original negatives of the film were destroyed. I personally don't think the two original animes mesh that well together, but you guys can go ahead and watch one of the versions and judge for yourselves. Our next Japanese import was actually one that received a wide release in 1992, but also got a limited release starting on Christmas Day of 1989, so I wanted to include it here for the sake of completeness. Little Nemo, Adventures in Slumberland, came from Tokyo Movie Shinsha and was based on the American comic strip Little Nemo, and it was actually a joint production between TMS and some American animators, with the American-produced portions even having their own local director. Oddly enough, it spent more than a decade in production after the president of TMS acquired the rights to it in 1978. It had a revolving door of talent involved with it over that decade, including having script treatments submitted by the likes of Ray Bradbury and Chris Columbus. And after all of that, it bombed at the box office, making back less than a third of its budget and resulting in TMS president Yutaka Fukioka leaving the company and signing away his interests in it. So, moving on. The last import of any, well, import I guess. Y'all ever realize that word has two different meanings? English is a weird language. Anyway, the last one I want to talk about was another Christmas Day delivery in 1989. Akira. Maybe some of you have heard of it? All joking aside, Akira is the film that often gets the most credit for launching America's love affair with anime, probably because it brought in a ton of casual fans and an audience that had outgrown all of the Saturday morning representations of the genre. But even though true 80s anime fans can argue that point, what we can argue is that Akira consistently makes anime top 10 lists and even several non-anime best movies of all time lists. So yeah, no one can really overstate its influence and the impact it had not just on anime and its reception in US markets, but on animation in general. Personally, I think it got as popular as it did because Kaneda's bike is so damn cool. There are some great shows coming up in my animated 90s series for which you may hear me mention this movie again. Oh yeah, story summary. Well, it's about a motorcycle gang in future Tokyo, one of whom's a powerful psychic who eventually mutates and threatens to destroy the city. That's about the broadest, most generalized description I can give, but it doesn't matter because you've either already seen this movie or you don't care. I'm relatively certain there's no in-between. So, did it throw open the doors to anime in the United States? Well, it definitely pushed them open wider, and definitely deserves a spot in anime and animation history. Well, we talked about Ralph Bakshi earlier, but he and his team weren't the only ones making animation for adults in the 1980s. There were several other noteworthy releases of that type throughout the decade as well, starting with 1981's Heavy Metal. Produced in Canada and based on the long-running science fiction magazine of the same name, this movie was essentially sex, drugs, and rock and roll in celluloid form. The movie was kind of an anthology consisting of 8 animated shorts and an epilogue, tied together by a through story about an evil orb and the chaos it's caused over the millennia and across the universe. It incorporates several animation styles across those segments, as each was done by a different studio with a different team of animators and a different director. Sorry, but I'm not going to go through each of them here. I'll just say that if you like animation with excessive and graphic violence, plenty of sex and nudity, an amazing soundtrack packed with some of the biggest artists of the time, and a star-studded cast doing voices, then check this one out. Released shortly after that film, and even stranger by comparison, is Pink Floyd's The Wall from 1982. This movie was based on the band's 1979 album of the same name, and was written by their bassist and co-vocalist Roger Waters. It's not a wholly animated movie, instead being a mix of live action and animation, but it's enough to warrant inclusion here. It's a total head trip of a movie about a musician essentially having a breakdown and told using a ton of metaphysical symbology, which sometimes makes it hard to follow if you stop paying attention. And it's not a film for everyone, but it's pretty interesting nonetheless. It's an especially easy recommendation if you're a Pink Floyd fan, and it's obviously soundtracked by the album it's based on, using modified versions of those songs and even one that wasn't even on the original album. Check it out if you like interpretive think pieces or the band's music. Next up on my list, and also from 1982, is The Plague Dogs. This one comes from the same director who made the animated adaptation of Watership Down in 1978, so if you've seen that movie, it may give you an indication of what you're in for here. The movie is about a couple of dogs who escape from the facility where they'd been viciously experimented on and have to survive both the wild, unfamiliar environment and their pursuing former captors. It's a really pretty dark film with an ending that's left open to interpretation, though I personally think that interpretation's fairly easy. Honestly, there's not much else to say about this one, so I'll keep going with our next 1982 release. Sarah, or Sarah and the Squirrel, or maybe Sarah, aka The Seventh Match, is a movie that came to us out of Australia, where oddly enough it went straight to TV. It follows a young girl whose village is invaded by Nazis at the start of World War II, forced to survive alone in the woods after her family disappears, either killed or captured. It's a unique movie that employs a production style of placing animated characters over real-life photographed backgrounds, and although I think it may have been made for kids originally, it got a PG-13 rating in the US for some rather dark subject matter, and it has a pretty complex story, so that's why I put it here. The next movie I have in this category is one that I really don't know what to do with. It's 1989's Popol Vuh, The Creation Myth of the Maya. It's kind of an experimental film, written, directed, animated, and produced by a single person. Patricia Amlin combined animation, narration, and music to essentially read a sort of Mayan Bible that dates back to before the Spanish arrival in South America. So yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. If it sounds interesting, then it looks like you can watch it here on YouTube, broken up into multiple parts. The first part's on my playlist for the trailers of these movies if you want to check it out. The next category is where I'm putting everything I've got left for the decade that didn't fit anywhere else prior to this point. Starting us out in this well-thought-out section is a 1982 production from Hanna-Barbera called Heidi's Song. It's about a German girl sent to live in the mountains with her grandfather, before being taken to serve as a companion for a rich girl confined to a wheelchair. This girl's father is away on business, and of course she's being looked after by a wicked governess. The pair end up running back to the mountains, the girl realizes she can stand, the father comes back, yada yada, you all know the story. This one's an interesting animation footnote, though, as it's one of only 4 movies Hanna-Barbera made that didn't feature any of their flagship characters. Next up in this potpourri category is 1982's The Last Unicorn. This movie is a traditional fantasy that follows a unicorn, unsurprisingly the last of her kind, going on a journey to find out what happened to the rest of her species. It was based on a 1968 novel, with the screenplay actually being written by the original author, Peter S. Beagle. It was produced by Rankin Bass Productions and appropriately co-directed by Arthur Rankin Jr. and Jules Bass themselves, with animation by Japanese studio Topcraft, who we discussed in my Ghibli section earlier. This movie also had a ridiculously star-studded cast, with too many famous names to list here. It's a pretty good flick and a benchmark of the decade, so check it out if you haven't seen it. In 1984, we got an animated feature from Marvel Productions called Gallivants, about a society of ants living in a fantasy world. It's about an ant, or Gallivant, I guess, who doesn't think he needs to become a typical worker ant and has to learn the hard life lessons that tell him that he does. Great message there about working hard to grow up and take on the position everyone expects you to, where you can continue working hard until you die. There's not a ton of info out there about it, and I don't really want to watch a movie with that message at this point in my life, so go ahead and check it out for yourselves if you're into it. Next up in 1986 came The Adventures of the American Rabbit, which was a US-Japan co-production between Murakami Wolf Swenson and Toei. It was based on characters from a series of posters by artist Stuart Moskowitz and is about a rabbit with superpowers who moves to the big city to join a band and ends up fighting a group of villains who threaten to blow up the Statue of Liberty. It was generally poorly received and pretty much unanimously panned by critics. And closing out this category is The Brave Little Toaster from 1987. It's kind of like Toy Story, but with appliances, and follows 5 small appliances that have been left alone in a vacation cottage for years. The 5 get tired of waiting for their human to return, so the movie becomes a take on the incredible journey as they set out to find him. I've heard stranger story hooks, so sure. This one was actually pretty well received, and it at least made its money back at the box office. I know it's pretty famous for the era, but I've honestly never seen it and can't say I really have any desire to at this point. But it's pretty easy to find if any of you want to. Unlike my normal animated 80s and 90s videos, I thought I'd go ahead and cover all types of animation in this one, especially as the list of non-traditionally animated feature films was pretty short. The first one here is a stop-motion film from 1980 called Pogo for President, or sometimes I Go Pogo. Pogo is an anthropomorphic possum from a comic strip that was first printed in 1948 and set in a swamp full of anthropomorphs. This one's probably a cheat to have on here because its theatrical release was technically a single screening in New York City before being dropped onto VHS and Betamax rentals through Photomat, which may be the most archaic sentence I've ever said. But it's here because apparently it was supposed to get a much wider, more heavily supported release that the distributor completely bailed on, so it probably deserves some extra recognition. The next one that makes it into this section is another stop-motion film that uses cutouts instead of three-dimensional figures. Twice Upon a Time was released in 1983 and incorporates not just the stop-motion, but live-action and traditional animation as well. It's essentially a morality tale about living life too fast, working too much, and burning out, but told in a dreamscape fairy tale wrapping. Apparently, the film's mostly improvised too, or at least has several different improvised versions, some of which skew more adult than others. It's also the first animated film produced by George Lucas. The Adventures of Mark Twain came next in 1985. It was a claymation film that used the entire library of Twain's work and a prophetic quote he made about his own death to create a series of vignettes starring Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn as they travel through various Twain stories on the author's magical airship. It was actually pretty well received by test audiences that mostly consisted of adults and older teens, but the distributor pushed for a G rating and released it as a matinee film, which killed the mature audience interest. It's available to stream free with ads right now on Prime Video if you're interested, now being July 2023. I love Mark Twain, so this one definitely appeals to me. 1987 brought the Puppetoon movie, and it's done in a type of animation called, appropriately, Puppetoon. The film is a love letter to animator George Pal, who created a series called, again, Puppetoons in the 1930s. The film features Gumby and his friends Pokey and Arnie discussing George Pal's significance and using that discussion as a framing device to run several of his Puppetoon shorts. But that's it. I'm not talking about this one anymore because I refuse to say the P word again. Moving on. 97 also saw another claymation release that went direct to video with The Amazing Mr. Bickford. This is essentially a 52-minute music video written and directed by musician Frank Zappa and animated by claymation artist Bruce Bickford. And that's about it. There's no dialogue or anything like that, just close to an hour of Zappa-written orchestral music and random scenes of claymation. So, yeah, moving on again. Lastly in this category, we have one of the most famous animated films of the decade, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. You all probably already know this one, but it's set in a world where humans and cartoons coexist and combines live action and traditional animation to follow a detective and a Bugs Bunny-ish cartoon star as they try to prove Roger isn't guilty of a murder he's being accused of. It was directed by Robert Zemeckis of Back to the Future fame, produced by Steven Spielberg, and starred Bob Hoskins and Christopher Lloyd in the live-action roles. It was also the second highest-grossing film of 1988 and won 3 Academy Awards, so there's a good chance you've probably already seen it. And if you haven't, well, you should. So because it feels like I've been talking for a long time in this one, I'm going to close out the list by just showing you all the other movies of the decade that I think got theatrical releases. If I do more videos in the series about other countries, I'll discuss these more in depth there. For now though, this is the lineup. And there you have it, a comprehensive, at least I think comprehensive, rundown of every feature film to get a theatrical release in the United States between 1980 and 1989. I swear it looked manageable when I started, but as I continued to do research, the list just got longer and longer. If you're still here at this point, then I definitely appreciate you sticking with me. Let me know whatever thoughts you had on anything I talked about in the comments below, and make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Also, make sure to check back soon for the next video in the animated 90s series as well. For now, though, I need a nap. Stay tuned and stay tuned, as in cartoons. Later.